Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Tapping the Billionaire by Max Monroe, narrated by Eric Michael Summerer and C.J. Bloom. Intro. I'm Kline Brooks, Harvard graduate, president and CEO of Brooks Media, net worth $3.5 billion. Devilishly handsome. How do I know this? I was prom king 2 years in a row. Highly intelligent. Proof? I can solve any Rubik's Cube in front of your face with magic fingers. Certified master of female orgasms. My fingers, my tongue, my cock. I can make you scream, "I'm coming," before you even realize I've removed your panties with my teeth. Not the almost orgasms that spur a pathetic moan and half-ass whimper, no. I'm talking toe-curling, back-arching, earth-shattering O's that will leave your voice hoarse, your body shaking, and pack a punch so powerful you'll be left a sliver of intensity short of unconscious. Am I piquing your interest? Should I mention my cock is the kind of cock that's actually dick pic worthy? I'm not talking an average 6-inch shaft. I'm talking big, thick, smooth, and hard. Especially when there's work to be done. Or maybe all I've done is turn you off. Are you thinking I'm like every classless man out there who's literally a disgrace to my gender? The type of spineless dicks who won't call the next day? The guys who specialize in late-night booty calls but refuse to take a woman out on an actual date? Yeah, you know exactly who I'm talking about. Those idiots who have women thinking staying single for the rest of their lives is a better alternative than dealing with the bullshit that's running rampant in the dating world? Well, I'm not that kind of guy. I say what I mean and mean what I say. I don't kiss and tell. I call the next day. And if I'm interested in a woman, I will take her out on a date. I'll open doors for her. I'll pull out her chair. And I'll never be the kind of horny bastard who texts dick pics. Unless the right woman begs me for them. Bottom line, I'm a gentleman. I prefer monogamy to serial dating and fucking my way through New York City. I've spent the past few years avoiding the kind of women most would label gold diggers and trying out a couple of girlfriends in between. I've looked for the kind of woman I want, but lately, I have to admit I haven't put in as much effort. My focus has been on my company. Building it to what it is, and then keeping it that way, not only for me, but for all of the people who work so hard for me. Until Georgia Cummings. She's fiery, beautiful, has this sassy attitude that demands attention from everyone within her orbit, and is worth way more in value of character than I am in money. I don't know how I missed her. I don't know why it took me so long to really see her. 2 years, right there in front of my face as my director of marketing. Maybe it's because I need to stop drowning myself in work so much. Maybe she didn't want to be seen. No matter the reason, it only took one spur-of-the-minute decision for this remarkable woman to come barreling into my world. I wasn't prepared for her. And I sure as hell had no idea she'd knock me on my fucking ass. Because the nice guy who believes in real love enough to build his entire fortune from a dating website? That's me. And this story? Well, that's us.
Chapter 1. Georgia. My eyes! Dear God, my eyes! There were things in life that once seen were damn near impossible to forget. A bleach scrub. Acid straight to the retinas. 3 hours of perfect porn gifs. Hell, even a lobotomy wouldn't remove those kinds of images. Lucky for me, I had come across not 1, not 2, but 4 day-destroying pictures. Dick pics, to be more specific. And let's just say this latest one was not pic-worthy. Not by a long shot, or a short shot. If I took size into consideration. This was the kind of pic that would leave any woman wondering why. Why? Why would anyone want to advertise they were the owner of this? It was the gremlin of male members, and the sole reason my night had taken a turn for the worse. What was supposed to be a nice evening in, watching TV with my best friend and roommate Cassie, had turned into a nightmare of pubes, wrinkled balls, and a crown that was not fit for a king. I banged my fingers across the keypad with a response. Tap rose next, 11:37 p.m. Is that your dick? Really? Really? Tap Next was the latest and greatest dating site turned app for single men and women to meet, chat, and hopefully find their next date. Generally speaking, it was a better alternative to nights out at a bar or club. Because for me, those nights had the same ending, politely declining the thrilling, insert heavy sarcasm, offer of hooking up with some random dude at his apartment. One hell of a hangover, and weird guys with names like Stanley or Milton sending me texts for late-night booty calls for the next month, which I always ignored. My business card said, Director of Marketing, Brooks Media. It was a hefty title for someone just starting out in their career, but I had earned it. I worked harder than anyone else in my department, and it also may have helped that the man who held the position prior to me had been fired after being arrested for picking up a prostitute in one of the company cars. Why he had been driving a company car in the city was still confusing to me. Seriously, even hookers cabbed it in New York. Since Brooks Media owned Tap Next, it was easy to understand why I was well-versed and highly invested in the app's success. It was a requirement when hired. All single employees had to create a Tap Next profile. Staff were strongly encouraged to use the app and give honest feedback about their experiences. Profile names were kept top secret and on penitentiary-style lockdown with human resources. And feedback stayed anonymous. Translation? Don't worry, Tap rose next. Your boss doesn't know about your pervy play on words. At first, I'd felt it was an odd way to handle business, but after 2 years of working at Brooks Media, I'd found that my Tap Next profile was a damn good way to do research and find promotional ideas. My phone pinged with the offender's response. Bad Ruck, 11:38 p.m. Ellipses, pause. Did he just ellipses me? Really? Tap rose next, 11:38 p.m. Creep threat level motherfucking red! There was no immediate response, but the rest of my rant would not be contained. Tap rose next, 11:39 p.m. Don't any of you know how to start conversations anymore? Jesus! Cassie sighed beside me. Stop slamming everything around, Horgy Bag. I'm trying to watch American Ninja Warrior, and you're totally messing with my pumped-up vibe. I ignored her, still focused on finding a way to erase the offending images from my brain. She peeked over my shoulder before I could pull my phone away. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is that my picture on your profile? Creamy, perfect-skinned thighs on display, she was bent over with her dark brunette head peeking through the space between her open legs. Her hooch just barely escaped making an appearance. Paybacks, Casshead. And what did I do to deserve being your pro bono photo hoe? I cocked an eyebrow. Do I have to choose just one? Go ahead. Give me one example. I dare ya. College, sophomore year. I told you not to post those pictures on Facebook, but did you listen? Of course not. She grinned. Ah, yes. I remember those. I thought you looked really cute that night. My head was in the toilet. But you had those cute puppy dog eyes going on. She glanced at my phone again, dusky gray eyes hitting the phallic bullseye. Holy hell! What is that? Is that Quasimodo's dick? I stood up from the couch and began to pace in front of the TV. 4 dick pics today, Cassface. 4! Cassie scrunched her face up. And what? You were hoping for 5? My expression was a combination of disgusted and puzzled. You know, she explained, 1 to fill all the holes and 1 for each hand. Easy to interpret and equally graphic hand gestures matched her words as she spoke. Although, I'm not sure I'd want DP from the Hunchback of Notre Dame. One look at my face and she coughed out a laugh. You're not really a prude, but right now, you're playing one on TV. I groaned and gave in, planting my ass back on the couch and burying my face in my hands. I guess it's because this profile is for work research. I have this unjustified sense that it should be more professional. She shook her head and smiled, propping her mismatched sock feet on the arm of our couch. I gotta say, that wiener is pretty fucking awful. But, Georgie, you work for a company that specializes in an app called Tap Next, not the White House. After a brief beat of silence, we laughed at the same time, and I raised one eyebrow in question. You're comparing Tap Next to the White House? You're right, she agreed. Bad analogy. There's probably more dick pics there. A giant mischievous grin consumed Cassie's face as she grabbed the remote. Cassie? I pointed in her direction, but it was too late. She was already standing on top of our coffee table, using the remote for a microphone. My best friend had this thing with making parody songs out of pretty much anything when inspired, and she didn't do it quietly. No way. Quiet was not Cassie's style. She sang like she was Adele performing at the Grammys. I call this one White House Lovin', Cassie announced. I groaned, but secretly couldn't wait to see what she would come up with. Think Kristen Wiig on Saturday Night Live kind of hilarious shit. That was Cass. Blue dress intern, found my pants fast. White House intern, it was a blast. She was singing her little heart out. This girl, she was crazy for D. Snapping fingers, pelvic thrusts, head bobs. Cassie wasn't missing a beat. Met the prez down on both knees. One verse in, and the dick pic bandit had been forgotten. I hopped off the couch and tackled her to the floor. She screamed. I laughed. And 5 minutes later, Cassie was back on the coffee table while I sang backup to the rest of her ridiculous song. Tell me whore, admit it. You're singing it too. Later that night, once I had cozied myself in bed and was so very close to reaching that heavenly REM cycle, the ping of my phone pecked at me. I groaned my way out of dreamland slowly. God, it was time to make some major life changes. For example, the alert settings for my Tap Next profile on my phone. It was either that or murder. And I'm the kind of person who likes to dip a toe in the pool water to test it rather than cannonball my way in. Rubbing a hand over my face, I forced my eyes opened and snatched the phone off my antique nightstand. I barely resisted the urge to slam it back down, thus breaking it into a million tiny pieces. Luckily, my rational thinking wasn't as sleepy as the rest of me, and realized the amount of work that would result from such an impulsive decision. Cleaning and shopping and transferring my contacts, oh my. Yeah, screw that. Bad ruck. 2:09 a.m. It's not my dick. It's not his dick? What the double actual fuck? No. Nope. This was so not the right time to deal with this bullshit. Not answering. The sides of my pillow exploded upward with the force of my punch and made the perfect cushion for my face when it slammed down beside my hand. I had so much shit to do at work tomorrow, and dealing with bad ruck and his proclivity for awful crotch selfies and unintelligible responses was not going to be on my agenda. I was focused on getting shut-eye, confident that sleep and I would spoon the fuck out of each other until the sun rose the following morning. I channeled Buddha for my inner zen, humming my way toward unconscious bliss. It was either that or grab my vibrator and participate in a menage a moi. Thankfully, my return to sleep came easily that night. No hands-on approach required. The next day, while I was getting ready for work, I decided to give bad ruck a piece of my mind. I spit toothpaste into the sink, rinsed my mouth out with water, and turned off the faucet. Striding into my room with purpose, I grabbed my phone off the nightstand and sent the dick gremlin a response. Suck on that, buddy.
Chapter 2. Kline. Tap rose next, 7:03 a.m. Then it's someone else's dick? Worse. Threat level exploded. Good morning, Mr. Brooks. Good morning, Frank, I replied, picking my head up from the crime scene on my phone just long enough to meet his honest amber eyes before sliding into the soft leather seat of my town car. Fucking Thatch. I swear, somehow he took doing what would already be really fucking annoying and advanced it to the next level. If he didn't have the same ability with money, I probably would have dropped him by now. To the bottom of the ocean, with a cinder block attached to his ankles. She was right, of course. Sending a picture of someone else's dick was considerably worse than sending a picture of your own. Especially this one. 3 rings trilled in my ear before his sleep-laden voice forced one hungover syllable past his lips. Hello? A dick, Thatch. Really? I asked immediately, pinching the bridge of my nose to stave off a headache. No amount of lingering alcohol could stop his answering laugh. His throat cleared a little more with each chuckle, and by the time he responded, he was speaking clearly. You're the one using my picture for your profile, bro. It was only fair that I unleashed the gargoyle dick. Gargoyle dick. Too fucking right. A wing-like knob, a hunchback, and questionable coloring all lent themselves to his description. I'd left my phone on the bar without hawk-eyeing it for 2 fucking minutes, and the asshole had somehow managed to send one of the world's worst illicit pictures to some poor, now blind, woman in that time. That profile was only payback for the last awful thing you did to me. Which was? He asked, altogether too amused. Who knows? I admitted, staring up at the passing high-rises and shaking my head. I can't keep up. Then join in, Kay. Live a little, for fuck's sake. The burgeoning sun glinted off of a pane of perfectly smooth glass at the top of a building and reflected a rainbow right into the window of my car. I'm living just fine, I argued. Yeah. He laughed and scoffed at once. Say hi to Walter for me. That was Thatch's version of calling me a cat lady. Hey, fuck you, I said, only to be met with dead air. I pulled the phone away from my ear to discover he'd ended the call. Fuck that guy, I muttered, somehow calling more of Frank's attention to myself than I had with all the yelling. Sir? No worries, Frank. I paused for a second and looked back out the window. You wouldn't happen to know a hitman, would you? I glanced up front in preparation for his reaction. He murmured hesitantly, flicking his eyes between me and the road in the rearview mirror. No, sir. I shook my head as I smiled, a brief chuckle tickling the back of my throat. Good, that's good, I remarked, just as we pulled up to the curb in front of my building. Flexing the door handle in my hand, I shoved the door open with the toe of my shoe. Mr. Brooks! Frank started to protest, as usual, jerking into motion in order to hop out to help me, but I just couldn't get into the mindset where his and my time was well spent waiting on him to walk around the car just to do something my opposable thumbs and lack of paralysis made shockingly simple. I smiled in response before he could get out, meeting his eyes in the rearview mirror before exiting. Have a good day, Frank. I'll see you at 6. With the slam of the door, I buttoned my suit jacket as I walked, 20 audible smacks of my soles eating up the concrete courtyard in front of my building in no time. New Yorkers buzzed around me, continuing a marathon life that started the moment they opened their eyes. That was the vibe of this city. Active and elite and totally fucking focused. No one had time for each other because they barely had time for themselves. And yet, each and every single one of them would still proclaim it the best city on earth without prompting or persuasion. As my hand met the metal of the handle, I surveyed the lobby of the Winthrop building, home to Brooks Media, to find the front desk employees and security guards scurrying to make themselves look busy when they weren't. I bit my lip to keep from laughing. I'd never been the kind of boss to rule with an iron fist. and not once had I uttered a word of micromanagement to loyal employees like the ones practically shoving their hands in their staplers in order to look busy. But being CEO of a company of this size and magnitude had a way of creating its own intimidation factor, whether it was intended or not. And sometimes the weight of unintended consequences was heavier than gold. "Morning, Paul." He nodded. "Brian? Mr. Brooks?" The button for the elevator glared its illumination prior to my arrival. More help from the overzealous employees, I'm sure. And the indicating ding of its descent to the bottom floor preceded the opening of the shiny mirrored doors by less than a second. I stepped in promptly without another word, offering only a smile. I knew anything else I said would only cause stress or anxiety, despite my efforts to convey the opposite. For a lot of people, their boss was never going to be a comfortable fit as a friend, no matter how nice a guy he was. The best thing I could do was recognize, accept, and respect that. I sunk my hips into the rear wall as the doors slid closed in front of me, and shoved my hands into the depths of my pants pockets to keep from scrubbing them repeatedly up and down my face. I rarely overindulged, so I wasn't hungover, but Thatch's antics, both in person and online, were wearing me out. It wasn't that I didn't think the gargoyle dick was funny, because it was. But it was really one of those funnier when it's not happening to you things. In fact, that rang surprisingly true for most of Thatch's prank-veiled torture. The direction of my thoughts and the weight of my phone bumping against my hand had me pulling it out of my pocket against my better judgment. I hovered my thumb over the Tap Next app icon. With one quick click, I had the ability to make a bad situation worse. The screen flashed and the app loaded as soon as my thumb made contact. Bad Ruck, 7:26 a.m. Despite what the gargoyle dick conveys, I promise I'm not a sexual terrorist. Clutching the phone tightly in my fist, I shamefully knocked it against my forehead multiple times. Fucking brilliant. I should have just dropped it. Moved on. I didn't fucking know this woman, for God's sake, but I couldn't help myself. I couldn't stand for even my fake dating profile persona to be remembered like this. Here lies this man to rest. He will be remembered. Sexual terrorist, social media nuisance, unfortunate genital development. The elevator settled smoothly to rest on the 15th floor, and as the doors opened, I stepped out. My receptionist stood waiting with a stack of messages, having been warned of my arrival by the staff 150-some-odd feet below. Neat and conservative clothes encased her 68-year-old frame, and stark white hair salted its way through her dark mocha bun. Her smile was genuine, though, years of age, wisdom, and experience coloring her view of her 34 years young boss. When it came to the infrastructure and real office inner workings, she ran this show. The ends of my lips tipped up, forming wrinkles at the corners of my eyes. "Good morning, lovely Merrill." She clicked her tongue. "You better find some other roll to butter up, Mr. Brooks. It may be early, but my allowance of saturated fats is all used up for the day." "Jeez," I winced, clutching my chest in imaginary pain. "You wound me." A grin crept onto one end of my mouth, and a wink briefly closed the eye on the same side. "And it's Kline. Call me Kline, for shit's sake." 10 years. Same conversation every day for every single one of them," she grumbled. "There's a lesson in there somewhere, Merrill, and I think it has to do with bending to my will." I took the messages gently from her hand and bumped her with just the tip of my elbow. "I'm consistently persistent." "So am I," she retorted. "Don't I know it?" 4 urgent messages from new potential investors on top and multiple urgent IT problems below those," she called to my back as I walked away. I shook my head to myself. Potential investors were always urgent. Pausing briefly and turning to look over my shoulder, I asked, "And you're giving me the messages from IT, why?" Things like that normally came from my personal assistant. "Because I am," she called back, not even looking up from her desk. "And because Pam is at home with a sick baby." I leaned my head back in understanding and bit my lip to stop a laugh from escaping. "Ah, And we all know the only soft spot in your entire body is reserved for the babies. Precisely, she confirmed unapologetically, looking over the frames of her glasses and winking. I turned to head for my office again, but she wasn't done talking. But don't you worry. Shit. Anything that started with Meryl telling me not to worry meant I should worry. I should really worry. Leslie's here to pick up her slack. I shook my head. I didn't know if it was in disbelief or resentment, but whatever it was, I couldn't stop the motion. Meryl's eyes started to gleam. And since you hired her and all, I figured you wouldn't mind taking her directly under your knowledgeable wing for the day. Fuck. I let my head fall back with a groan briefly before resigning myself to a day from hell and getting back on my way. One foot in front of the other, I walked toward my doom, knowing the only people I had to blame, other than myself, were my family. And I couldn't even really blame them. I was an adult, a business owner, and the leader of my own goddamn life. It had been my choice to hire the airhead, Leslie, whether I had done it out of obligation or not. Still. Fuck. Good morning, Mr. Brooks, she greeted as soon as I rounded the corner, the last syllable of my name trailing straight into a giggle. God, that's painful. Her eyes were bright, lips pouty, and her forearms squeezed into her breasts. Her black hair teased and sprayed, several curls rolled over her shoulders and hung nearly all the way down to her pointy nails. And she eye-fucked me relentlessly, pounding me harder with every step I took. I plastered a smile on my face and tried to make it genuine. She was really a nice person, just devoid of each and every quality I looked for in both lovers and friends. Come on, Leslie, I gestured, turning away from her nearly exposed, completely office-inappropriate breasts and walking straight into my office with efficiency I knew Cynthia, my head of human resources, would appreciate. The boss in me wanted to tell her to put them away. The man in me knew I wouldn't be able to do that without opening some sort of door for a sexual harassment suit. Situations like this were ripe for postulation. You're with me today, I went on, walking straight to my desk and shucking the suit jacket from my shoulders to hang on the hook to the back and right of me. Here, I offered when she didn't move or speak, holding the messages from potential investors Meryl had handed me not 5 minutes ago out to her. Take these to Dean and have him make some precursory calls. He can schedule calls for me this afternoon with any of them that show signs of legitimacy. A fake lashed blink followed by a blank stare. I even shook them a little, but she didn't respond. Right, small words. Ask Dean to call these people back. He'll know if it's worth my time talking to them, and if it is, I'm free to do so this afternoon. Got it, she said with a wink, jumping from one heel to the other, spinning and sashaying her way out of my office. I wasn't a psychic, but one thing was increasingly clear. I was going to need to stop and buy an extra bottle of scotch tonight.
Chapter 3. Georgia. I dove through the subway doors mere seconds before they crushed me to my death. Okay, maybe that seems a tad dramatic, but if you lived in New York, you'd understand the sentiment I'm trying to portray. The subway waited for no one. It didn't care if you were the next big shark on Wall Street. If you didn't reach those doors in time, forget about it. I loved my job. I loved working at my job. Once I managed to get my never-on-time ass there. It was that whole getting out of bed thing that caused me the most grief. Morning person, I was not. My body preferred to wake up on its own time. Therefore, my snooze button was ridden hard and put away extremely wet. Every day was a race against time, and today was no exception. I found a seat across from a 30-something-year-old guy whose nose stayed buried in a book. He was hot, by all accounts, brooding eyes, red flannel shirt, beanie-adorned bedhead, and cheekbones that would make Michelangelo's David look soft. His book, Sex, Drugs, and Cocoa Puffs, a Low-Culture Manifesto by Chuck Klosterman. I knew that book well. I'd fiddled around with it during undergrad at NYU. It was a handwritten bomb of pop culture references and reflections on pretty much anything that mattered to young people. The real world, porn, kittens, Star Wars. You name it, Klosterman discussed it. His witty take on American culture was supposed to be ironic, in an existential kind of way, but I wouldn't say any of the topics were deeply examined, which was probably why the book had left me with a tumbler-like aftertaste in my mouth. Translation? Total hipster. Although insanely good-looking, this guy would probably end up an NYC transplant in Portland within the next year. But I wasn't ruling out seeing his gorgeous mug on one of my favorite Instagram accounts, Hot Dudes Reading. Because who doesn't love seeing man candy nose-deep in a book? My ogle time came to an end as I jumped off at my stop. Brooks Media headquarters was located on the prestigious Fifth Avenue, smack dab in the center of Midtown. This part of Manhattan was the central business district of the city. Hell, even the country. Name a successful business, and it was probably located here. And lucky for me, my apartment in Chelsea was only a 10 to 15-minute subway ride away. Doesn't explain why I'm running 20 minutes late. Following the hustle and bustle of sidewalk traffic, I maneuvered past as many map-reading tourists as possible. Street vendors littered the sidewalks. A guy on a bike missed getting hit by mere inches, elegantly flipping the driver off over his shoulder. It was a weekday in New York, and it was fucking beautiful. I loved my city. I loved the ebb and flow of its many eccentricities. Heels click-clacked against concrete, headed for Fifth Avenue's upscale boutiques. Loafers tip-tapped their way toward the financial district. Taxis honked. Delivery trucks unloaded their goodies with clashing bangs and swift maneuvers. It was the New York song and dance. Everyone was on a mission to start their day, and nothing would stop them. I strode into the Winthrop Building, the spacious lobby greeting me with its gorgeous marble pillars and floor-to-ceiling windows. It was breathtaking. The office space was just as exquisite. Wide hallways, natural stone floors, and the perfect amount of light coming in through large windows and skylights. Brooks Media had definitely shelled out some cash for this prime piece of real estate. By all accounts, it was stunning. "Morning, Paul. Morning, Brian," I greeted the front desk security guards. "Well, hey there, pretty lady," Paul smiled. "I see someone is still having issues with getting here bright and early." "Oh, shut it, Paul. Not all of us can look as good as you without a little work in the morning." I grinned and batted my eyelashes. Brian laughed. "She's got your number, dude." "I wish she had my number," Paul interjected. "Come on, Georgia. Let me take you out to dinner." "We've been through the same conversation at least once a week for the past 2 years, Paul. My answer isn't going to change." I called over my shoulder as I made my way to the elevator. "It will change," he yelled. "One day it will change." The elevator pinged and I stepped on, giving Paul a little wave before the doors shut. He was an adorable guy, mid-40s, hard-working, and sweeter than honey. But I didn't mix business with pleasure, and Paul from security wasn't my kind of guy. One day, though, he'd meet the right kind of lady who'd wash his socks and make him beer cheese dip for Monday Night Football. He needed a woman who was just as good in the kitchen as she was in the bedroom. I could 69 with the best of 'em, but I was useless when it came to home-cooked meals. Talented chef would never be on my resume. My oven was better used for storing shoes. "Well, look what the cat dragged in. Fashionably late today, Georgie?" Dean winked, passing me in the hallway. Shit. My late arrivals were starting to mimic the walk of shame. I seriously needed to get my shit together. "I was only trying to impress you with my new A-line skirt," I called over my shoulder, sashaying my hips a little. "Vintage. Vera Wang. How about them apples, Cupcake?" Should I have mentioned I found the skirt at a second-hand shop in Soho? Designer digs were great, but I refused to pay designer prices. "Someone is fierce this morning. Go on with your bad self, little diva," he teased, snapping his fingers. Dean was one of my favorite people in the office. Hilarious, flamboyantly gay, and smart as a whip. What more could a girl ask for? He turned in my direction, stopping in his tracks. "Lunch today?" I paused at the entry to my office. I'd kill for a chicken salad sandwich from the deli across the street. Dean grinned. "No homicide needed. We'll grab it to go." "Let's eat there. My office, 1:45. He blew me a kiss. "It's a date, lover." Another day, another dollar. Yada, yada, yada. My mantra, even though I would have preferred staying wrapped up in my comforter and sleeping until noon. Some days, adulting was too much responsibility. Get up for work, brush your hair, pay bills. It was an endless list of too many things and not enough time. The struggle was real, my friends. But rent in Chelsea wasn't a Sunday picnic in Central Park. A 2-bedroom space with an elevator and doorman was pricey. Bottom line, I had to adult. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I settled into my day, checking emails and making follow-up calls to a few marketing prospects. The Tap Next app had skyrocketed in success over the past year. I'd developed an ad campaign that had brought in several companies wanting to advertise within the windows of our app. And these scroll bar ads had become quite lucrative for the company. Businesses not only paid us a nice advertising fee, but they also agreed to some form of promotion for Brooks Media. We scratched their backs, and they gave us a full-body massage. Although I was no use in the kitchen, I was very persuasive in a boardroom. "Knock, knock," Leslie announced her arrival. Her curvy frame swayed into my office, seemingly aloof to the fact I was in the middle of a conference call with Sure Romance. Georgia, there's birthday cards you need to sign for people in the office," she continued, tossing the greeting cards onto my desk. They spilled over my laptop, stopping my busy fingers from making much-needed progress on the current contract I was discussing. I held up a finger, pointing to the Bluetooth in my ear. "Georgia! Hello, Georgia," she repeated, tapping the toe of her stiletto in 6 quick, impatient movements. Leslie was a horrible nightmare of ditzy responses, poor time management skills, and cleavage-revealing tops. And she was new to the company. But, for fuck's sake, how hard was it to see that I was currently in the middle of something? "I'm so sorry. Can you hold on for just a second?" I politely asked Martin, Sure Romance's director of marketing. "You know what, Georgia? I've got about 3 minutes to get to another meeting. How about you make the changes in the contract and send them over to legal? Let's shoot for another call on Friday to review everything and find a middle ground we can both be happy with." God damn it. This, my friends, was a perfect example of how to lose valuable footing in a business deal. "Sure thing, Martin. And since Mr. Brooks wants to be on that call Friday, let's plan on it being a video chat." My boss knew nothing about that call, but this was me calling Martin's bluff. My persuasion skills were top-notch, but there was a reason Kline Brooks was president and CEO of his own company. The man could talk an Eskimo into buying ice. "Oh, okay." Martin cleared his throat. "In the meantime, I'll try to get legal to review everything over the next 24 hours. The sooner we can sign off on this deal, the better." Translation: I'd like to avoid a video chat with your boss. Perfect. I look forward to hearing from you. I ended the call and used all of my strength to plaster a neutral smile on my face as I looked up at Leslie. "So, like I was saying, you need to sign these," she repeated, still clueless. God, I didn't even care if I had resting bitch face. Hell, I wanted to active bitch face this chick so bad. She'd been with the company for a hot minute, and I was already done with her. "Okay, Leslie, just give me a second, and I'll sign them so you can go about your day," I responded through a fake smile. I wanted to berate her. I wanted to let her know just how much her interruption could have screwed up an important business deal. But it would have been useless. My words would have gone straight through the giant hole in her head. I gripped my pen, scribbling half-assed sayings about celebrating and happy birthday and have a great day. 5 cards later, I handed them back to Leslie and sent her ditzy ass on her way. I was 20 emails deep before another interruption peeked in my door. Kline Brooks. He was the kind of man women fantasized about. A quintessential billionaire bad boy, styled, short dark hair, muscles for days, and a panty-dropping smile. Except he wasn't. His smiles were genuine and his orders gently delivered. He kept to himself from what I could tell and didn't appear to sleep around. Despite his crazy good looks and net worth, I'd yet to see him land an NYC Playboy spot on page 6. I'd never seen him execute a salacious glimpse at a single employee, male or female. He was a mystery, hidden under all of that quiet direction with absolutely no chance of being uncovered. As an employee, he wouldn't touch me with a 10-foot pole. Honestly, I wasn't sure he knew I had a vagina. He treated me as an equal and seemed to truly value my opinion on all things business and marketing. His eyes never strayed to my tits. His mouth never flashed a devilish grin. And I stood strong in my beliefs that business and pleasure may as well have been oil and water. Kline was business, plain and simple. Plus, he wasn't at all what I was looking for. And yes, I can practically see the word billionaire flashing in front of your money-hungry eyes and feel the judgment rolling off of you in thick, disdain-filled clouds. But this isn't actually about him. Not really, anyway. Despite my inexperience with relationships, I knew myself enough to know I liked a straight shooter, both in conversation and the pun that intends. And I wasn't willing to settle, even if it was on a big, comfy pile of money. Christ, there had to be middle ground between soft-talkers like Kline and dick-pic bandits like Bad Ruck, didn't there? "Good morning, Georgia," he greeted with that professional yet handsome smile of his. "Just wanted to check in and see how the Sure Romance deal was going. Even though I had to threaten Martin with your presence on a video chat, I think we'll walk out of the deal with $1 million more than we anticipated. Nice work. Keep me abreast on the progress and let me know if you need backup." My mind went straight to the word abreast. I knew my boss wasn't referring to my breasts, or breasts in general, but I couldn't stop my thoughts from wandering there. I doubted Kline Brooks had ever thought about my breasts. That would have been weird, right? There was no way he saw me that way, and of course, I didn't think about him like that either. But it didn't hurt that he was easy on the eyes. Well, not my eyes, but other women's eyes. I was sure he was easy on their eyes. My eyes knew not to look at him. I wouldn't deny my eyes were thankful he didn't have a weird comb-over, or nose hairs, or crusty lips. But Kline Brooks was business, not pleasure. He wouldn't touch me, and I sure as hell wouldn't touch him. "Georgia?" he asked, pulling me from my rambling inner monologue. Shit. Sorry. I shook the awkward thoughts out of my head. I will definitely keep you updated on the Sure Romance contract, Mr. Brooks. I'm planning on signatures being finalized by the end of this week. Good to hear. He rapped his knuckles twice against the doorframe in that way only a man can pull off. Thank you. And with that, through the glass walls of my office, I watched as Kline Brooks strode down the hall with purpose. I knew that look well. Either someone was ready for lunch, or they were about 2 minutes late for a meeting. Before I could resume the task of responding to the morning's emails, Dean walked into my office, a shit-eating grin plastered to his face. "Got a minute, sweet cheeks?" "Of course." I shut my laptop, giving him my full attention. He plopped his Prada-wearing ass in the leather seat across from my desk. Dean kept grinning like the fucking Cheshire Cat as he slid a Hallmark card across my laptop. I raised an eyebrow. "Why are you smiling like that? It's creepy, dude." "So, Tits McGee put this card on my desk," he sing-songed. "Of course, this was after she practically shoved her cleavage in my face." The wide smile turned to irritation. That girl has about the worst gaydar I've ever seen. Aw, poor Dean. So attractive that single women are throwing themselves at him, I teased. Well, you're about to be thanking poor Dean here in a minute. He nodded toward the card. Go ahead and read it, sassy pants. I think you might want to make some changes. Huh? I glanced at the front, reading the sentiment. It was, by all accounts, a sympathy card. Someone in the office must have had a death in the family. I opened it and read through everyone's thoughtful responses. I'm so very sorry for your loss, Mary. Patty. You're in my thoughts and prayers. Meryl. Please let us know if there's anything we can do. Gary. My coworkers were really sweet. That much was apparent. Lots of love and prayers being sent your way through this difficult time. Laura. Happy, happy, joy, joy. Have a great day celebrating. Georgia. Oh, fuck. I read it again just to make sure my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. Shit. 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 My Ren and Stimpy reference wasn't all that funny when written in the center of someone's condolence card. Fucking Leslie, I spat. She threw a bunch of cards on my desk and said they were birthday cards. Dean proceeded to lose his shit, his cackling laughs echoing inside my office. I glared at him. It's not that funny. Oh, hell yes it is. You referenced Ren and Stimpy on a sympathy card. He wheezed. Seriously? Fuck you, Leslie. Fuck you hard. I was convinced I could blame her for everything wrong in my life. Lost my keys? God damn it, Leslie. Missed the subway? Fuck you very much, Leslie. Another awful dick pic sent to my phone? You're such an asshole, Leslie. I sighed. I'm not even sure how to fix this. Wide out? He suggested, still laughing like a lunatic. Please. I waved my hand at him. Continue to giggle your ass off at my expense. This was literally the highlight of my day. When I read it, I about fell out of my chair from laughing so hard. Pretty sure everyone in the office heard me. Even Meryl was giving me the stink eye. Glad to know I'm brightening someone's workday. He smirked, standing up and snatching the card out of my incompetent hands. Let's just throw this card out. I'll have Meryl send flowers to Mary's house from everyone in the office. I let out a breath of relief. I'm in full support of this plan. I'll even chip in $50. Perfect. Hey, you're throwing that card out, right? I asked before he made his way out of my office doors. He only responded with a shrug and a few more cackles. Dean was such a bitch. If I didn't love him so much, I'd have definitely disowned his designer tag-wearing ass. As his laughter faded, the annoying crescendo that signaled a text on my phone built. I grabbed it quickly, knowing if I didn't read it now, I wouldn't remember it until the end of the day. Cassie. I just watched the police arrest 2 guys for fucking right up against a wall on Broadway. Not sure how to respond. I said the only thing that came to mind. Me. Well, it is the theater district. I exited my messages, and before I locked the screen, I noticed the little red notification on my Tap Next app. A message from Bad Ruck from this morning made promises of sexual normalcy despite his indiscretions. A truce was in order. Tap rose next, 12:14 p.m. Awkward apology accepted. His response came 2 minutes later. Bad Ruck, 12:16 p.m. Thank God, though, to be fair, your profile name really does nothing to discourage bad behavior.
Chapter 4. Kline. Tap rose next, 12:19 p.m. Ugh, don't remind me. I owe it mostly to a bottle of wine and an ill-advising roommate. I chuckled to myself and then glanced at my watch, compelled to double-check the time even though the display on my phone told it to me just fine. A pastrami and corned beef on rye from the deli on the corner was calling my name, yelling louder with each passing minute. But every single action of the day seemed to move as if it were coated in molasses. "What are you laughing at?" Thatch asked from the screen in front of me. I'd nearly forgotten I was on a video call with him. "Your ugly mug," I countered, pointedly electing not to tell him I was having any further conversation with Tap Rose next. "This face? No way. This is my moneymaker, son." "You sound like the biggest douche on the planet right now. Can we work, please? I'd like to eat lunch sometime this century." "You and your delicate stomach." "It's not fucking delicate," I argued grumpily. But he really couldn't blame me. I was hungry, after all. "It's manly, and it needs food on the regular. There's nothing wrong with that." "Right. Now you're justifying your PMS symptoms." "Yes, Leslie?" I interrupted Thatch as she pushed open the door to my office. "I just finished moving all of your meetings from this morning to this afternoon," she purred, smiling at me like I should praise her. She was the one who'd told Dean to schedule the investor calls for that morning rather than this afternoon, necessitating a schedule flip in the first place. "Thanks," I said through gritted teeth. Catching sight of Thatch's Duran Duran face on the screen in front of me stopped me from rolling my eyes. Operation Cock-Block Hungry Wolf superseded my needs. "You can just leave the new schedule by the door and head to lunch," I offered, hoping she'd telepathically understand what I was trying so hard to communicate. "Get out." She giggled. Nope, life wasn't that easy. The tile of my office floor turned into a runway, her dramatic, foot-crossing steps designed to amplify the swing of her hips and elicit a man's attention. And for any other man, it probably reached into his pants and hardened the attention right out of him. I, however, was too busy cleaning up her mistakes and trying to finish a phone call so I could go to goddamn lunch. Tits suddenly filled the frame of my vision, and I practically had to slam my head back into my chair to keep from eating them by accident. No, I wasn't that hungry. That was how close she had placed them. "Here you go." "Yeah, thanks," I said, dismissing her and averting my eyes as much as possible. It wasn't a battle of wills, but rather strictly a game of proximity. The day I was willing to subject myself to that kind of pussy was the day my cock would rot off and my office would burn straight to the ground. I was sure of it. Come hell or high water, I was done being this amenable to my mom's suggestions. Leslie needed to be gone by the beginning of next week. Soon, but not soon enough that I couldn't talk my way out of it at family dinner. I watched as she walked, counting the seconds and praying he'd wait until she left the room. "Holy hell, Thatch!" I attempted to interrupt, recognizing his tone from experience and knowing it would only lead to bad things. "Where the hell have you been hiding that one?" "Don't say another word," I warned, just as the door shut blessedly behind Leslie. "Fuck me hard, fast, and dirty, Kleinhole. Did you see the tits on her? Seriously, let her know she can swaddle me up and ride me like a cock puppet any fucking time she wants." I picked up a pen and pretended to scribble on a piece of paper. "Ride you like a cock puppet." Got it. The muscled cords of his throat flexed with a bark of laughter, and recognition of his absurdity flashed in his eyes. "All right, point taken." He raised his hands and winked, his fingers in air quotes, mocking. "Business." I didn't waste any time getting back to it. "I've got 2 investor meetings in L.A., and you want me to be there?" "Yeah." He sat back in his leather chair and crossed his thick arms. "Done." "You don't even know when they are," I pointed out. I reached forward and took hold of my mouse to double-check the timing, but he didn't wait. "For you, my love, no time is a bad time." He blew me a kiss. "Why do I put up with you?" I asked, sitting back again and raking a hand through my hair. His response was immediate. "I personally think it's because you like a reminder of the fine male specimen you'll never live up to." I shook my head and smirked, knowing I'd never be the 6'5" monster he was and not struggling to swallow it even one little bit. My leaner but no less toned 6-foot package hadn't failed me yet. "I'll see you in L.A. tomorrow night, Adonis." "No way. I'll see you here, at the airport, so you can hold my hand during—" Raising my middle finger in salute, I clicked the button to end the call. Thatch's ability to bounce back from a night out was almost unfathomable. I needed more than 4 hours of sleep, and I needed to do it for some other reason than being blackout drunk. My best friend and money man could go several nights in a row without, it seemed, and holding his liquor had practically been his first childhood milestone. Nights out were dwindling for both of us, though. My tendency to be an old man, according to Thatch, and his secret rendezvous with every available pussy in Manhattan pretty much soured the deal. It's not that I didn't enjoy nights out or the company of a beautiful woman. I loved women. I loved every fucking thing about them. I just didn't love the idea of having drunken sex with some chick I picked up at a bar. I wasn't a fan of pussy roulette, and when I ate one, I wanted to be able to remember the taste. My phone rang on my desk as though the call had been put straight through without a heads-up from a lunch-eating Leslie. Normally, Pam rolled my calls to voicemail when she was away from her desk, sorting through them and passing along worthy callers upon her return. Every ring made it that much more painfully obvious she was out, a duck-lipped, inexperienced seductress in her place. "Brooks," I answered, putting the phone to my ear. "Yo," Thatch greeted. "I forgot to ask, do we have bad practice tonight?" I covered my groan. I'd forgotten about rugby practice. That didn't stop me from busting his balls. "Yes, Princess Peach, we have practice every Monday night." "Yeah, but with it being football season and all, I thought maybe Wes was busy cheerleading or whatever." Wes was the third member of our bachelor trio and the owner of the New York Mavericks. We teased him relentlessly, but in reality, it was cool as fuck to know somebody who owned a team in the National Football League. A little sweet-talking got us tickets any time we wanted and field time with the players. "I take no offense, by the way. Princess Peach is a badass bitch." Most of their games are on Sunday. You know, like the one you talked me into going out to watch last night. "I'll see you at practice tonight," I said, shaking my head at another ridiculous conversation. "Jeez, diva, eat a Snickers." I pinched the bridge of my nose. "You know, you force me to say fuck, as in fuck you, way more than I ever dreamed in a business environment." His answering chuckle was dry. "Just one of my many talents, Kay. Most of the others involve a lighter, a 40 of beer, and my cock." I ended the call before he could finish. Jesus, is this guy really my best friend? The short of it was, yes, he was my best friend. And I wouldn't change it despite his ability to produce migraines. I was never short on entertainment, that was for sure. But my well of patience had run dry for the day. Simple as that. Standing quickly, before I could be interrupted again, I yanked the skinny end of my tie from its knot, unwound it from my neck, and hung it on the hook next to my jacket. I dropped my keys with a clang into my pocket and slid my wallet snug into its spot in the one in the rear. Retracing my steps from several hours earlier, I passed Merrill with a nod and escaped the building without having to do more than smile politely at passing employees. The sun nearly blinded me as I pushed the front door open, and the sounds of an active fall lunch hour overwhelmed my office-trained ears. Horns honked and cabbies yelled and pigeons took off in a rush as a toddler ran screaming through the middle of them. I popped the buttons on my sleeves as I walked, rolling them up to expose my forearms and bask in the dramatically warm weather, and faded into the crowd of pump-wearing women and suit-clad men. Indian summer, I think they called it, the desert-like arid heat settling deep into my bones and radiating from the inside out. I could see the sun and city from the wall-to-wall windows of my office, but my lunch hour was pretty much the only opportunity I got to feel it. That was the real root of my grumpiness, I guess. I worked hard from sun-up to sundown, and one simple hour in between was what helped keep a happy head on top of tense shoulders. "Kline!" the owner of my favorite little mom-and-pop deli called as I pushed my way inside the door. "Hey, Tony," I answered, gently making my way through the standing room-only crowd to shake his hand over the counter. Here, he urged, moving some old memorabilia to unearth the one empty seat in the place. "No way," I denied with a smile and a shake of my head. I'll wait for a table like everybody else. I could use the extra time to clear my head today." "Sit," he said over me, his refusal to let me stand in the crowd and wait a regular occurrence. But he didn't do it because I had money. Tony didn't even know I had money. All he knew was I'd been coming in every workday I was in town for the last 10 years, and I looked him in the eye and shook his hand every single time I did. "Thanks, Tone." Giving in was the only option. "We got a sandwich for you today, buddy," he said as I slid my butt into the seat. "I hope it's a pastrami and corned beef on rye. I've been fantasizing about it all morning." "Ah!" he said with a shout and a wink. "For you, I got just the thing." And the truth was he did. A warm smile, familiarity, and a genuine exuberance. Stuff I needed way more than a sandwich.
Chapter 5. Georgia. "Finally," Dean remarked as he slammed through my door half an hour later. I'd just finished finalizing and faxing the original Sure Romance contract, the one where a little quick-talking had prevented Leslie's ill-timed interruption from ruining my life and dragging the company over a swath of hot coals. The one I was shoving down Martin's throat whether he liked it or not. Meanwhile, my stomach was working on chewing a sandwich-sized hole through itself. I swear that evil tramvestite is the bane of my existence. I raised a single, perfectly plucked eyebrow in amusement. If Cassie was the expert of parodies, Dean was the single most talented nickname giver I'd ever encountered. No two people were alike, and no name was deemed off-limits in the name of political correctness. Basically, Dean did the dirty work, and I reaped the benefits. Tramvestite, huh? "Oh, yeah," he confirmed, pointing to his fluttering eyes. "Fake lashes to here." He held both hands out generously in front of his chest. "And fake tits out to there." I didn't bother to conceal my laugh. "She's had me running all over this goddamn place this morning, putting out fires and sweating through a $500 shirt." "You know what will make you feel better?" I cooed. His green eyes twinkled under the fluorescent lights. $20 million and a private island with Brad Pitt? A hot turkey sandwich. He mumbled as he pretended to consider it. "I guess that'll work." I slid the bottom drawer of my desk open with ease, yanked my purse out, and slammed it shut with a bang. "Let's go. Feed me. Regale me with all of your tales of woe." "She's been annoying you, too," he argued as I slid my arm through his at the elbow. "She has," I agreed. "You just play a much more convincing victim than I do." A small blush stole through his cheeks, and he leaned down to smack a kiss on mine. Compliments always cheered him up. "I've had more practice," he comforted me. Not that I needed to be comforted. This was still all about Dean and giving him what he needed. I didn't have a dick, but I could do drama. Ah, yes, the struggles of an attractive gay man. They're like wolves, Georgia. One innocent cherub like me in the club and they swarm like bees. Wait, I'm confused. Are they wolves or bees? I teased as he pushed the button for the elevator. "Shut your crimson lip-stain-covered trap!" Perfect. A distraction of cosmetic proportions. "You like the color?" I asked as I backed into the rear wall of the elevator, propping my chin up on a posed hand and pursing my lips. He pretended to inspect me, fluffing the hair on both sides of my head. Consideration turned into a quick smile, and a wink popped his left eye closed. "Love." "Thanks," I offered with a return grin. While Dean proceeded to gab about his recent rendezvous with a cute bartender, I couldn't shake a question that had been nagging me. I needed an answer. Tap rose next, 12:52 p.m. So, if that wasn't your dick, whose dick was it? I think I want to know the answer to this, but there's another part of me that's a little afraid. Bad Ruck, 12:53 p.m. Afraid I'll reveal that I've got a stockpile of other dudes' dicks on my phone? Hell's bells, that answer was not reassuring. Tap rose next, 12:54 p.m. Ellipses pause. Taprose next, 12:55 p.m. For real. Open quote, ... end quote, is the only response I have to that. Okay, seriously, if he didn't respond in the next 2 minutes, my trigger finger was going straight for the block button. Taprose next, 12:56 p.m. In parentheses, if I could use shouty caps for ellipses, I'd be doing it right now. Bad Ruck, 12:57 p.m. I don't make it a habit of collecting other dudes' dick pics, or taking my own, but I do have a friend, who's a bit of a prick, who loves gargoyle dicking people as a prank. Taprose next, 12:58 p.m. My friend, who's pretty hilarious, referred to the dick in question as the Hunchcock of Notre Dame. Bad Ruck, 12:59 p.m. If I were the kind of guy who used text acronyms, I'd definitely be responding with LOL. Taprose next, 1 p.m. Question. Were you purposefully withholding important information to get me worked up? We cross Fifth Avenue, heading straight for my favorite family-owned deli. The sidewalks were bustling with energy, but Bad Ruck had become quite the distraction. I only willed my eyes to look away from our message box to avoid being run over by a taxi or knocking over my fellow pedestrians. Dean cleared his throat. Excuse me. Are you even listening, or am I rambling on about Sir Sucks-a-Lot for no reason? Sir Sucks-a-Lot? Jesus, he sighed. What in the hell are you doing? Are you texting someone? I shrugged. Just checking work emails. No way in hell would I give Dean any kind of ammunition regarding Tap Next. I'd never live that down. He stopped in the middle of the New York sidewalk traffic, nearly causing a woman with her dog to trip over the leash. Work emails? You're so full of it. Uh-huh. I hid the screen of my phone. What? I've got that big deal with Sure Romance I need nailed down by the end of the week. You're the worst liar. Seriously. It's like you're so bad at lying that I honestly wonder if you're doing it on purpose. I'm not lying, I said, fighting a smile. Dean pointed to my mouth. Says the girl who's notorious for smiling or giggling nervously whenever she's lying. Shit. I covered my mouth. Honey, you are too much, he teased, placing his hand at the small of my back. Now, let's get your lying ass inside that deli so I can fight the starvation that's threatening to take place. This place is insane, Dean whispered in my ear as we stepped in the door. The restaurant was packed. Every table was filled, and the line to order reached the door. But I didn't care. My nostrils had already been seduced by the delicious aromas of freshly baked breads and soups. I'd wait 2 hours if I had to. I know, I agreed, but it's like this all the time. My eyes scanned the tables for any open seats. It looks like that woman in the corner is about to get up. Perfect. You grab it, I'll order, Dean suggested. The usual? I cocked an eyebrow. Like you even have to ask. Chicken salad, lettuce, light mayo, hold the onion and tomato. I nodded. I swear if you didn't have an aversion to vaginas, I'd beg you to be my husband. He smirked. Plenty of women are beards to their fabulously gay husbands. Yeah, but we'd fight too much over our clothing budget. You'd shop us out of food and rent money. I bet you wouldn't be complaining too much when your curvy little ass was decked out in designer duds. Laughing, I held up both hands. Fine, you've convinced me. If I reach the age of 35 and neither of us is married, I'll be your beard. Fabulous, he winked. Now go snatch a table while I grab the food. Since Dean was a diva from way back, I did as I was told. I pretended to mosey around the joint, casually stopping to look at the memorabilia on the walls. But in reality, I was watching some woman with a red turtleneck and Crocs like a hawk. By the time she gathered her trash and was getting ready to hop to her feet, I had strategically placed myself a few feet away from her table, carefully planning my descent onto her chair. The second turtleneck's butt cheeks left the seat, I slid into her place with the finesse of a gazelle. Well, in my head, I looked like a gazelle. The guy whose head I nearly took off with my purse probably would have called it more bull in China shop, but whatever. Tomato, tomato. My phone pinged inside the front pocket of my purse. Bad Ruck, 1:12 p.m. Question. Is now the time to confess you're pretty adorable when you get worked up? Tap rose next, 1:13 p.m. Egging me on for your own amusement? That's not very gentlemanly of you. Bad Ruck, 1:14 p.m. I can assure you, I'm a gentleman in all the ways that count. Tap rose next, 1:15 p.m. Are you flirting with me? Bad Ruck, 1:16 p.m. If I am, is it working? Tap rose next, 1:17 p.m. A lady never kisses or flirts and tells. Bad Ruck, 1:18 p.m. Neither does a gentleman. Tap rose next, 1:19 p.m. I think you might be bad news. Bad Ruck, 1:20 p.m. Bad in the best kind of way, sweetheart. Tap rose next, 1:21 p.m. You're definitely flirting with me, Ruck. Bad Ruck, 1:22 p.m. You've got a keen eye, Rose. I'm convinced. You're sexting someone. I glanced up from my phone, meeting Dean's knowing look. Don't be ridiculous. Why would you think I'm sexting someone? The fact that you're smiling like a loon and haven't noticed I've been sitting here for a good 5 minutes with our food. He had a point. I was too wrapped up in Bad Rux's responses to notice anything else. I couldn't deny the man intrigued me. But I also couldn't deny that if I didn't set my phone down and give Dean my undivided attention, it might be grounds for a full-on catfight. Tap rose next, 1:23 p.m. I've got a growling stomach and an impatient friend who's staring at me from across the table. Rain check? On the flirting? I set my phone on the table, eyeing the goodness set before me. The aroma of chicken salad and greasy French fries called my name. This looks like heaven ready to explode in my mouth. That's what Neil said last night when he was taking off my navy Gucci dress slacks. My hand stopped at the halfway point of sandwich thrusting into my mouth. Simply stating, my pants would have been sufficient. And who the hell is Neil? Sir sucks a lot, Dean said, taking a bite of his Greek salad. And honey, those weren't just any pants. They were Gucci's twill blended wool, and they make my ass look fabulous. I guess that explains why Neil was taking off your pants in the first place. Dean grinned. Truer words have never been spoken. A jolting bump forced the sandwich to fall from my hands and land half open on the kitschy diner table. What in the ever-loving hell? If Turtleneck was coming back for her seat, it was about to go down. Excuse me, was muttered over a man's shoulder as his dress slack-covered ass, fantastic ass, mind you, moved past my chair and toward the doors. His face was too buried in his phone to realize he had just barreled through my lunchtime fun. Jesus, I grumbled. Does everyone in New York have to be so pushy? I mean, how hard is it to watch where you're going instead of knocking into everyone? Dean tilted his head to the side, eyes focused toward the front of the restaurant. I think that was Mr. Brooks. What? I turned in my chair and watched as my boss's tall frame walked out of the restaurant and onto Fifth Avenue. An incoming tap next message icon lit up my screen. Yep, Dean agreed. That's definitely him. I'd know that body anywhere. Broad shoulders, sexy forearms, perfectly toned ass. The things I'd do to that man. Horny much? Nah, he waved me off. I'm still recovering from having all the horny sucked out of me last night. On that note, I announced, standing from my seat, I think I'll go order another sandwich. Be right back. I'll be here, dollface. While I stood in line, I took a gander at what else Ruck had sent my way. Bad Ruck, 1:25 p.m. Can't wait. Enjoy your lunch, Rose. Two things stood out in my mind. One, I wanted to chat more with Bad Ruck, which was crazy considering we had been introduced by a gargoyle of dickish proportions. Two, how had I not known Kline Brooks had such a tight ass? And more importantly, If his ass looked that good in pants, what did it look like without them?
Chapter 6. Kline. I found the perfect date for you Friday night, my mom claimed in my ear as I walked out of my office to head home for the night. I didn't even have to think about it. No. I pulled the door shut behind me and walked slowly down the hall and around the corner to the main office space. She's 29, long dark hair, well-kept and attractive. No. Her name is Stacy Henderson. I don't know if you've been at any social engagements that she's attended in the past. Stacy Henderson? Oh, hell no. She was well-kept and extremely attractive, and an 11 in vapidity on a scale from 1 to 10. Mom, no. She's really excited. Mom. Said she had just the thing to wear. Mom! I snapped, finally speaking firmly enough to earn her attention. What? Excuse. I needed an excuse. My marketing director's back and bright red hair caught my attention from across the office, and the words left my lips before I could think of anything else. I already have a date. Oh. Oh dear. Well, I guess I'll have to call Stacy and cancel then. Yes, I agreed eagerly. Cancel Stacy. Her voice turned suspicious. Kline. Gotta go, Mom. Have to touch base with my date. Convince her to go with me. Kline. Love you, bye. With a tap of my thumb, I hung up fast, hoping I wouldn't find myself in too much hot water for ending the call so quickly, but desperate enough to end the conversation that I didn't care. 34 years old, and if anything, my mother was mothering me the most she had in my entire life. Wanting a respectable woman to take under her wing and claim as her own was a powerful motivator, apparently, compelling her to meddle like she'd never meddled before. Most of the time I gave in, but living with Walter on a day-to-day basis was a pretty unforgettable lesson. The grumpiest cat in Manhattan, if not the world, lived with me, and it was all my mother's fault. I don't want you to be lonely, she said. We're traveling too much to take care of him, she said. You'll love him and he'll love you, she said. Ah, to go back in time. There were days I actually avoided going home, to my apartment, because Walter lived there. But that was a subject for another time. I crossed the office quickly, my shoes slapping out a muted rhythm on the marble tile and a whistled tune flying from my lips. Georgia Cummings. My employee and the cure for my Stacy Henderson-themed nightmares. She'd been working for my company for a couple of years now, but as I approached, I realized I'd never actually looked at her in all that time. A glance here, a smile there, a professional exchange every week or so. But I'd never studied her body the way I was now. I knew I hadn't, because I sure as fuck would have remembered. Petite in stature, but curvy in shape, her body was a perfect pint-sized hourglass perched precariously on top of razor-thin 5-inch stilettos. Her goddamn calves looked like they had been carved out of granite, and the rounded cheeks of her ass grabbed onto my eyes and refused to let go. She moved slightly as I got closer from behind, and she bent at the waist to do something in the filing cabinet in front of her. The gloriously short filing cabinet. I watched as she went about her business, wondering how I'd managed to so effectively blind myself to her. I worked really hard at treating every single employee with fairness and without prejudices. I could remember the looks Dean had given me when he'd thought I wasn't looking, and the friendly crinkles at the corners of Pam's eyes. The devil was in the details, my dad had always told me, and I did my best to notice them. Except for hers. As I tried to picture her smile from memory, and couldn't, I knew all of my compartmentalizing engines must have been running at full fucking steam to protect me from getting into something I shouldn't. But those engines weren't running now. The override switch turned and fully engaged thanks to meddling Mom Maureen, and as the fabric of Georgia's creamy white dress pulled tight over her ass, alarms started blaring. My neck. A sway of her tight, white fabric-covered hips accompanied her off-key singing. Something told me she didn't know I was standing behind her. My back. More torture in the opposite direction. Lick my pussy. Ears bleeding, pants tightening, and my crack. Holy fuck. I had to stop her before it got even worse. Better. Quickly, I shook my head to clear it and then reached forward to tap her smooth shoulder. Hair flung out in an arc, she turned on her heel at warp speed, her eyes widening in horror as she pulled on a white cord to release an earbud from her ear. Shit. I smiled. Her eyes widened impossibly further. Mr. Brooks, I'm so sorry. She clamped her eyes shut in shame. I didn't know anyone else was still here. Her face was mostly hidden in shadow as she tilted it to the ground, but I was still almost positive I saw her mouth the word shit again. It's all right, I offered, and her head snapped up in question. I grinned slightly. The singing and the shits. In fact, if you really need to, you can say it again. Her face froze in shock. I can tell you want to, I prodded. Maybe even 3 or 4 more times. 3, 4, she shrugged helplessly. 40, maybe? 40 shits, I questioned, raising a brow in amusement. Depends on how much you actually heard, I guess. I craned my neck to one side and back again. I'm not sure. I'm feeling particularly attuned to your neck and back, and, well, the rest I'm not sure I can say in an office environment. Oh my God, she cried and sank her face into her hands, embarrassment renewed. Definitely 40 shits, maybe even 50. I coughed on a chuckle before tucking it away, knowing it was the perfect time to get on with what I needed. It's okay. I know how you can redeem yourself. Her gaze jerked up from the floor, and her eyes widened with hope. Yeah? Tomorrow night. Go to the benefit for the Children's Hospital with me. Horror contorted her face into a scrunched-up version of itself. Not exactly what I was going for. What? Go to the... with you? No. She shook her head frantically, desperately even, her bright red hair swinging to and fro before settling helplessly on the white fabric at her shoulders. No. I had to admit, the double, emphatic nose threw me a little. It wasn't that I thought no one could turn me down. They could, and hell, they probably should. But they hadn't in a long time. Not in a very long time. You're busy? I offered as an excuse, hoping her visible discomfort was more about being caught off guard than anything else. One slim wrinkle formed between her eyebrows, and the corners of her eyes seemed to pinch together slightly. No, not busy. Ouch. For the first time in quite a while, I struggled to find my words. Well, okay. She forced a fake smile in response. And yet, I couldn't bring myself to give up. Walking around her desk and into her space enough that she backed up a couple of steps, I leaned my ass into the surface behind me and crossed my arms. She rubbed goosebumps from her arms in a nervous fidget. So, how definite is this no? Is it an, I'm mildly considering it, but I'm thinking no, or a not a snowflake's chance in hell no, or maybe somewhere in the middle where negotiation lives? She shook her head as if mystified and tapped the toe of her stiletto twice. My gaze shot down the length of her legs and back again, only to find her bright, cerulean eyes narrowed slightly at the end of my circuit. I'm not disgusted with you, if that's what you're asking. But negotiation isn't likely. Jim Carrey inhabited my body and took over my vocal cords before I could stop him. So you're telling me there's a chance? What the hell is going on here? She snapped softly at the ceiling, almost as if to herself. Her eyes jumped to me. Why are you asking me out? Why now? None of this is making any sense. The only thing I could do was give it to her straight. Whether it was a good thing or not, I never could stop the honesty. It was just my nature. Look, for some godforsaken reason, society has decided to care about my completely uninteresting life because I have money, and because tabloid fodder is way more important than donations or time volunteered, they want me to have a date at every function I attend. Normally, this wouldn't be an issue, as in they can go fuck themselves, but in another slap of fate, my mother has decided she cares. Wants a daughter-in-law and grandbabies and all that crap. Her previously peachy tan skin blanched white. But she has terrible taste, and though I know next to nothing about you, you're already guaranteed to be better than any of my other options. Gee, thanks. Trust me, I intended that as an insult to the others, not you. Right. I'm not trying to marry you, though I'm sure I'll enjoy our time together endlessly. I'm sure. I couldn't help but smile at her mockery. I'm trying to avoid ending up with another chattier, day spa-loving version of Walter. Walter? She asked with good reason. My cat. Incredulity warred with confusion on her face, pulling her lips out flat to the sides and back again several times. I knew I was talking her in circles. I just hoped her confusion would lead to grudging acceptance. Just when I feared she'd chew her lip raw if she kept on at that pace for much longer, she broke the silence with one simple question. Why me? Once again, honesty prevailed. Because you're here. She pursed her lips around the sour of my words, but as I tore my gaze away to look into her bright blue eyes, I knew I wasn't done. Not with her, not with this conversation, and not with being stupid for the day. And you're fucking beautiful.
Chapter 7. Georgia. Beautiful? I shrieked, slamming the door to my apartment behind me. The walls shook from the undeserved abuse. For fuck's sake, all it takes is one guy who's never even been on your let's get naked together radar to call you beautiful, and you're acting like some desperate hussy. Really? Really? That's all it takes? I dropped my purse to the floor and kicked off my heels. Where is your pride, you stupid hussy? Where is your fucking pride? Cassie barreled out of her room like a herd of buffalo with a curling iron in hand, and the cord trailing behind her, startling me enough that I slammed my ass into the counter of our island. "Where's the stupid hussy?" she yelled, eyes manic and searching. I rolled my own eyes dramatically, too pissed at myself to laugh at her antics. "You're looking at her," I pointed at myself like a lunatic. "She's here! She's right fucking here!" "Oh," she sighed, losing her aggressive stance, dropping the unlikely weapon to her side and standing straight at once. "You don't count. I thought there was actually a stupid hussy out here you needed to be saved from. I was ready to throw down and beat some ass." "Oh, I am a stupid hussy, a pathetic slut who's a disgrace to our gender. Trust me." "No, you're not. You're a horgy bag. But even that isn't a real whore. Whores have excessively loose vaginas. I'm talking big enough to store all of their whoring money, and yours has never even been open for business. Probably couldn't even fit a nickel." She had a point. My vagina was sealed tighter than Fort Knox, a proverbial do-not-pass-go zone for all cock bandits begging entry. It wasn't because I was a prude or saving myself for marriage. I had just never found the right guy I deemed worthy of thrusting into my goodie bag. Maybe I was too picky. Maybe my sex therapist mother had driven me to insanity. Or maybe my expectations of waiting to do the deed with a man I had an actual connection with were unrealistic in this day and age. I mean, the plethora of dick and sack pics floating around social media could have been evidence of this. Don't even get me started on the reaction I received from men when they found out I was a single, 26-year-old woman with an unclaimed V-card. I might as well have told them I was a unicorn who could shoot sparkles out of my ass. And it wasn't like I was averse to all sex. I was a big-time advocate for oral. Well, as long as there was a giving and receiving clause in the agreement. Call me crude, but if I'm going to suck it, you're going to eat it. Period. End of story. Despite the shocked reactions and stigma revolving around being a woman who had made it through college with her virginity still intact, I stuck to my guns, refusing to just give it up to whoever was hard and willing. It wasn't a statement of abstinence or strong religious views. It was just me, being myself, and doing what I thought was right for me. That's the most important thing when it comes to a woman's sexual prerogative. She should decide what she really wants without being influenced by social norms or penis peer pressure. "You're doing it again," Cassie interrupted my thoughts. I tilted my head, confused. "What am I doing?" "You're doing that 'this is why I'm still a virgin' inner monologue thing. Do I need to turn on the fireplace for a bra-burning ritual, or should we throw out the razors and let our pit hair run rampant?" "You're a pain in my ass," I laughed. I couldn't help myself. "I love you too, my beautiful virginal best friend." I ignored Cassie's shit-eating grin and strode for the fridge. Lord knew there was a giant glass of wine with my name on it. "Let's hear it," she demanded, plopping down on the kitchen table. "Why are you a stupid hussy?" Grabbing a bottle of Moscato from the fridge, I filled a coffee mug to the brim. "I don't want to talk about it. It's too embarrassing." "Uh-huh. Sure you don't. That explains why you were just talking to yourself about it." She eyed me with a pointed look. "Spit it out, Georgia Rose." I shook my head, taking a giant swig of sugary wine. Cassie stared. I shook my head again. Her eyes did that scary death glare thing where I started to be concerned for my well-being. "Okay," I relented, holding both hands in the air like I was being held at gunpoint. "Okay, but you have to cool it on the creepy eyes first. You're wigging me out." She smiled. "Works like a charm. Every single time." I groaned. "So," she encouraged, gesturing with her hand, "what has your panties in such a twist?" "Kline asked me out." "Kline? Who's Kline?" "Kline Brooks. Mr. Brooks," I offered, jogging her memory. "Holy fucking goat scrotums! Kline big-dicked Billionaire Brooks? Your crazy hot, super rich boss?" she continued before I could utter a response. "Say what? How in the hell did this happen?" "First of all, what do you mean by how in the hell did this happen? I might be a virgin, but I'm not a two-bagger. I can look pretty when I actually take the time to brush my hair." "Oh, cool your jets. You're gorgeous and you know it. Kline Brooks would be one lucky son of a bitch to score a date with you." "And how do you know he has a big dick?" "You've seen him once. And it was a 5-second, 'oh, that's my boss, Kline' conversation while we were walking across the parking lot. You haven't even met him in person." 5 seconds is all I need." She tapped the side of her head. "You know my cockdar is off the chain. I can sense a giant swinging penis pendulum from at least 10 miles away. It's a God-given talent, Georgie." I choked on my wine. "Let's not bring God into this." She raised an eyebrow. "God knows the G-spot needs a more than adequate-sized wiener to get the job done." "I'm pretty sure that comment just got you waitlisted for heaven." "Probably," she shrugged. "Tell me you said yes to big-dicked Brooks." "Stop calling him that," I shouted, unable to hold back laughter. "Oh, come on, Virgin Mary. You know your boss has that 'hello, ladies, I'm packing' swagger." She waggled her eyebrows. "Tell me you said yes to him. For the love of God, tell me you're going on a date with him." "He's not my type." "Georgie," she groaned. "He's handsome. He's successful. He's not propositioning you for a $5 blowjob. What's not to like?" "I don't get it." $5 blowjob? What are you even talking about?" "Obviously bad propositions." She held out both hands, irritated. "Even the worst blowjob with teeth and chapped lips and poor suction is worth more than $5. I sighed. "Look, he has $11 bajillion in his bank account. His suits cost more than our apartment. We are not on the same level, not even close. First off, that's not a number. Secondly, who the fuck cares? Why are you judging him by his money? I'm not judging. She nodded, eyes wide. Oh, yes, you are. You're totally judging. But he's... Stop it! A stern finger was pointed in my direction. Stop being judgy. Was I really judging Kline by his money? And more importantly, did he really have a big DICK? You're going on a date with him, aren't you? I feigned confusion. I have no idea what you're talking about. You little hussy. You're freaking out because you said yes, didn't you? Her evil, victorious laugh pushed me over the edge. Fine, I shouted. He called me fucking beautiful, and I folded like a deck of cards. I might as well have lifted my skirt and spread my legs for him. I was pathetic, like some swooning teenage girl. I said yes because he tossed a goddamn compliment in my direction. God, I'm sure it's going to be absolutely terrible for you, having to go on a date with a rich, successful, gorgeous man who also happens to give you compliments. She feigned shock. Oh, the humanity! I stared at Cassie for a good 3 seconds before her words sank in. And then I couldn't stop myself from laughing after muttering, You're such a bitch. Maybe I was being a tad bit ridiculous over this whole scenario. It was just one compliment, and I only agreed to one date. How bad could it be? Darth Vader's dark side ringtone filled the room, vibrating my phone across the counter. Incoming call, Dr. Crazy Pants. Ugh, I sighed. It's my mom. Lord help me. I'm not in the mood for her randomness. I sent her call to voicemail, too tired to keep up with her rambling. My mom, otherwise known as Dr. Savannah Cummings, was a force to be reckoned with. She spent her days counseling couples and her nights doing God only knows what with my father. Sex therapy was her game, and bringing sexy back into the bedroom was her claim to fame. And yes, I was well aware of the sex therapist named Cummings' irony. My mother was too. Several years ago, she had made a point to use that satire to her advantage. On a billboard, hovering over a main interstate that led straight into New York City. Her slogan, Dr. Cummings wants you to come visit her brand new office. Needless to say, 8th grade was a pretty hard year for me. Conversations with Savannah mostly consisted of small talk about my dating and sex life and her usual spiel about the importance of masturbation. Make sure you're masturbating at least once a day, Georgia Rose. It's imperative for your sexual health. My mother, the sex therapist, was a bit of a weirdo, but she was my weirdo and I loved her dearly. I just couldn't handle her open-ended questions and virginity interrogation at the moment. I downed the rest of my wine and slammed it on the counter. I'm calling it a night. I'll see you on the flip side, Casshead. Night, Horgy Bag. Without wasting time, I did the usual bedtime routine. Face washed, teeth brushed, and comfy sleep clothes applied, and happily plopped my tired ass into bed. But sleep refused to come. My brain had reached the hamster on a wheel stage of insomnia. Thoughts raced and unanswered questions refused to leave. I kept replaying Kline asking me out over and over again, and all I could think was, why me? What made him all of a sudden show interest in me? And you're fucking beautiful. I wasn't dealing with a shortage of self-esteem by any means. I considered myself an intelligent, attractive, confident chick. Now, I wouldn't go as far as saying I was perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but I knew how to highlight my strengths and downplay my weaknesses. Heavy makeup, spandex, and the color yellow were always a hell no. Long hair, red lips, and a pair of well-fitting jeans that accentuated my ass were always a hell yes. My confusion over Kline asking me out wasn't about my attractiveness. I'd never had a man like him on my radar. We were total opposites. He had a chauffeur. I took the subway. He wore Armani. I shopped at vintage second-hand shops. He had enough money to invest in things like hedge funds and annuities. I had a $50 bond from 1996 that my grandmother had gifted me on my birthday. Fingers crossed, that baby would gain another $2.25 this year. My life and his life were pretty much worlds apart. Or was Cassie right? Was I judging Kline Brooks by the fact that he had more money than God? Or was I just freaked out over the fact that my boss, the CEO of Brooks Media, had asked me out? My dating experiences hadn't been the best. They generally ended on epically bad notes. So, what would happen if Kline and I dated a few times and the shitstorm that was my overall luck with men took over? Fuck. I had to do something to take my mind off things. It was time to take things into my own hands. Literally. There was no sleep aid better than a climax-induced coma. Just one shot from the orgasm bottle and I'd be out like a light. Racing thoughts and restless nights be gone. Grabbing my vibrator, I lay back, spread wide, and pictured Chris Hemsworth in all of his Thor glory. I'd been on a recent Avengers kick. Captain America, Thor, hell, even Black Widow when I was feeling frisky. Scarlett Johansson in that black leather suit could make a lot of women switch hit. A few minutes into my finger-baiting session, Thor's hammer was hard and ready. Things were feeling good. Real fucking good. Muscles were tight, fingers were moving at the perfect pace, and amen for my vibrator, the glorious little clit tickler that he was. I was on the brink, white spots dotting my vision, and then Thor and his hammercock slowly morphed into someone else. Someone I had never fantasized about before. Kline. He was hovering over me, his hot, naked body mere inches from mine. That body, good God, that body. Lean, tight-toned muscles. So many fucking muscles. Washboard abs and that perfect V, pointing right down to his, yeah. Big-dicked Brooks. Hot damn, Cassie was right. He had the kind of cock you could make a 5-second gif out of and never get tired of watching it on loop. I was convinced, somewhere down the line, Kline's dick had a great-great-great-great-grandfather dick. And it was that exact shaft that had inspired some woman to pull down a guy's pants and say, "Oh yes, I need to suck on that." That was a history-making, Nobel Prize award-winning cock. The sole reason the blowjob was an actual thing. "I can't wait to taste you," he whispered, sliding my panties down my legs. "Yes, hell, yes, taste me." "God, you're fucking beautiful." He licked across my stomach. "Your cock is beautiful," I said. He kneeled between my legs. "Tell me how bad you want my cock, Georgia." Blue eyes scorched my skin as he stroked that perfect dick. "Bad. So bad," I begged. "Be patient, sweetheart." He smirked. "I can't wait to fuck you, but right now, I need your taste on my tongue." Kline gripped my thighs, spreading me wide, while his head was between my legs doing everything a guy should know how to do with his tongue. "Oh, fuck," I moaned, gripping his hair and following the movements of his mouth with my hips. "Come for me, Georgia," he demanded. And like a goddamn romance novel cliché, I came on command, on my boss's face. I was panting, drained, sated. My muscles were lax, skin peppered with a sheen of sweat. I had thoroughly worked myself over. When I opened my eyes, I realized I had just gone to a place I could never come back from. Kline Brooks had just been inaugurated into my spank bank rotation, and he'd given me the best orgasm I'd had in a long fucking time.
Chapter 8. Kline. So the Sure Romance contract went through as expected. Martin folded like a fitted sheet at the threat of... Georgia recited as if rehearsed, her attention drifting from the lights overhead to the paperweight on my desk, out the window, and back again. She'd been trying her damnedest not to look at me since she'd knocked on the door of my office 2 minutes ago. "Wait," I interrupted, startling her enough that her eyes found my face. "Aren't fitted sheets hard to fold?" I kicked one corner of my mouth up in a grin, adding, "Mine sure as hell are. Is there some secret I'm missing out on?" Bewilderment forced her eyebrows together and her plump bottom lip out. I could see the thoughts race through her eyes one after the other, wondering what we were talking about and why we were talking about it at the same time she questioned the likelihood that I was the one who actually folded my sheets, rather than a maid, a butler, or several servants, perhaps. Once she realized I was teasing her, the lines of her face transformed from confused to punishing. "Sorry," I apologized, easing from a grin into a full-blown smile. "Continue." "Right," she huffed adorably. "As I was saying, Martin—" Her words muffled into a simple rhythm of soothing sounds as my concentration transferred to my thoughts. 2 years of listening to Georgia Cummings talk about product placement and commercial budgets didn't hold a candle to 1 fucking day of actually talking to her. The flustered, less professional, overtly female version one simple encounter had turned her into, that is. She was still poised, as always, knowledgeable and completely on top of her tasks and obligations. But her looks lingered longer, when she forgot to think about being awkward, and her humor lived at the surface, just at the tip of her quick-witted tongue, instead of buried under layers of propriety and boss-employee relations. Put simply, I looked different to her, and with her hair swept up off of the smooth, slim column of her neck, and her eyes bright with mischief, she sure as fuck looked different to me. "Mr. Brooks," she called, fiery and peeved that I wasn't listening to her with full attention. "Kline," I corrected, thinking about the way she'd sounded singing about her pussy and the faces I thought she'd make while I finger-fucked it, and then waited for her to agree with popped brows. "Fine," she consented. "Kline." God, I needed to hear her say that while she came. I smiled again and fought the urge to adjust my tightening pants under my desk. "Good." She didn't seem nearly as amused. I forced my mind to the mildly professional side of its coin when she crossed her arms over her chest and tapped a toe on the tile. After years of keeping every exchange with employees above board, I'd never felt such a blatant need for betrayal by my eyes. They wanted to be bad. They wanted to be really bad. And my stupid cockblock of a brain wouldn't let them. "Look, I trust you." Her feathers unruffled slightly. "Do I want to know that the deal went through? Absolutely. Do I need to know the details and question your every move? Not so much." She unwound her arms from her chest. "In fact, I'm headed to LA tonight, and I need someone to hold down the fort. Can you handle it if I tell everyone to report to you?" Her spine straightened involuntarily, outrage at having to be asked, tensing all of the muscles around it. "Of course I can." I studiously ignored her irritation. "I'm not expecting you to solve every issue that comes your way. Just keep the ship afloat and the pirate-like crew members from setting her ablaze." "Done." She traced a circle on the front edge of my desk, and I could practically see her effort to be casual. "So you're, She tucked an imaginary strand of hair behind her ear. Not a single one had been out of place. "You're headed to LA, huh?" I bit my lip in victory. She was asking because she wanted to know. She wanted to go out with me. She just hadn't accepted it yet. "Yep." "Oh. Okay, so, Quick trip," I said, letting her off the hook. "Just a couple of investor meetings and then right back to the East Coast. I'll be back in plenty of time for Friday night." "That's cool," she muttered, clasping her hands together like she didn't know what to do with them. I had a few ideas, but most of them came from the brain downstairs. and I didn't think she'd be extremely welcoming of them at this stage of the game. Georgia. Her attention jumped from the floor straight to my gaze. The vivid depths of her eyes blue, swirling with a heady mix of excitement and uncertainty, nearly knocked the wind out of me. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to it? Friday night, with you. Her clasped hands turned white with pressure, and a blush colored the apples of her cheeks. I wouldn't miss it. Her face softened briefly, overwhelmed by a powerful look of longing. 15 seconds later, when determination replaced it, her sweet jaw flexing under the pressure, I wasn't sure it had ever existed. In contrast to the harsh hue of her features, her voice was nothing more than a whisper. Are you sure this is a good idea? I considered her question carefully instead of firing out some bullshit answer. I knew the reason she was asking, and it wasn't trivial. I was her boss, and for all she knew, I had plans to fuck and forget. There were no guarantees that anything would really bloom between us, and we both feel the fallout. She was an asset to my company, and I signed her checks. Everyone would argue she had more to lose, but I wasn't as sure. Cynthia in HR would ride my ass for a decision like this, because regardless of the absence of an actual no fraternization policy, inter-office romance was always messy, especially when one of those employees was the boss. She knew it as well as I did, and I might have even known it better. But as I sat there looking at George's face, my big fucking desk in between us, the only thing I could think about was being closer, standing next to her, escorting her as I walked with a hand at the perfect swoop of her lower back, smelling the sweet curve of her neck and nibbling it with my teeth. Maybe I was blind, but as far as I could see, it was the best goddamn idea I'd ever had. Her gaze followed me as I stood up and pushed my chair back, circling the desk and settling my hips into it a mere foot in front of her. She wanted to move back, I could see it, but she held her ground anyway, ready to listen to whatever I had to say. I crossed my feet at the ankles and clasped my hands together in front of my thighs. I get it. Her bottom lip rocked as she chewed at the inside of it. My vision locked on to the movement like a heat-seeking missile. With effort, I forced my eyes back to hers. I get why you're nervous, and I get the kinds of things a leap of faith could cost you. All I can promise is that I won't be a prick. Surprised eyebrows ate up half of the distance to her hairline. Whatever happens between me and you, Kline and Georgia, is a completely separate entity from what happens under the umbrella of Brooks Media between Mr. Brooks and his director of marketing. My employee is efficient, well-liked, and boasts a seasoned track record of success. Mr. Brooks has seen it, paid attention to it, and appreciated it for a while now. But Kline, I laughed. Well, that guy's been an idiot. A small hiccup-like laugh bubbled up her throat and right out of her mouth before she could stop it. Because Georgia Cummings is a beautiful, smart, intriguing woman. And until yesterday, he hadn't seen her at all. Good God, she muttered to herself. I smiled wholeheartedly, with nothing held back, and felt my heart jump in my chest when her eyes flared like she noticed. Kline is like Mr. Brooks in some ways, though. He hates to be stupid. And now that he knows, he's not too keen to be stupid ever fucking again. She swung toward me on instinct, the movement excruciatingly slow and too fast to consider all at once. I grabbed her hips, squeezing them too hard, I knew, but I couldn't help it. The thought of leaving my mark on her skin had my hands clenching again. Heat settled in my palms and shot straight to my crotch as I caught a whiff of all that was her. A mysterious mix of fruit and flowers, her scent stabbed me right in the fucking chest like some kind of olfactory voodoo doll. I slid my hand up her side with little finesse before cresting her shoulder and forcing it into the tresses of her bright red hair at the back of her head. Her eyes were open and searching and a whole lot frightened, but her lips moved toward mine with purpose. My fingertips flexed in her hair of their own accord, and a cross between a whimper and a moan caught right at the top of her throat. "Kline," she whispered emphatically. The puff of her hot breath on my lips was enough to push me right over the goddamn edge. "Knock, knock," Leslie called as she was pushing open the door. The two of us shot apart like Leslie's arrival was a hell of a skeet shooter and we were the clay pigeon. At the sudden release of so much sexual tension, I would have sworn shattered pieces of me littered the room. My heart beat at double its normal speed, and George's cheeks were the color of cherry Kool-Aid. Though, given the fact that Kline had been milliseconds away from eating Georgia alive, I'd say Mr. Brooks's and Ms. Cummings' level of faux composure was impressive. "What do you need, Leslie?" I asked, straining to make my voice sound even, but she was clueless. Most of her attention focused inward, on herself, rather than the things going on around her. I swore it was the first and only time in my life I'd be thankful for that kind of woman.
Chapter 9. Georgia. It had been one of those days where staying in bed and calling in sick would have been a better option than actually participating in life. Kline Brooks left his new intern, Leslie, under my watchful eye, while he flew out to LA for the day to schmooze investors and impress potential advertising clients for Tap Next. I was certain she had been sent straight from hell. The devil might as well have wrapped a big red bow around her neck and attached a note. "Dear Georgie, have fun with this one. Love, Satan." I'd seen more of her tits today than I had of my own in the past month. Either she had a severe body temperature control issue, or she didn't wear a bra. I didn't care who was setting the dress code policy. Nipples would never be considered business casual. Why Kline had hired her was a goddamn mystery at this point. I hadn't even brought up her predilection for selfies. Her social media was busier than a Las Vegas escort during March Madness, which I guess was fine, if only she'd put the same amount of work into her actual job. Finally at home, I settled into my favorite pastime: sweatpants, a bag of sour cream and cheddar potato chips, and a DVR'd episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Despite the ridiculousness that this family had made a fortune off reality television, I still found myself recording every damn episode. It was a true mind suck of valuable time and brain cells, but I couldn't deny my consistent guilty indulgence. What could I say? I was a true American, enjoying every trashy reality show produced for my viewing pleasure and shit-talking them the next day. Kim had just declared that women wearing the wrong foundation color is, like, the worst thing on the planet. When my phone rang. Incoming call, Kline Brooks. What in God's name does he need now? He should have been on a plane headed home from L.A. His absence was the exact reason why I would have 5 pounds worth of potato chips on my hips and ass tomorrow morning. 2 days ago, I would have told you he'd put stars in my eyes with swoony almost kisses and confidence in my ability. Now, after a visit to the depths of incompetency hell, the blush on my feelings had more than worn off. That cocky, demanding bastard damn well knew what he had been doing when he'd asked me if I could handle being in charge. After 5 rings worth of muttered curses, I decided to put him out of his misery. "Good evening, Mr. Brooks. What else can I assist you with today?" His hearty chuckle filled my ears. I thought we were past the Mr. Brooks bullshit. "Yeah, not after today, we're not." "Rough day at work?" "Rough day? Was he serious?" I was still trying to scrub my brain free of the moronic comments Leslie had made all day. "Your new intern is a gem. Quite the asset to the company, I might say. It's amazing how many selfies one woman can take in a 15-minute stretch, and yet she can't seem to make a single photocopy in the same amount of time." I know she's got some time management issues, but she's a good kid, Georgie. There was a smile in his voice. After today, I honestly have no idea how you've gotten anything done for the past 2 weeks. I strive to be the type of woman who didn't judge other women by their brain power, but Leslie made the Kardashians look intelligent. Are you concerned about my workload, sweetheart? Sweetheart? I hated that something as simple as Kline calling me sweetheart made my heart flip-flop inside of my chest. But it did. Stupid heart. The damn thing didn't have a clue. I cleared my throat, ignoring my body's reaction to his sweet sentiments. Of course not. Why would I be concerned when you're the one who hired her? Plus, you're the one who continues to let your intern make a mockery of her job responsibilities. Is now the right time to tell you Leslie is a friend of the family? Her dad asked for a favor and I obliged. Plus, I've got Dean keeping an eye on her. Oh, so you're making Dean do your dirty work. I see how it is. That explains his bitchy mood today. I was worried Prada went out of business. Kline laughed. Good God, that laugh. It was crazy hot and had my body reacting in all sorts of dirty ways. I'm kind of sad you didn't have Leslie reporting to Meryl. Meryl would have had my balls, he teased. I've seen that woman make grown men cry. Hell, I've had to wipe a few phantom tears of my own. Plus, you asked for it. I was 2 seconds away from giving him a telepathic beatdown when his voice turned warm and soft, like honey. Thanks for dealing with Leslie. I really appreciate it. Did he just thank me? I pinched my arm just to make sure I wasn't dreaming. Shit, that hurt. I winced. Everything okay? Yeah, just stubbed my toe, I tossed out. So, did you just call to see how truly awful my day was? Or is there something you actually need? For starters, I wanted to make sure we're still on for tomorrow night. I sighed. Even though you threw me under the bus and have expressed little to no remorse, I'll be there. But it has nothing to do with you and everything to do with the delicious 10-course meal I know will occur. Duly noted. He laughed. If their food isn't to your standard, I'll make it up to you. Dinner anywhere. Your choice. That's easy. BLT Prime. The steakhouse in Gramercy Park. You betcha. Swanky digs. A low whistle left his lips. Consider it a deal. I'll take you there Saturday night. Slow your roll, buddy. I haven't agreed to a second date yet. Yet, he retorted with a flirtatious tone. Haven't agreed yet. And if it makes you feel better, you can think of it as more of a deal than a date. An I'm sorry for leaving you with Leslie kind of thing. When had the tables turned? This wasn't the Kline Brooks I had grown accustomed to. He was the quiet, reserved, yet frequently demanding boss who made a point to keep me on my toes. Our interactions consisted of cursory emails and business meetings to assess my current game plan for Brooks Media's promotions strategy. This playful, charismatic man requesting my presence at dinner dates and effortlessly turning me on in his office was a complete stranger. I couldn't deny my enjoyment out of seeing this side of him, but dear God, it was completely knocking me off my game. I felt like a fish out of water, floundering for an equally charming response. And seriously, when had I started wanting to appear enchanting to the enigmatic Kline Brooks? I cleared my throat. Mr. Brooks, why did you call me? Miss Cummings, why are we being so formal tonight? I thought we got past the formality bullshit. He was probably right. I'd say it happened around the time he pulled my hips into an impressively unprofessional erection in his office 2 days ago. Okay, Kline, I agreed with a mouthful of sass. I didn't really want him referring to me by my middle school joke of a last name anyway. If you're not calling to chat about work, why are you calling me? I actually need a favor. Are you busy? No, not really. I'm just sitting here. I paused, reaching for the remote and turning down the volume. Even though we were past formalities, my boss didn't need to know about my reality show obsession. Just sitting here reading through emails. He chuckled into the phone. I'm sure those emails can wait until tomorrow. I'm in a bit of a bind. Can you turn on ESPN? ESPN? The Western University New York State game is on. Thatch and I can't get the fucker to stream on the plane. I need to know what's happening. Thatcher Kelly, the ever-mysterious financial consultant of Brooks Media. He worked as a contractor, providing expertise for several companies, or so I'd heard. But no big-money decision within Brooks Media happened without him. I'd heard his husky voice and boisterous personality on several conference calls, even received emails with his signature sarcasm, but I'd never met the man. Hell, I'd yet to successfully locate an actual photo of him. All of his social media accounts were private, and most had some random sports-related profile picture. This is life or death here, Georgia. Kline interrupted my thoughts. Thatch is a big New York State fan, and I've got 5 on the fact that his Tigers are no match for the Mustangs. I scrunched my nose up. So, what exactly do you need me to do? I need you to give me the play-by-play for the next 20 minutes until we land. Isn't there anyone else you can bug? I'm probably not the best person for the job. The last football game I'd watched had been the Super Bowl, where Janet Jackson's nipple had made its television debut, and I could honestly have told you more about her areola than the game. I literally knew zilch about sports, especially football. Please, Georgia. He rasped his words, confusing me by making me think about sex. I'm begging you. I held in my answer until I knew I wouldn't stutter. You owe me. Big time. Anything you want, sweetheart. The promise of his double meaning oozed from his voice, but I ignored him, grabbed the remote, and switched the channel. Okay? It's on.
Chapter 10. Kline. Thatch waved his arms manically, trying to get an update. Our personal flight attendant flashed him a look of distaste, but with one quick wink, her contempt turned into consideration. I didn't have much to my name that said billionaire, but the private plane sure did. With the amount that I traveled and the necessary fluctuation in timing, it was just easier. When his attention came back to me, I flipped him off, putting Georgia on speaker. What's the score? How much time is left? Who has the ball? I rambled, desperate to know if Western University was pulling through. Fucking Thatch wouldn't let me live it down if New York State won this thing. It was a nothing game. Early season, Thursday night, and unquestionably obscure teams. But Thatch could turn anything into a competition, and he'd created this rivalry out of thin air years ago. She gave us the rundown in succinct, inaccurate terms, but I got the gist of it. Fourth quarter, Tigers were winning. I cursed. Thatch shouted, "Victory is mine!" I'd honestly never seen a guy that big river dance. All of this for $5 measly bucks? Georgia asked. Thatch's loud, boisterous laugh echoed inside the cabin of the plane. No, not $5. A little more than that. 500? Her voice was incredulous. I pictured Georgia's nose scrunching up in that adorable way of hers. Actually, I cleared my throat. $5,000. $5,000? She shouted. Internally, I cringed. Hell, externally, I cringed. I probably sounded like a pretentious asshat. Betting exorbitant amounts of money on sports was not my usual M.O. It's Thatch's fault. He won't take no for an answer and never bets anything less than $1,000. He could be the poster child for gambling addicts everywhere. His only redeeming quality is that he actually knows how to invest his profits. Thatch's smile mocked me. He knew what I was doing, exaggerating his faults to help minimize my own. Whatever you say, Mr. Moneybags. Yeah, she definitely thought I was an ostentatious dick. Georgia girl, give me an update. What's going on? Thatch schmoozed, laying it on thick just to get a rise out of me. she mumbled, trailing off for a brief second. Boo Bear just tackled somebody. Boo Bear? Who the fuck is Boo Bear? Thatch mouthed in my direction. I shrugged. Who just got a tackle? Boo Bear. He plays on the orange team, she repeated as though it made sense. Oh no, I think Boo Bear is hurt. It took some serious thinking, but I finally decoded the mystery. Do you mean Boodmare? Yeah, that's him. His nickname is Boo Bear. The commentators are calling him Boo Bear? I asked, fighting a smile. No, I nicknamed him Boo Bear. He looks like a giant teddy bear. He's so cute. Oh, dear God, Thatch groaned. Oh, thank goodness. Boo Bear is back up and on his feet. They're lining up again. White team has the ball. The big guy in the middle chucked it to the thrower guy. He threw the ball really far. She trailed off, and then the line went silent. Georgia? Nothing. Georgia! I strived to grab her attention. What? She snapped. The ball was thrown where? What happened? Coca-Cola threw it a bunch of yards to Stuart Little. They're lining up again near the touchdown box. Coca-Cola? Stuart Little? Who in the hell was she talking about? Who is she talking about? Thatch mouthed, arms wide in frustration. I fucking knew we should have called Wes, he whispered, pacing the aisle. Help me out here, I said into the phone. Who is Coca-Cola? The quarterback on the white team. You mean Cokel? Yeah, that's him. Is she fucking nicknaming the players? Thatch boomed in disgrace. Uh-huh, she responded over what sounded like a mouthful of chips, not an ounce of shame in her tone. I couldn't even get pissed at her. She was too fucking adorable. I glanced over at Thatch. He was wearing a figurative hole in the aisle carpet and practically pulling his hair out. I grinned. Even though I hadn't a clue what was happening in the game, watching Thatch's upset come to a crescendo was worth it. Touchdown! She whooped. Coca-Cola to Howie Mandel! Translation, Cokel to R.J. Howard. Fuck yes! I cheered. Son of a bitch! Thatch shouted. Go Wild Horses! Georgia put in. I chuckled. That's right, sweetheart. The Mustangs are going to pounce on Thatch's pussy tigers. While my best friend was cursing up a storm, Georgia commentated the game for the rest of our flight. She added ridiculous nicknames for every player, called running backs stutter steps, icky shuffle steps, and gave her overall opinions on which player looked the most cuddly. Boo Bear, of course, the meanest, the nicest, etc. It was an endless list, and I damn near forgot there was $5,000 and a long-standing rivalry between Thatch and me on the line. Once we landed and were sitting with beers in our hands, watching the final 5 minutes of the game in the airport bar, I still kept Georgia in my ear. I couldn't help myself. This woman, whom I'd seen handle an entire boardroom full of cocky sons of bitches without batting an eye, was crazy adorable. She was tough as nails and hotter than sin. And Christ, she was hilarious. I wanted more of her. A lot fucking more. Sorry your flight got delayed on the runway, but I'm glad you guys got home safely. Me too, I replied in half-truths, taking a swig of beer. I wasn't even remotely upset about the extra time I'd spent talking to her. So, is it safe to say that Georgia Cummings is now a Western University fan? Uh-huh, she giggled. They kick ass. Next year you'll have to come to a game with me. It's insane. Kline Brooks, are you still trying to plan a second date before we even go on a first? She teased. I laughed. You'll find I'm a determined kind of guy. Ain't that the truth? She yawned. Well, that's my signal to get my tired ass in bed. I guess I'll see you in the morning. Good night, Georgia girl, I said, stealing Thatch's endearment. Night, she whispered, ending the call. I set my phone on the bar and downed the rest of my beer. Ready to hit it? I asked Thatch, tossing money down on the bar. He just shook his head, sighing heavily. Glad you got time for precious pillow talk during the fucking game. I patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, sweetheart. I think Boo Bear will be healthy and ready to play next season. Fucking Boo Bear. He chuckled with another shake of his head. Even I can't deny that's hilarious.
Chapter 11. Georgia. It was Friday. The big date night with my boss, and I was sitting on the subway heading home from work a little early. Nerves were starting to get the best of me. My brain ran through 1,000 possible scenarios of how the charity event with Kline would go. Most of them were awkward, and ended with me doing something outrageous. It was my M.O. I had a serious propensity for word vomit. A certified foot-and-mouth expert. I needed someone to talk me off the proverbial ledge, or else I'd end up faking the flu and backing out last minute. Cassie was a no-go. She had just boarded a flight to Seattle to photograph an up-and-coming football star who'd signed with the Seahawks. My beautiful, spunky best friend had made a name for herself as a freelance photographer. Her photos had graced the pages of The Times, Cosmopolitan, and even ESPN. It seemed her lens had a knack for hot men flexing their muscles. Shocker, huh? My mother was a hell no. Ever the sex therapist at heart, she'd probably offer her sage advice of rubbing one out, pre-date, to stave off nerves. My finger hovering over the tap next icon, I finally said, screw it. Maybe bad ruck could make me feel better about this situation. We'd been chatting back and forth over the past few days, and despite the absurdity of our introduction to one another, I was really starting to like the guy. He was funny, laid back, and could give good flirt. I spent a crazy amount of my day wondering what he was like in person. Did he really look like the guy in his profile? What did he do for a living? Where did he live in New York? We hadn't shared any intimate details of our personal lives, a la You've Got Mail, which I preferred at the present time. We weren't living in the dial-up internet era of Kathleen Kelly, and it was a different world. For me, all of her dangers were magnified by 1,000, and she was worried Tom Hanks was a serial killer. These days, there was a show called Catfish. It seemed like people got off on it now more than ever, and although Ruck was quite charming in our online conversations, I wasn't convinced he wasn't a complete weirdo in real life. Funny how that didn't stop me from messaging him. Tap rose next, 2:15 p.m. Ruck? Come in, Ruck. I need someone to talk me off the ledge. Bad Ruck, 2:16 p.m. We're talking proverbial ledge, right? Tap rose next, 2:16 p.m. Yes. Don't worry, I'm not literally standing on the ledge of a skyscraper. Bad Ruck, 2:16 p.m. That's good news. So, tell me, why are we flirting with proverbial death? Tap rose next, 2:17 p.m. I've got a date tonight. I'm nervous and freaking out. Big time. Bad Ruck, 2:17 p.m. And here I thought I was the only man in your life. You wound me, Rose. Tap rose next, 2:18 p.m. Get over yourself. I would lay money on the fact that Mr. Charming himself has a date tonight, too. Bad Ruck, 2:18 p.m. Maybe. Tap rose next, 2:19 p.m. My point exactly. Now, help me out here. Bad Ruck, 2:19 p.m. Okay, let's start with the obvious. Why are you nervous? Why was I nervous? That was the big question. I stared across the aisle watching an older woman working on a crossword. The tip of her pen ran across the empty blocks as she tried to think of a 4-letter word for 15A. Blank comes trouble. Here comes trouble. Apt phrase for my present state. My mind had been shouting this from the second I had agreed to a date with Kline. God, I was definitely freaking out over a bunch of things, and one thing in particular stood out the most. Tap rose next, 2:20 p.m. For one, I work with him. If things end up badly, I'm worried it could cost me my job. Bad Ruck, 2:20 p.m. Ah, the old co-worker conundrum. Did he ask you out? Or did you ask him out? And is it forbidden in your employee contract? Tap rose next, 2:21 p.m. He asked me, and I have no earthly clue. Was that something I was supposed to actually read? Bad ruck, 2:21 p.m. Okay, different tactic. Does he normally date women he works with? Tap rose next, 2:22 p.m. No, never. Either that or he's a super sleuth about it. I'm not personally the office gossip, but I know someone with an ear to the ground. Bad ruck, 2:23 p.m. If he asked you out and you've never seen him date any of your colleagues, he's probably thought this through. How long have you worked with him? Tap rose next, 2:23 p.m. A couple of years. Bad ruck, 2:24 p.m. And in that time, has he ever seemed like the kind of man who lets his personal life affect business? Tap rose next, 2:25 p.m. Actually, no. Picture of professional. Business always comes first with him. Bad ruck, 2:25 p.m. Then what's different now? Tap rose next, 2:26 p.m. I honestly don't know. Bad ruck, 2:26 p.m. Smart money says it's you, Rose. He had a point. Kline Brooks had never given me any reason to doubt the decisions he made. He wasn't a player. He didn't make a show out of fucking anything in a short skirt and a pair of heels that sashayed around the office. Leslie was a perfect example. The girl was gorgeous and made a job out of flaunting her curves for the world to see. And I'd yet to see Kline act anything but annoyed with her. No salacious glances or devilish intents flashing across his eyes. He was ever the professional when his new intern was around. Most days, he was doing everything he could to push her off on someone else. But my dating Kline equaled us getting to know each other on a more personal level. If one date turned into more, then eventually, he would know other things about me. Things I wouldn't normally want my boss to know. Tap rose next, 2:27 p.m. Can I be frank with you? Bad ruck, 2:28 p.m., I guess. I'm surprisingly partial to Rose. Tap rose next, 2:28 p.m. I said Frank, lowercase, not Frank, uppercase, ruck. Bad ruck, 2:29 p.m. Have you ever not been frank with me? I laughed, startling the pen out of the crossword woman's hands. Sorry, I cringed, leaning forward and picking it up from the aisle. No worries, honey. She took the pen from my outstretched hand. 2 words for puppy amuser? She asked, grinning. Chew toy, I answered. Aha! You're right. Thank you. And that was that. She dove right back into her crossword, tuning the rest of the world out. I replayed past convos with Ruck in my head. I tended to be pretty open and honest with him, maybe a bit too much. The other night, I'd kept him up until 1 a.m. discussing why most men thought anal sex was a good idea. He'd ended the conversation with, I'm not going to speak on behalf of all men, because, let's face it, there are some real morons in my gender. But for me, when I really want a woman, I want to claim every part of her. See what I mean? He gives damn good convo. That response made me instantly jealous of the woman Ruck had set his sights on. Even I couldn't ignore the sexiness of Ruck going caveman and wanting to claim every part of her, whoever she was. Lucky bitch. Tap rose next, 2:30 p.m. There's another reason I'm nervous. Bad Ruck, 2:31 p.m. Okay. Bad Ruck, 2:32 p.m. Are you going to freely give this reason, or is this an invitation to pry? Tap rose next, 2:33 p.m. Ugh. Bad Ruck, 2:34 p.m. Do you have a foot fetish you're trying to hide? Tap rose next, 2:34 p.m. No, I don't even like my own feet, much less anyone else's. Bad Ruck, 2:35 p.m. An ex-boyfriend's name tattooed across your lower back? Tap rose next, 2:35 p.m. I do not have a tramp stamp. Bad Ruck, 2:36 p.m. Hairy back moles? Tap rose next, 2:36 p.m. I'm a lady, Ruck. I'm smooth everywhere. Bad Ruck, 2:37 p.m. Damn, Rose. Stop talking dirty to me. We're trying to talk you off the ledge, remember? Not push me out onto it. Tap Rose next, 2:40 p.m. I'm a virgin. Bad Ruck, 2:41 p.m. An anal virgin? Tap Rose next, 2:42 p.m. No, a certified my pussy has never been penetrated virgin. Bad Ruck, 2:44 p.m. Jesus. Tap Rose next, 2:45 p.m. That's sweet, but we don't have time to pray right now. For what seemed like an hour, I watched the text box bubbles move as he gathered a response. Bad Ruck, 2:48 p.m. This scenario deserves a prayer. Hell, it deserves an airplane banner with the words, "Get your shit together, men, because dreams can come true." There are still gorgeous, sexy, intelligent women out there who are saving themselves for the right guy. Christ, I think you might be the last 20-something virgin in New York. The last 20-something virgin in NYC? Gah! That did not make me feel better. That made me feel a hell of a lot worse. I sounded pathetic. Tap Rose next, 2:50 p.m. That's one crazy long banner. And thanks for the vote of confidence. I feel even worse about it now. I'm not a total prude, by the way. I've been with men. I know what a penis feels like in my mouth. I've just yet to find the right penis I deem worthy of sex. Bad Ruck, 2:51 p.m. You're killing me right now. Do you even realize how rare you are, Rose? Now I do. I was the last 20-something virgin in New York. I might as well have offered up my vagina to the Museum of Natural History. Surely it would be shown in the fossils display. I could already picture it, right beside Tyrannosaurus Rex's teeth. The last virginal vagina in New York, Georgia Cummings, 1990 to 2080. Died happily in her Chelsea apartment, surrounded by all 16 of her tabby cats. Tap Rose next, 2:53 p.m. Yeah, I'm the last single virgin in NYC. I might as well start stocking up on cat food, because my future is looking very glum at the moment. Bad Ruck, 2:54 p.m. Rose, listen to me. This is not a bad thing. You're funny, intelligent, and obviously beautiful. And you're confident enough to know what you want and how you want it. Your confidence and self-respect are sexy as hell. Tap Rose next, 2:54 p.m. Well, when you put it that way, I sound really awesome. Bad Ruck, 2:55 p.m. Because you are. So, tell me why your sexual history is even factoring as a problem in your mind. Tap Rose next, 2:57 p.m. My experiences in telling a guy I'm a virgin have never ended well. The reactions I received were not usually great. I either became a challenge, where getting into my pants became their sole purpose in life, or treated like some pariah, as if my virginity was a problem that needed a solution. Sometimes I wondered if it would be easier telling a guy I had crabs. Bad Ruck, 2:58 p.m. I can imagine. Most of us are just grunting cavemen. Tap Rose next, 2:59 p.m. Exactly. And I can't help but wonder, what would happen if I told this guy I'm a virgin? He has potential. He could end up being more than just one date. I'm just worried if I tell him, I'll end up being a challenge instead of something more. Wow! Even I was surprised by that response. Did Kline Brooks really have the potential to be something more? Bad Ruck, 3:01 p.m. If he's worth your time, he won't see you as a challenge. Of course, he's going to be silently thanking God you're willing to give him the time of day, but he won't make a 180 and just focus on trying to get in your pants. And from what you've told me, he doesn't seem half bad. He apparently knows how to separate his personal life from business, and he doesn't have a reputation of screwing all of the women in your office. This isn't the New York norm. Everything he said was true. Kline's track record was a good one. He wasn't plastered all over page 6 with a different woman on his arm. He wasn't known as some playboy. He was just Kline. Handsome, attractive, and all business Kline Brooks, which only made me more curious what he was like outside of the office. Tap rose next, 3:04 p.m. So, let's just act like you're him for a second. When would you want the whole "I'm a virgin" bomb to be dropped? Bad ruck, 3:05 p.m., before it got to the point where our clothes are off and I'm sliding a condom on. Tap rose next, 3:05 p.m. LOL, obviously. Bad ruck, 3:07 p.m. If you're asking me when to bring it up, I don't really have an answer for you. It should come up organically. You know how dates go. Eventually, the whole sex topic does come up. Your being a virgin isn't a fucking crime, so don't feel like you have to confess it the second the date starts. Tap rose next, 3:07 p.m. Good point. Bad ruck, 3:08 p.m. Feel better. Tap rose next, 3:08 p.m. Consider me officially off the ledge. Bad ruck, 3:09 p.m. Fantastic. Good luck tonight. Tap rose next, 3:10 p.m. Thanks, Ruck. Enjoy your date with whomever the lucky woman may be. Bad ruck, 3:11 p.m. Dirty talk and a compliment in one convo. You're too good to me. And listen. Tap rose next, 3:12 p.m. LOL. Yeah? Bad ruck, 3:12 p.m. If all this advice turns out to be shit, I might be able to help you out with the cat acquirement. I know a guy. Tap rose next, 3:13 p.m. And that's my cue to officially end this convo. Bye, Ruck. Bad ruck, 3:12 p.m. Bye, Rose. I hopped off the subway uptown, and instead of heading to my apartment, my legs strode for the one place that always helped take my mind off things. It was 3:15. I had 4 hours to get my hair done, get ready, and meet Kline at the event. If there was one thing I was good at, it was choosing a kick-ass hair color to suit my mood. And if there was one thing Betty, my hairstylist, was good at, it was fitting me in last minute. She was a genius when it came to color and cut. If I told her blonde, she'd find the perfect shade to match my skin tone and have me trimmed, dyed, and out the door within 2 hours. From red to blonde? That might be the best idea I've had all day.
Chapter 12. Kline. Nervous. I shook my head. I can't believe I'm fucking nervous. I guess Walter was having an effect on my life like my mother had predicted, although I highly doubted me talking to myself was what she'd had in mind. That was what this was, though. It had to be. The illusion of someone being there, listening, and fooling me into saying all of my rambling thoughts out loud rather than reciting them internally. Long and unkempt, his whiskers flowed freely from beneath his nose, and in keeping with his old man status, stuck out haphazardly from his kitty eyebrows. His white-rimmed eyes rooted me to the spot with their contempt, and the subtle stripes in his fur did nothing to soften his appearance. "This is your fault," I told him, his wolf-like ears mocking me with every word. One uninterested lick of his lips is all he gave me in return. What? Nothing to say? No support? He licked his paw and wiped his face before turning abruptly and sauntering out of the room, holding his tail pointedly straight in the cat version of a middle finger salute. "Thanks for nothing, asshole!" I shouted after him. Jesus. I shook my head as I stepped in front of the mirror to adjust my tie. This was a whole new level of low. Not only was I talking to the fucking cat, I was yelling at him. Tonight had my stomach on edge in a way it hadn't been since I'd given Tara Wallowitz my first kiss behind the gym after our 7th grade dance. She'd had braces, and I'd been drowning in all my awkward, barely a teenager glory. 2 sets of fumbling hands, an over-aggressive tongue, and a cut to my lips later. It was over. I didn't foresee tonight with Georgia being like that at all, but the basis of my feelings was remarkably similar. Out of my element and thrown off by her initial lack of enthusiasm, I'd put in a lot of effort over the last couple of days to turn it around and smooth the way for tonight's date. But now I was invested. I cared how tonight went, and that hadn't been the norm in a long time. I felt a little like I was walking into a setup with no tools to escape the consequences. That wasn't cool. MacGyver was cool, and he always made tools out of whatever he had. I'd have to do the same. "Mr. Brooks?" My intercom squawked. I grabbed my phone from the counter and jogged the 5 steps to press the button. "Yeah? Your driver's here. Thanks." I snatched my wallet and keys off the front table and slid out the door without looking at myself in the mirror again. I'd already spent far too much time questioning my tie color. I was not the kind of guy who carefully considered every element of my outfit. Tonight was the closest I would ever get to contradicting that. "Frank," I greeted as I approached the car, reaching a hand out to shake his. On days like today, I couldn't help but notice how much of his time I monopolized. "Mr. Brooks?" His greeting was warm, and he had a face to match. A smattering of wrinkles at the corners of his eyes pointed to a life filled with laughter, and the gray of his hair hinted at the possibility of a daughter or two. "I wish you'd call me Kline," I said with a smile, knowing it would never change. "I'm sorry, sir." I shook my head and gave him a friendly slap on his shoulder with the hand not clasped in his. "Don't be sorry. I'm the one who should apologize. Dragging your ass all over town all day and night." "No trouble at all, sir." I chuckled again. "This makes 12 hours in this shift, right?" "Yes." "And you've still got the rest of the night to go?" "It's no trouble, Mr. Brooks." A nod was all I could give at the time, so I did. It was a gesture that made it possible to get on our way, to get to the benefit, and to get busy letting Frank off the hook. I'd embellish the not nearly enough gesture with a fatter-than-expected tip on the bill later. I slid into the car, and Frank closed the door behind me. I unbuttoned the coat of my tuxedo and pulled at the lapels to make it stop feeling like it was choking me. As Frank climbed into his seat, he spoke again. "Another stop, sir?" Forced to give an answer I didn't like, I shook my head. "No, straight to the benefit." He nodded and pulled the gear shift into drive. "Yes, sir." I'd been hell-bent on picking Georgia up like a proper date, but apparently on this matter she had a closer relationship with the devil. Refusal was too kind a word to describe her reaction when I had suggested my driver would pick her up. In fact, she'd looked like the suggestion was more revolting than stepping in dog shit. And I understood to a point. I personally hated taking the car, preferring immeasurably to take the subway and people watch. I didn't even mind walking 15 blocks on a nice Manhattan day. But certain aspects of my life demanded the car. It kept me on schedule during the day, on time to the office, and never late to meetings. Without the motivation of someone like Frank waiting on me and the desire to respect his time, I'd have been late everywhere I went. I liked to wander too much, experiment with new spots in the city, and observe people as they met and chatted and said goodbye. Human behavior was fascinating, and I found the more I studied it, the easier it was to manage all of my people-based businesses. I glanced down at my phone, feeling guilty for checking it on my way to my first date with Georgia, but at the same time not being able to help myself. Nothing. All quiet. My conversation from that afternoon with the mysterious Rose burned in my mind. I hated the fact that any woman would feel like being a virgin was something to be ashamed of or even be embarrassed to talk about it. But I was also a man, and fuck, it wasn't a stretch to understand why. I could feel myself becoming more and more irrational the longer she talked about it, even knowing that she'd come to me for honest advice. I'll be honest. I had to advise my dick to calm the fuck down. Very scumbag-like of me, I supposed. But I was convinced hearing or seeing the word virgin or anal or sex fired some kind of hormonal response in the heterosexual male mind. Maybe it fired in the homosexual male mind too, but I didn't have any first-hand experience to confirm. Photographers lined the entrance as we pulled up to 30 Rock, a well-known skyscraper in New York City and home to several entities, including NBC Studios. For me, on this night, it was the Rainbow Room I wanted, an iconic restaurant on the 65th floor and host to the benefit for Mount Sinai Kravis Children's Hospital. The fundraiser was being held by an outside organization made up of the well-meaning wealthy. I wished they'd spend less money on the event and donate it all to the fucking hospital, but the truth of it was that this was what it took to entice people into donations and make it feel worthy of their money. Schmaltzy entertainment, expensive food, and an evening out. I was here to hand over a check, make my mother happy, and enjoy the evening with Georgia, the level of importance of each not relative to their order. The dog and pony show passed by in a blur, camera flashes and shouted questions melding and mixing together as I covered my eyes and stepped inside. Security for the event had taken over 2 of the elevators, and a small line trickled from the doors of each all the way back to me. I scanned the crowd for Georgia, hoping to find her sooner rather than later, but after several sweeps came up completely empty. It was one of the perils of coming separately, I supposed, but I didn't want her to feel awkward or alone while she waited for me. A check of my watch confirmed that I was on time, and the line was moving fast. I'd be up there to look for her in no time. "Macallan on the rocks, half a lime on the side, please." The bartender confirmed my order with a nod, turning to the glass shelves behind him to grab my scotch. It was 15 minutes past 8, 45 minutes later than our agreed-upon time, and still no sign of Georgia. I was beginning to think she might have stood me up, hoping that she had, rather than something having happened to her, when Stacy Henderson sauntered up to me and leaned her body into my space with an elbow at the bar. "Where's your date?" I grabbed my scotch and the lime as the bartender set it down in front of me, squeezing the juice into my glass before handing the carcass back to him with a smile and a nod. Plucking a napkin from the top of the stack, I wiped the remaining juice off of my palm. "Well, hello to you too, Stacy." I turned to her in acknowledgement, but my body did it under protest. It feared the effects of cross-contamination if it got too close. "Your mother told me you already had a date. That's why you couldn't come with me." "I'm aware. What I wasn't aware of was the fact that she had arranged a date with you in the first place. Don't you think that's the kind of thing you should be asked directly by a man?" She waved the thought away like a pesky fly. "If you're not here with someone—" "I am," I interrupted. Her eyes narrowed while mine searched the room nearly desperately, and my brain tried to conjure up an excuse. My face and body portrayed an outward calm. "Where is she, then?" "The restroom. You know how you ladies are," I patronized in the name of inserting frivolous, vaguely insulting conversation into a still civil exchange. As much as Stacy Henderson was asking for a big go-fuck-yourself, the Mount Sinai Kravis Children's Hospital was not. Always running to the restroom to touch up something or other or to relieve your peanut-sized bladders. Stacy scoffed rather indelicately, an effect of too much alcohol too goddamn early in the benefit, and I winced, fearing the turn of events when no one returned from the restroom. Then, out of the crowd emerged a frazzled but stunning Georgia. Red framed her body from breast to foot, the tight material clinging to her in all the right places. Her tan skin peeked out of a cutout just below her chest, and a matching blood red painted her lips and nails. The only thing missing red was her head, her now blonde locks cascading and curling down and around her slim shoulders and damn near robbing me of the ability to think. Worry from her late arrival ravaged her face as she approached the two of us without pretense or fear. "Oh my God, Kline, I am so sorry." "It's okay," I cut her off, stepping pointedly around Stacy and pulling her into my arms for a hug. "I'm just glad you're here," I whispered softly into her new hair. Stacy groaned audibly in begrudged response before grabbing her high-priced clutch from the bar and stomping away like a petulant child. "Who was she?" Georgia asked, leaning back and glancing over my arm as Stacy dragged ass away. "That was a day spa-loving version of my cat." Her nose scrunched up adorably as she tried to make sense of my words. "Would you like something to drink?" I offered, escorting her the few steps back to the bar with a hand at her back. I felt the warmth at my palm all the way in my dick, the need to touch her having been a palpable thing all day long. She smiled, and it lit up her face and mine. Can I say God yes without sounding like a lush? One side of my mouth hooked up in a grin. My cock said she could say God yes any time she wanted, but thankfully my mouth said, sure. I looked away long enough to grab the bartender's attention and then turned back to her. You look beautiful. She started to smile but stopped herself, the skin between her eyebrows pinching slightly. I'm an asshole. I can't believe I'm so late. I can believe I'm late, she rambled. Just not this late. This is a new low for me. You're always late? I asked, trying to distract her from the late arrival and learn more about her instead. Yes. Every day of my life. Well, do everything other than meetings with you. She winced again. The work you, at least. Don't worry, I promised with a grin. Kline won't say anything to Mr. Brooks. What do you have? The bartender asked, tossing a napkin up on the bar for the anticipated glass. Georgia looked to me in question. No, I waved her off and lifted my glass. I'm good. Just got one. You go ahead. I glanced down the line of her back as she leaned over the bar. Wide straps crisscrossed to form cutouts in the fabric of the back as well, and smooth material hugged the curve of her hips and ass. Her body petite but curvy, I wanted to run my hands all over that fabric. God, she looked gorgeous. It was almost unreal. She turned to me, holding a glass of wine she had obviously ordered at some point during my ogling. Sorry, I apologized through a tight throat. She raised an eyebrow pointedly, a knowing grin on her face. Staring at my ass. Yeah, I nodded. That's exactly what I was doing. She laughed. It's a really fine ass, though. And your hair. She grabbed a strand of it self-consciously, twisting it around her finger. Oh, yeah, I have a thing for dyeing my hair. I'm not sure why, but I tend to change it like a hobby. Red or blonde or sometimes... Georgia? She finally took a breath. Yeah? I meant what I said. You look beautiful. Own it. Thank you, she whispered, but her face relaxed. From there on out, she seemed herself. Funny, sometimes awkward, but mostly at ease. We worked the room, schmoozing all of the people who needed it and small-talking with the others. Unable to help myself, I kept a hand on Georgia all night. Her hand in mine, my palm at the small of her back, a set of my flexing fingers on her perfect hip. Anything to touch her. Anything to keep her in close proximity. Finally done with my obligations, I asked her something that had been on my mind all night. Would you like to dance? She seemed surprised. You dance? With you, yes. I swear, she whispered with a shake of her head. Do you secretly have one of those things on your wrist that Coca-Cola wears? I grinned in confusion. Her eyes searched mine like I held all the power, a sheen of fear coating them with moisture. Only then did I realize she meant the quarterback's playbook cheat sheet. I took her cheek in my palm, smoothing a thumb over the apple of it softly. Apparently, when it came to Georgia Cummings and tonight, I'd been doing just fine. Come on, I coaxed, setting my drink down on a nearby table, pulling her onto the dance floor with me and pressing her body right to mine. Hands clasped together, I pulled them into my chest and wrapped my other arm tightly around the curve of her hip. Her eyes followed mine, and mine followed hers, a closed loop of exploration into each other. The moment picked up speed as the band played a sweet and melodic tune, and the rest of the room faded completely away. My chest felt tight with anticipation of what was to come. Right now, in this moment and beyond, as I gave myself over to getting to know this amazing woman. Our weight shifted from foot to foot, and our hips swayed, very much moving, but at the same time fighting with everything we had to stay stagnantly lost in that moment. Without thought or delay, I leaned in, touching my lips to hers for a full second before I felt the tension leave her body and her eyes fluttered closed. Tentative, but bold, her lips began to move under mine, exploring on their own rather than waiting for my invitation. I abandoned her hand at my chest immediately and sought the solace of her hair instead, entrenching my hand and using its leverage to pull her lips even closer. A sigh bounced from her mouth to mine as I focused on her bottom lip, pulling it between my own and sucking ever so slightly. She tasted like the sweet cherry notes of her wine, and my tongue shot out to lick up another drop. When the tip of her tongue touched mine, everything else was lost. Time, space, all sense of propriety and appropriateness for a crowded dance floor at a children's hospital benefit. My hand left her hip, circling around on a path straight for the cheek of her ass. When the corners of her lips tipped up despite their connection to mine, I knew I'd never experienced anything sexier than a woman unable to withhold a smile while we kissed. "Kline," she whispered, pulling away and smiling without inhibition. Just the way she said my name had me groaning. God, I know. Not the time. I pulled her close to me and practically dragged the two of us off the dance floor. The band had started to transition into an old Grand Funk Railroad song, some kind of Wonderful, anyway. In the haze of my peripheral vision, I could see other couples head in the direction we'd just come, and amongst the shuffle and swing of their active bodies, our lip-locked, fully intertwined ones would have been even more obvious. I grabbed Georgia's wrist lightly, and her pulse thrummed and fluttered under the tips of my fingers. The feeling made my grip tighten minutely as I turned her to face me. Her hair hung in a veil around her face, but I could actually feel our chemistry in the air between us. When I pulled her body flush with mine, she tipped her chin so that she could look straight into my eyes. Her signature blue eyes were shining with emotion, but something else wasn't right. She was still beautiful, but her face, something was different. Her lipstick-smeared lips looked to be twice their normal size. Georgia. Georgie, she corrected while looking up at me sweetly. She fluttered her lashes coyly, but I barely even noticed. I couldn't look away from her mouth. Right, Georgie. I steeled myself. Listen, I know this is a weird question, but you wouldn't happen to have had some light work done, would you? Work? She asked, oblivious. Yeah, you know, work. She shook her head and smiled a little, clearly still in the fog from our kiss. I wished I was. I don't know what you're asking. I coughed to clear my throat and wiped the building sweat from my brow. This wasn't a good idea. Asking women questions like this was never a good idea. Maybe I should just pretend not to notice. Kline? Shit. Were they getting bigger? I don't know, I fumbled. Some kind of lip filler that has a delayed reaction, maybe? Whip filler? She tried again, her nose scrunching with the effort. Whip filler. Whip filler. Concern blanketed my face, and hers turned distraught. Oh, sit. Sit, sit, sit. Sit? Not sit. Sit. She dropped her face into her hands. Sit. Oh, I said in realization, picking her face up out of her hands to find her lips and the palms that had just touched them swelling at an alarming rate. Shit, Georgie. Exactly. What's happening? What do I need to do? I moved to grab some ice out of my forgotten glass, and her eyes followed me and then widened exponentially. Sit, Kline. Is there wine woos anywhere? Wine woos? Wine woos! Oh, yeah, shit, yeah, there's lime juice in there. I'm a Warwick. I need Benadryl. Benadryl. Sit. Benadryl. Benadryl, I shouted, victorious, like it was some kind of game. She looked disgusted. Right, sorry, I apologized, turning my attention back to surveying her and putting my focus back on her health. Jesus, it's bad, Georgie. Do we need to go to the emergency room? No. She shook her head, eyes determined. Her lips looked like cartoons. I panicked at the thought of her throat closing up with the same fervor. Please, let me take you to urgent care or something. No, Kline. Let's get out of here. Benadryl. Right, Benadryl. I grabbed her hand and dragged her toward the elevator without looking back. No way was tonight going to go down in history as the night I fucking killed a woman with one kiss. I shoved through the crowd that had gathered there without apology, and Georgia shielded her face from their scrutiny. The doors propped open with my foot. I ushered her in and hit the button for the lobby as fast as I could before holding the closed door button with excessive force. When they finally shut, I pulled Georgia's gaze from the floor with a gentle finger at her chin. I'm so sorry, Georgie. Is it bad? It isn't good, I answered vaguely. Please, let me take you to the hospital. No, she refused, taking some of the sting out of it by offering a smile. I mean, her mouth didn't smile, it was too swollen, but there was visible happiness in her eyes. I'm okay. Promise. What's need Benadryl? The doors opened on the ground floor, and I peeled out of there like a drag car, Georgie in tow. Slow down, Kline, she ordered, tugging on my hand and nearly tripping on her dress. I'm sorry, I apologized, knowing I wouldn't be able to beat the panic back enough to slow down to her pace. She smiled again, but it didn't last long. It turned right into a shout when I swept her off of her feet and into my arms and took off at a jog again, dialing Frank as I did. 2 rings, and he answered. Mr. Brooks? I need you to meet us at the Rite Aid on the corner. He wasn't used to me shouting, but he sure as hell didn't question it. Yes, sir. One look at Georgie's face, and I started running faster. For the first time in 10 years, I didn't have the first clue what I'd done with my phone after ending the call. And I didn't care one bit.
Chapter 13. Georgia. Here. Kline slid back into the car and handed me a brown paper bag with what I could only assume was Benadryl. Thanks, I whispered, offering a small smile. He furrowed his brow, lips fighting a wince. Shit, how bad is it? Seeing as it was my first date with Kline, I knew this wasn't an optimal situation. In a matter of a few minutes and one perfect, sexy kiss, I'd gone from smiling and offering up charming, flirty responses to sounding like I was talking around a wiener in my mouth. Lime juice had sabotaged me. It had been years since I'd come in contact with the allergy-inducing demon, and the last time it was way worse. My throat had started to close up because I had ingested it, whereas this was just contact swelling. Swallowing a few times, I confirmed my throat was breezy and clear. But the way Kline was trying not to react to my appearance, well, that had me rummaging through my purse and getting my compact out. Flipping the clasp, I opened the mirror, coming face to face with something that could nauseate horror movie enthusiasts. Bright red blowfish lips consumed my face. The skin was stretched so tight, I feared something might burst. Bottom line? It was bad. Real fucking bad. Kylie Jenner's mouth on steroids bad. Oh my God, I gasped, tongue still swelling by the second. I glanced at myself in the mirror again, which was a big fat mistake of epic proportions. The swelling seemed hell-bent on consuming my entire face. This is bad. This is so bad. I grabbed the paper bag off the seat and pulled it over my head. On a Britney Spears scale of embarrassment, I had proverbially flashed my beaver to millions of people. For the love of God, the inflammation is going to my brain. I can only think in celebrity speak. My allergic reaction had turned me into Leslie. Georgia, please, don't hide your pretty face. Kline removed the paper bag, staring back at me with serious concern. Pfft, pretty? All forms of pretty had fled the building the second I had contracted elephantiasis of the face. I averted my eyes from his and focused on removing the cellophane wrapping from the Benadryl. Summon a Beth, I cursed, fumbling with the child-proof cap. He gently took the bottle out of my hands, detaching the cap with ease, and handed it back to me. "We need to get you to an emergency room. St. Luke's is just around the corner." Oh, hell no. Out of all the emergency rooms in New York, I was not going to that one. Well, unless my reaction gets worse, then I'd reconsider. I'd face the embarrassment of my brother's incessant teasing for a shot of epinephrine over not breathing at all. I'm not a complete moron. I shook my head frantically. "My brother! Nobway!" He scrunched his brow up in confusion. "Nob, na bobbitals." My brother Will was finishing up his ER residency at St. Luke's, and I knew for a fact he was elbow deep in a 24-hour call shift. If I walked into his ER looking like this, I'd never live it down. "But, na babbinin'," I cut him off resolute. And to solidify my decision, I tipped the bottle of Benadryl to my Goliath lips and knocked back as much as I could. "Shit! Georgia!" Kline grabbed the bottle from my hands, panicked. "That's too much. Way, way too much." I shrugged, reaching for the discarded paper bag and pulling a pen from my purse. "No ERs needed. I'll be fine," I wrote, holding it out to him. He frowned. "I'm really worried." "I promise I've been through this before. The Benny will do the trick," I reassured, hating seeing him so anxious. His mouth offered a wry grin. "Benny?" I nodded, my neck doing its best impression of a bobblehead doll. It was safe to say the antihistamine was kicking in. "Yeah, Benny and I go way back. I promise I'll be fine in a few hours." He assessed my face. "Pretty sure you drank way too much, Benny." I shook my head, hiding my lips with my free hand. "Just stop looking at me until the Benny kicks in. I'm sorry, this is the worst first date ever." He took the pen out of my grip and pulled the bag into his lap. His hand moved in fluid motions as he scribbled something down, and then slid it back to me. "Best. Just stop looking at me until the Benny kicks in. I'm sorry this is the worst first date ever. This is the best first date ever. Thank you for coming with me tonight." He offered a smile. A real smile. Not the "I'm trying to smile but holy shit you look bad" kind of smile he was showcasing before. "And Georgia," Kline touched my cheek, "even with an allergic reaction, you still have the power to take my breath away. You're gorgeous, sweetheart. Swollen lips and all. You're still gorgeous." I stared back at him, speechless. There was still so much I didn't know about Kline, but my gut told me, at the root of his soul, he was a good man. A sweet, kind, and undeniably good man. Despite the lime juice fiasco, I'm glad I'm here too. My eyelids started to feel heavy, my lashes blinking past the fog. I leaned my head back on the seat. "You okay?" He wrapped his arm around my shoulder, tucking me into his side. I wasn't vomiting, and I could still breathe, so I muttered, "Uh-huh," as I nuzzled into him. "Just a lil sweepy." The pull to go comatose was strong. In the back of my mind there was a tiny bit of rational thought, wondering, am I going to overdose on Benadryl? Before the urge to sleep snuffed out all the light, I grabbed my phone from my purse, pulling up my text conversation with Will. I attempted to shoot him a message. Me. "Welly, I'm Benny." Delete. Me. "Welly, a motor." Delete. Slowly but surely my fingers got their shit together, and autocorrect stopped trying to make me her bitch. Me. "Will Ken an OC give a Benny?" Asterisk. %. There. Perfect. If he thinks I'm in trouble, he'll call me. Otherwise, no big dealio, was the last thought before Benny took over and said, "Good night, Georgia." Georgie. Georgie. A hand nudged my shoulder. "Wake up, Georgie." Fuck. Someone cursed under their breath. I opened my eyes, blinking past the blurred vision. Peeling my face off leather, I sat up, finding a concerned Kline staring back at me. "Thank God. Are you okay?" He touched my cheek. That feels nice. I had the urge to purr into his palm and beg him to scratch my belly. All of a sudden, being a cat sounded like the best idea I'd ever had. "Meow?" he asked. all 4 of his eyebrows scrunching together. Huh?
Did you just say, meow?
Meow. Meow. I tested it on my tongue. My lips felt funny. Yeah, I think I did. I nuzzled into his palm. Keep petting me, Kline. I might actually start purring soon. A deep chuckle vibrated his chest. My head moved of its own accord, leaning forward and resting against his hard pecs. For real, Kline Brooks had pecs. Hard as fuck pecs. Nipples. I wondered what his nipples tasted like. He adjusted in his seat, his hand resting at the nape of my neck.
Georgie, we need to get you upstairs. I think you might have had too much Benadryl.
Me thinks so, too. Suggested dosage? Schmajested mosage. Ha ha ha! Mosage. My body rocked like he was shaking his head. I think I'm high. He chuckled again, peck pulsation caressing my cheek. Now I remember why I loved Mary Jane so much in high school.
I'm going to carry you out of the car, okay?
We're in a car? I sat up straight, releasing his perfect chest from my cheek's assault. Whose car?
This is my regular car, sweetheart. Frank drove us. Are you ready?
I glanced at his crotch. Oh, I had no idea we were already headed in that direction. I guess this date went pretty good, huh? We're headed for naked time. That's gotta be a good thing. My hand stroked his thighs, savoring the feel of muscles sheathed by soft material. I bet you're fuck-hot naked. He grinned, grabbing my hand and pulling it to his lips for a soft kiss.
How about we get out of this car and head up to my apartment?
I nodded. At least, I thought I was nodding. I decided to nod a few more times just for good measure. You could never be sure about a nod. They could be tricky little things.
Okay, wrap your arms around my neck. I'm going to carry you upstairs.
Oh yeah, carry me, Kline. Carry me so good. Big arms wrapped around my body, pulling me out of the car. Once I was airborne, swaddled up in strong muscles and delicious male pheromones mixed with sexy cologne. My voice decided to make its debut. If there was ever a time for a song, it was right now, while Kline carried me past a doorman and through a lobby I'd never seen. Wiki, wiki, wiki beatbox. Kline looks like sex and he's so clean. Clean. I'd always had a talent for freestyling. Wiki, wiki, wiki beatbox. Big-dicked Brooks in the house. Can I get an amen? Wiki, wiki, wiki remix.
Georgia,
Kline whispered through a laugh. I need to set you down for a second while I get my keys. My feet touched the ground and the hallway morphed into a dervish's wheel, spinning around in a hypnotic display of plush velvet rugs and cream-colored walls. Whoa! Settle down, hallway. You're out of control. I reached for the wall, but he was quicker, gripping my waist and stopping my forward momentum.
Here we go,
he instructed, maneuvering me through the door and inside his apartment.
Let's get you settled on the couch and maybe get some non-alcoholic fluids in you.
I threw my body onto the leather sofa, nuzzling my face into the pillows. Oh yeah, baby. Now this is the kind of couch I'm talking about.
Georgia.
Kline's face was inches from mine, his long fingers settling below my chin. Hey, where'd you come from? I asked, peeking out from my pillow fort. I thought you were by the door. Man, you're quick. Are you working out? He smiled, blue eyes working their magic on my libido. Libido. What a weird word. It sounded more courtroom than sex. I'd like the record to show he was badgering my key witness for a libido. See what I mean?
Georgia, sweetheart.
Kline summoned my gaze. And son of a hooker nut? There were those blue eyes again. Surely they were trying to hypnotize my vagina. It was working, by the way. Any minute, my panties would just, poof, disappear into thin air. Have mercy, I whispered. That smile plus those eyes, it's like a sex cream sundae. I want 2 scoops. A small laugh left his lips.
How about we start with a drink first? What sounds good? I've got water, tea, coffee. I'll take the vodka, but on the rocks, please." He shook his head, amused. Vodka wasn't an option. It wasn't? I tilted my head and realized things felt so much better with my head resting on the pillows. "How about you just rest here while I get the drinks?" "Yes, sir," I saluted him. "Wait!" I shrieked, before he even made it a foot. I had something to tell him. I had to tell him now. "Yeah, baby?" he asked, concern mixing deliciously with just a hint of a smile. "You're the best kisser on this side of the Mississippi. No, the best kisser in the whole entire world." My voice turned grave. "I'm talking. I've never had better in my life." Any concern disappeared as though it had never been there. "Yeah?" His blue eyes twinkled like actual glitter, like he went to Michael's, got a jar of it, and then poured it in his irises. "Oh, yeah," I agreed before reaching out and yanking him back to me with a fist in his shirt. A chuckle rumbled his chest as I pushed mine to it tightly and slammed my lips to his without apology. They were just so soft and plump and, that groan tasted good. I took what I wanted, exploring and plundering his mouth even though my face wouldn't seem to fucking cooperate. I shoved him away softly, ordering a needy, "Thirsty," in someone else's squeaky voice. He shook his head and smiled, retreating without a word. His footsteps moved farther away, toward the land of drinks, I was sure. My fingers moved to my face, tapping my nose and then my cheeks, and then my lips. Oh my, these things were bigger than I remembered. I grabbed my boobs just to see if other things had doubled in size. Damn, no such luck. If I was Goldilocks and this was the Three Bears apartment, this room was too fucking hot. Relocation was needed. My feet flopped onto the floor. Heels were kicked off across the room, clanking against the wall. Once I got my sea legs in order, I tiptoed into the hallway. Peeking into the room at the end of the hall, I found a king-size bed, summoning me. Oh, yes. Come to mama. I cannonballed into the bed, fluffy comforter and pillows bouncing around me. After a few body rolls from one side to the next, I found that it wasn't the room that was stifling my temperate vibe. It was my clothes. Too many clothes. How'd I get so many clothes on? I stood at the foot of the bed while my numb fingers worked at the zipper of my dress. It took a bit for me to figure out the zipper was just for show. Someone had superglued me into it. Jeez, Louisa May Alcott, the price we women pay for beauty. My hands tore at the front of the dress until the initial rip echoed inside the room. Now that's what I'm talking about. I got down to my skivvies and decided even those were not up to par for the bed. Call it a superpower, but I could sense when a bed wanted me naked. The king had spoken, and naked was his final offer. No one could deny the glorious feeling of rolling around naked under a soft sheet. My face met the pillow, and then my nose felt it was the perfect time to sniff the delicious Kline Brooks aroma embedded in the material. God, he smelled good. Like clean laundry and man soap, and I'm going to fuck him. Boy, that escalated quickly. The Benadryl had become my truth serum. I wanted to sex him. I wanted to hand him a Valentine that said, "Be my cherry popper," and spread my legs as far as those babies would go. I knew Valentines were only meant for a particular holiday, but this felt like an exception to the rule. "Georgia?" Kline's voice moved down the hallway. "I'm in here," I called back. His tall frame moved through the doorway, finding me luxuriating in the bedding. "Comfortable?" he asked. "Oh yeah, baby." I patted the spot beside me. "Come join me. I don't know whose bed this is, but hell's bells, it's wonderful." "It's my bed," he chuckled, setting 2 glasses on the nightstand and sitting on the edge. I sat up, holding the comforter to my chest. "This is your bed?" He nodded, eyes moving to my bare shoulders. "Well, I'll be damned. I'm a fan of your bed. Big fan. The biggest fan." His eyes moved around the room, searching for something. His jaw dropped when whatever he was looking for came into view. "Are you naked?" he asked, swallowing hard enough to make his Adam's apple bob. "The bed made me do it." My bed made you get naked. He's a real pervy bastard. But who was I to argue? I shrugged, the comforter falling to my waist. Kline's spine stiffened, averting his gaze toward the floor. I touched his shoulder. Everything okay? Uh-huh. He coughed out a laugh. Is one of those for me? I nodded at the table. Please. He gestured toward the glasses. Help yourself. Only if you stop looking so uncomfortable. That caught his attention, his curious eyes meeting mine. Uncomfortable? Yeah. You look really uncomfortable. I insist that you take your shoes off and sit back on the bed. He ran a hand through his hair. Georgia, I'm not sure that's such a good idea. Of course it is, you silly, gorgeous piece of man-meat. I got to my knees, forcing his body to lie back on the bed. Straddling his hips, I stared down at him. See what I mean? It's so comfortable down there, isn't it? It sure is something. His gaze raked down my completely bare body, going darker with each second that passed. While he made himself cozy, I grabbed a glass from the nightstand and took a satisfying drink. This vodka is delicious. Not very strong, though. That's because it's water. Humph. Well, look at that. Kline hesitantly gripped my waist. I think I should grab you some clothes to wear to bed. My mouth formed a pout. Do you not like seeing me naked, Kline? Naked time is fun time. He shook his head and muttered under his breath, Dear fucking Lucifer. He cleared his throat. Shit, Georgie. I don't think I've ever seen anything better than you naked. And God, I want naked time to be fun time. I want it really fucking bad. Well then, what's the big rush? I'm starting to understand all the fuss about nudist colonies. There's a lot to be said for being naked, Kline. I think you should try it. I moved my hands to his belt, slipping the metal from the prongs. This probably isn't a good idea. He stopped my progress before I made my way to his zipper. I looked up at him, my ass resting against Kline's better half, his bigger, thicker half, the one that seemed to wholeheartedly or whole-cockedly disagree with him. I think you're wrong. I think you think this is a really good idea. To emphasize my point, I rolled my hips against him. Jesus, his dick. Wait, that sounded a little sacrilege. Kline, his dick. There, that was better. Kline, I moaned, rubbing my clit against him. This feels so good. Shit, he groaned, his fingers digging into my hips. We shouldn't be doing this, but fuck. You're gorgeous and naked and wet. So fucking wet. I can feel you through my clothes. You make me crazy, I half growled like an animal. I want to kiss you, lick you, suck you, ride you. I want to do everything. Right now. I leaned forward, pressing one pert nipple to his lips. He sucked me into his mouth, his tongue flicking my nipple and urging heat to flush across my skin. You have the best tits, Georgia. The best fucking tits. He moved to the other breast, kissing and sucking and licking me into a frenzy. God, yes, keep doing that, I begged. He gripped my chin, pulling my face to his. His lips crashed against mine. We were a delicious mess of tongues and lips and hips, grinding and hands groping. You're too perfect, he whispered against my skin. I can't get enough of you. I want you to have all of me, I urged. I want you inside of me, Kline. God, I want it so bad. Christopher Columbus the fuck out of my pussy pride land. What? He asked as he stilled. The words ran through my head enough to know I'd screwed some sort of pooch by alluding that my pooch had yet to be screwed. What? I repeated back, attempting and failing to be the absolute picture of aloof. His fingers held my hips still. Blue eyes stared deep into mine before shutting closed. Kline, what's wrong? His gaze met mine again. We can't do this. Not like this. Of course we can, I disagreed. I'm naked. You're hard. This seems like the perfect time for screwing. It's like Marvin Gaye himself put us in this moment and whispered, "Go ahead and let's get it on." A grin kissed his lips. "God, you're adorable," he said, biting back a laugh. "No," I pouted. "I'm sexy and naked and ready to fornicate." He quirked a brow. "Fornicate?" "Penetrate?" I offered, hoping it sounded more enticing. "Baby, I'm losing my mind over how sexy and beautiful you are, but I'm also trying to be a gentleman here. You're a little under the influence, remember?" I frowned, mentally counting the amount of drinks I'd had throughout the night. I didn't drink that much. I'm not talking about alcohol. My eyes went wide. "Did we do drugs?" His grin consumed his face, dimples peeking out and saying hello. "Calm down," he said, humor in his voice. "We didn't do drugs, not in the illegal sense, but you had a crazy amount of Benadryl." "Oh, I forgot about that. So, Benny girl, I think we should press pause on this fantastic moment, because you can bet that sexy ass of yours I want to revisit this. And let's throw some clothes on you and find something a little less tempting to do." I thought it over for a second. "Do you have any pizza?" A wry grin creased his mouth. "You want pizza?" I nodded. "Pizza and Netflix. We'll save the chill part for later." Kline lifted me off the bed and onto my feet as he sat up. "How about you rummage through my closet and find something you like, and I'll order us one." I pressed a soft kiss to his lips. "Deal." As I turned for the closet, his hand met my ass, spanking a high-pitched squeal right from my lips. "Hey!" I shouted, turning toward him. He shrugged, smirking like the devil. "Can't expect a man to ignore a perfect ass shimmying around in front of his face." "I was not shimmying." "Baby, you were shimmying. But don't worry, I was definitely watching and enjoying the show." I ignored him, striding, okay, sashaying, into his walk-in closet, where I enjoyed a few moments to myself to swoon over the whole baby sentiment. There may have been jumping and silent screaming. Who knows? Maybe I even buried my nose into his dress shirts and put myself in a momentary Kline-induced coma. But I will tell you this, the pizza was fucking delicious.
Chapter 14. Kline. Confused and sleepy, Georgia stumbled out of my bedroom and into the hall, the light from my sun-beaten bedroom windows backlighting her in the doorway. My shirt hung off of her tiny frame in a blob-like shadow and covered her completely, but the image of her naked body underneath was burned on my brain from having it straddling me last night. She'd been out of her mind, completely out of control, and most of all, irresistibly fucking adorable. She made the term hot mess look good, and the rambling thoughts of her Benadryl-influenced mind would stick with me forever. Honestly, I didn't know if I'd ever met someone funnier, and I knew a whole lot of brilliantly funny people. "I feel like someone buried me alive last night and I spent all 12 hours trying to claw my way out." I smiled apologetically. She stopped to lean on the wall at the mouth of the hallway, putting the tips of her fingers of one hand to the skin of her forehead. "I'm so sorry about last night," I told her. But I wasn't sorry. Not really, anyway. The only thing I regretted was that I should have taken her to the goddamn hospital in spite of her protests. It could have turned out so much worse. My Catholic roots were a little rusty, but I'd dust off the old prayer playbook to thank the big guy for keeping an eye on this one. Inching her way into the room, she settled on the other end of the couch and pulled her knees carefully into her chest, stretching the cotton of my t-shirt to cover them. "Fucking lime juice," she muttered into her knees, the skin of her now normal lips teasing the soft knit of the fabric before looking up at me. "Scotch with lime juice, really? Who even drinks that?" I leaned back into the couch, stretching an arm along the back and propping my feet up on the coffee table in front of me to keep from reaching out and running a finger along those lips. Ernest Hemingway drank scotch with lime juice. She chewed the recently healed skin nervously, and I could imagine what she was thinking, trying to assess how she felt about waking up here, with me, At the same time, she considered what I said. She seemed genuinely intrigued that I'd know something like that, but she warred with herself when it came to concentration on it. Really? I laughed, explaining. Well, I'd never witnessed it for myself, but I read it once somewhere, yeah. A smile crept into the corners of her mouth and brightened the blue of her eyes, and the maroon of my shirt already had them blazing. Moving her eyes from the couch to the kitchen, down the hall, and back again, she asked, "What is this place?" I pinched one eye in wink-like confusion, attempted to survey the scene from her point of view, and then answered the only way I could. It's my apartment." "Your apartment?" "Yeah," I shook my head. "Why did you say your apartment like it's infested with bedbugs?" "No," she denied vehemently in surprise. "No, it's nice. It's just—" Silence lingered where words should have been. I prompted. "What?" Her cheeks puffed out slightly with the sour taste of her thoughts, and I could see her run the scenario of saying it out loud through her head more than once. "Georgie, it's what?" "Normal." A laugh slipped out. "Yeah, well, so am I." And it wasn't that normal, I thought a little bitterly. It had a doorman, for fuck's sake. I was a single guy. What the fuck did I need a penthouse with 6 bedrooms for? I didn't want Georgia to think I needed some big apartment. I wanted her to get it. "No," she disagreed. "You're Kline Brooks." I just shook my head, trying to find the right words to describe how much nothing my fucking name meant to me, and how very little it should mean to everyone else. Trust me, that name doesn't mean nearly the same thing to me, my relatives, or any of my friends as it does to other people. She untucked her knees from my shirt, stretching her long, tan legs out on the couch toward me and crossing them at the ankles. Unable to resist, I reached down and rested the palm of my hand on her bare shin. She watched it happen and paused for just a few seconds before looking back up and into my eyes. She forced serenity over her features, but discomfort lived just under the surface. It wasn't that she didn't want it. She just felt awkward because it had been unexpected. "What's it mean to your family?" "I don't know." I searched my mind for the best way to put it, ignoring her minor discomfort and running a thumb along the skin of her calf casually. "A guy who eats way more pizza than he should, and has sweaty feet, and a grumpy cat who hates him." "Meow," Walter said on cue, hopping up onto the arm of the couch and startling her. "Oh, speak of the devil." "Hi?" she prompted. "Walter." "Hi, Walter," she cooed, turning her upper body and rubbing his back from head to tail. He purred and nudged into her. "Meow." "Sure," I scoffed. "Bond with the pretty girl. How fucking predictable." "Was he here last night?" she asked haltingly. I bit my lips to stave off the urge to go into detail. Yeah. The two of you had quite the lengthy conversation." They had. Georgia and Walter had bonded over pepperoni pizza and reruns of Friends. She sang Smelly Cat to him no less than 15 times. The snooty motherfucker purred for every single one of them. She nodded as if that made sense. "He seems like the friendly sort." I scoffed audibly. "Maybe that's your problem," she suggested simply, scratching behind his ears like they were old lawyer friends there to co-prosecute my trial. "You're being kind of an asshole to Walter. He responds to kind words and soft touches." "Are you kidding me?" I nearly yelled, pointing to myself and then back at my grumpy old cat wildly. "I'm not the asshole. He's the asshole. I tried to bring that cat around to me for weeks. I'm just treating him how he treats me now." Walter leaned into her as if scared. "That fucking cat con artist." "Oh, it's okay, Walter," Georgie swore sweetly, tucking his kitty face between her hands and rubbing their noses together. "I'll protect you from the bad, scary man." Her face turned conspiratorial, an eyebrow arching up menacingly to match the traitor cat as she looked me in the eye again. I know how you feel. He tried to poison me last night. I didn't poison her, I told him calmly, going along with this crazy conversation for some reason. I ordered the same drink I've been ordering for 10 years, and then I gave her the best kiss of her life. Georgie's playful eyes jumped to mine and turned serious. Panicked, even. It was not the best kiss of my... I tisked with a wave of my finger. Don't lie now, Benny. I know it was the best kiss of your life for a fact. And how do you claim to know that? Because last night you told me so yourself. She gasped. Walter hissed in camaraderie. Right before you kissed me again. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and everything about her posture said she was 2 seconds away from sprinting straight out the door. But I knew there was more, and I gave it to her, sliding a gentle hand from her shin up to her knee as I did. Walter jumped down and trotted off in protest, but we both ignored him. And they were both the best kisses of mine. I decided not to focus on the fact that beyond those kisses, she'd given me much more, including a naked lap dance. With the way her skin burned red about the kisses, I thought the trauma of the rest might make her actually combust. She opened her mouth just to close it again and forced a visible swallow down her throat. I gave her the time she needed, the time to process my words and run them through a cross-check with her emotions. I'd had all night, listening to her and enjoying her, to prepare for the blow. She hadn't. Just when I thought she might actually say something in return, her phone started to play the opening beats of Freak-a-Leak by P.D. Pablo. It was horrendously endearing. I had Thatch to thank for that kind of music knowledge myself. It used to be one of his favorite songs in our much wilder post-college days. She jumped up in a hurry, pink hitting her cheeks with embarrassment. Sorry for the awkward ringtone and the interruption. It's okay, I consoled with a smile and a wink. It would have been way more awkward had Shonda, Monique, and Christina called you last night at the benefit. Her eyes widened in shock. Me, it doesn't bother so much. I'm actually looking for the goodies, I teased, referencing another one of P.D. Pablo and Sierra's masterpieces I knew she'd recognize. And it worked, surprising her so much that she almost didn't make it to the kitchen to answer her phone before it stopped ringing. I really wasn't much of a mystery, but she was convinced I was. With the way I craved her company, I planned to enroll her in the accelerated education program and keep her there until she had me mastered.
Chapter 15. Georgia. The terrace door clicked shut as I answered Will's call. Hey, stranger. I'm surprised you're awake right now. Elbows resting on the banister, the sounds of an already popping Upper East Side hustled and bustled below me. Rough call shift? The ER was hopping last night. Will's raspy, exhausted voice filled my ear. From the random text I got last night, it appears you had an interesting evening. Night on the town with Cass? Huh? I tilted my head to the side. How on earth would my brother know about my night? Oh, come on, Gigi. He chuckled softly in my ear. Have you checked your text messages? My face twisted into utter bewilderment. Text messages? You send me a text message, to which I did attempt to respond, but honestly, I didn't have a clue what in the hell you were talking about. I tried to recount last night's events, but my brain still had a residual Benadryl fog. Check your messages. I tapped the screen, putting Will on speaker, while I scrolled through my text conversations. Me. Will Ken and OC give a Benny? Asterisk? Ampersand. Will. I'd like to buy a vowel, Pat. Will. Gigi? Hello? Will. Your masturbation camp PTSD is flaring again, isn't it? Will. You're going to be so fucking sick in the morning. Will. Seriously? Text me if you need anything. I'm pulling an all-nighter in the ER. Masturbation camp. My adolescent nightmare that Will won't let me forget about.
Since my mother was a sex therapist, my introduction to sexual health was not the norm. 3 days after my 13th birthday, I got my period. While most mothers took their daughters to the drugstore to buy pads or tampons, my mother signed me up for Camp Love Yourself. Before your mind wanders to weird and disturbing places, I should explain that we weren't sitting around naked diddling ourselves to Justin Timberlake music videos. It was a 2-week summer camp focused around teaching teenage girls about sex education, as well as encouraging girls to explore their sexuality in a healthy and safe way. Which explained why my older brother called it masturbation camp. My empowered and liberated mother was a strong advocate for Camp Love Yourself and their pro-rub yourself stance. A few rounds of masturbation a day keeps the babies away, Georgia Rose. It's proven that you're less likely to give in to your teenage hormones if you're exploring your sexuality through healthy self-love methods. Needless to say, my experience at masturbation camp had been about as horrifying and awkward as you'd expect. It had taken me a good 3 years to get past the emotional trauma from sitting around a campfire singing Kumbaya with Counselor Feather. Yes, that was her legal name, while she encouraged us to roast vagina-shaped marshmallows for s'mores. This was one of those life moments where, even 10 or 15 years down the road, I was still wondering if it had really happened. Seriously, Wilbur? How many years are you gonna hold on to the masturbation camp bit? Forever, he responded, laughing. That shit will never get old. I sighed. You're the world's worst older brother, you know that? The insult deflected off of him with ease. So, what in the hell were you up to last night? Glancing down at the text messages between Will and me, memories from last night hijacked my brain, taking it hostage. The dance, that kiss, my lips, Benadryl, Kline's bed. My jaw hit the terrace, my eyes going wide in shock. The details were hazy, but the basics stood out enough to worry me. Did I really get naked in his bed last night? Gigi, you still there? Moments and snapshots from 12 or so hours prior flooded my head. I'm sexy and naked and ready to fornicate. Oh, no. I covered my mouth with my hand. What's wrong? Bye, Will. Hey, what? I ended the call. I didn't have time for his shenanigans or the hour-long physician's lecture that would have occurred had I told him about my allergic reaction. No doubt Will would have been furious I didn't go to the emergency room last night. This moment required an immediate call to Cassie. The line rang 3 times before she answered, her voice drugged with sleep. It's kind of early, Horgy. Foregoing pleasantries, I dove right into my current situation, highlighting the main points. My ramble lasted a good 3 minutes, only pausing to take a quick breath between run-on sentences. So, what you're telling me is that your date with Kline started off great, until you had an allergic reaction and your face ballooned up like a blimp? And then you chugged a bottle of Benadryl, got naked in his bed, and attempted to hand him your lady flower. But you guys just ended up eating pizza instead? It sounds even worse when you repeat it back to me, I whined. Where are you right now? I'm in his apartment, standing outside on the terrace so he can't hear me freaking the fuck out. And you stayed at his place last night? Yeah. I woke up in his bed this morning. Did he try to usher your ass out of his bed the second you woke up? I shook my head. She didn't respond. See, the way phone conversations work is that you actually have to say the words out loud. You're such a pain in the ass, I retorted. And no, he didn't try to push me out of bed and send me packing. He was actually pretty sweet. I'm not sure what the problem is then. Are you serious? I shouted. I'm mortified, Cass. I pretty much made a fool out of myself last night. I don't even... Hey, she interrupted my rant. What? I snapped back. Take a breath and think this over. She coaxed, her voice cool and calm. Sure, things didn't go as planned, but you're still at his apartment. He's not acting weird. He didn't try to shove you out the door, right? I nodded. "I'm assuming you're nodding your head, so I shall continue," she said, amusement highlighting her voice. "You have two options here, Georgie. You can either grab your shit and make a beeline for the door and continue to stew in your mortification back at our apartment, or you can get some tits and go in there and demand a redo." Redo? Demand you finish that amazing kiss. Or, turn that sexy lip lock into something else. Something more orally challenging. I ran through my options. I could either let self-doubt rule my brain or walk back into his apartment and show him what a confident, self-assured woman looks like when she's ready to take what she wants. "You're right," I agreed, steadfast in my decision. "Embarrassment can go fuck itself. It's time for a redo." "That's my girl." "I love you, Casshead." "I love you too," she responded, a smile in her voice. "Now, stop wasting time and go in there and kiss the hell out of big-dicked Brooks." "Okay, that's my cue to end this call," I teased. "Have fun snapping pics of muscly men." "Oh, the fun has already been had, my dear. I plan on having even more fun tonight, without a lens in front of my face." I smiled, my nerves finally at ease. "I miss your crazy ass." "Miss you too, sweet cheeks. Call me later and let me know how things went." "You got it. But make sure it's tomorrow, because I'm about to be balls deep in my best impression of a rodeo queen. The Italian stallion, I'm hanging up now." Her laugh was the last thing I heard as I tapped end on the call. Turning for the door, I stopped mid-step, my eyes meeting my reflection in the glass panes. I did a quick once-over, taking inventory of my current state. My hair was a little askew, pulled up in a messy bun. My legs peeked out from beneath Kline's Harvard cotton tee. My ass was covered by a pair of white cotton boy shorts. It wasn't my sexiest of days, but I didn't look awful. And surprisingly, my lips had gone back to their normal size. I sniffed the collar of his t-shirt, and despite the clean scent, remnants of his cologne managed to linger on the freshly laundered material. God, he really did smell good. Kline just might have been my very own aphrodisiac. I wanted him, and I was hell-bent on taking what I wanted. Walking through the doors, I left any inkling of self-doubt on the terrace, finding him shirtless, standing at the sink of his master bathroom. His perfect ass was clad in boxer briefs, and nothing else. Wide shoulders on display, muscles stretching as he brushed his teeth. His biceps flexed as he finished up, turning off the sink. His body was perfect, defined with just enough bulk. Smooth skin sweetened the deal, leading from his muscular shoulders to his defined pectorals. I wanted to trace the lines with my tongue. He didn't shave or wax his chest like guys on magazine covers. No. Kline Brooks was a man. A beautiful, sexy man with a natural smattering of dark hair on his chest. His abdomen was defined with ridges and hard lines that led down into a glorious V, and a soft, just barely noticeable trail of hair paved a path from his belly button to territory I'd have to remove his boxer briefs to see. I wanted to lick that happy trail, spend some time there, make a fucking day out of it. My body was getting way too excited over the possibilities. Cool it, Georgia. Slow your horny roll. I wanted a redo of our first kiss, not the beginning of a porno flick. Cornflower blue eyes with the tiniest bit of yellow lining the contrasting black pupils met mine in the mirror. "Everything okay?" I nodded, moving toward the sink and plucking his just-used toothbrush from the holder. Without hesitation, I made myself at home, putting a glob of toothpaste on the bristles and going to town on cleaning my teeth. Kline watched with amusement. "You don't mind, do you?" I asked after 2 circuits on my top teeth. "Not at all," he responded, smirking. That perfect ass of his found the edge of the sink as he continued to observe. "I need a favor," I stated, turning off the sink and wiping my face with the hand towel. "Favor?" "Uh-huh. It's a mighty big favor, but there's a possibility it will benefit you greatly." "I'm all ears, Benny girl." He winked, amused with my new nickname. Though I was less impressed with his creativity than he was, I still felt a tingle. "Do you have an iPod dock anywhere in the apartment?" His gaze turned intrigued. "In my bedroom, on the dresser beside the terrace doors." "Perfect," I said over my shoulder, walking that direction. He followed me, sitting on the bed, while I set my phone in the dock and found the perfect redo song. The Drifters' "Some Kind of Wonderful" filled the room. "I know this wasn't the song we heard after our dance," I pointed out, shrugging, "but it's my favorite, Some Kind of Wonderful." I don't know. The first version seemed pretty good to me." He tapped his chin thoughtfully. "I can relate to the lyrics." I put a hand on my hip. "Is that so?" He nodded. "I think most men come to a point in their lives where the concept of one right woman above all other things seems logical, warranted, even." I swooned. Head, heart, stomach, my entire body was in on it. "Well, this is my show, so this is our Some Kind of Wonderful for right now." Kline grinned. My bare feet moved across the soft carpet, stopping once my knees tapped his. "Stand up, please." I gestured with my hand. "I want a redo. I want to finish what we started before you tried to kill me with lime juice." A teasing smirk crested my lips. "I did not try to kill you," he said through a chuckle, getting to his feet. "But I am saying yes to the favor." Blue-tinted tenderness gazed down at me, while strong hands slipped under cotton, finding the curve of my hips. "I'm sorry I ruined our date last night," I whispered. "You didn't ruin anything." I cocked a disagreeing brow. "Georgie, I had an amazing time." He touched my cheek, warmth spreading across my skin. "And I'd do it all over again. Allergic reaction and Benny high. I'd still do it all over again. You're pretty damn adorable when you're buzzing on antihistamines." Good Lord, I can only imagine the kind of crazy things that were coming out of my mouth last night. Self-doubt could be a real tricky bitch. Even when you thought you had her under control, she found a way to creep back in, making you analyze everything. Despite my earlier confidence, I had reached that moment. "Please don't remind me of anything I said or did. I have enough embarrassment stocked up to last a lifetime," I groaned, burying my face in his bare chest. Kline consumed me in a hug. He held me for a long moment, shouldering my mortification. Lips found my ear and whispered, "Do you want to know something?" "What?" I asked, my voice muffled against his skin. "I'm glad you're here." "Really?" "Yeah, Benny girl. And now, I'm ready for a redo." I leaned back, staring up at him. The man I'd come to know as Mr. Brooks, CEO and well-known mogul of the online dating industry, was morphing into someone different. He wasn't just the serious man whose life solely revolved around business. He was funny and sweet and lived in the moment. He wasn't the flashy, ostentatious billionaire I pictured living in $1 million apartment. He was practical and humble. So damn humble. He was someone I wanted to spend more time with. He was someone I could see myself falling for. He wasn't Mr. Brooks anymore. He was Kline, the man I wanted to take a real chance on. It shocked me how little time it took to recognize the difference. I slid my hands up his back, savoring the feel of his toned and smooth skin. Gripping the nape of his neck, I rocked my feet forward, standing tippy-toed, desperate to feel his mouth on mine. I made the first move, slowly, softly, pressing my lips to his and coaxing a kiss from him. He responded with fervor, sliding his tongue across my bottom lip and then slipping it inside my mouth to dance with mine. In a matter of seconds, our kiss turned heated, hands groping, tongues clashing. Kline gripped the cotton material covering my skin and removed it from my body, tossing it haphazardly across the room. My breasts pressed against his chest as he pulled me closer. I moaned into his mouth when his hands met the curve of my back, sliding to my ass and slipping under my boy shorts. He gripped my bare skin for a beat before slipping his hands back up the curve of my spine, leaving my underwear back in place in his wake. It was a crazy hot move. "Get on the bed, Georgie," he demanded, turning our bodies and guiding me toward the mattress. I lay back, staring up at him, uncertainty starting to sneak in. I was worried he might expect more out of this moment than I was prepared to give, but the way he was looking at me, it was enough to make me forget my own name. Light blue eyes took in every inch of my exposed skin, darkening closer to navy by the second. I couldn't think about anything else besides him touching me. He rested his hands beside my head, body hovering above mine. His tongue licked a line down my jaw to my neck until his lips were sucking a sensual path between my breasts. "Now, I need a favor," he whispered against my skin. "Let me taste you, sweet girl." He sucked a nipple into his mouth, his skilled tongue eliciting panting breaths from my lungs. "Let me taste every inch of this perfect body. Let me hear what you sound like when you come." "Yes. God, yes," I whimpered. He grinned against my skin, fingers sliding down my stomach until they found my boy shorts. Slipping them down my legs and off my body, strong hands gripped my thighs, spreading and baring me to his heated gaze. "You are so beautiful." He kneeled between my legs, slipping a finger between my lips and sliding through my arousal. "You're soaked and so fucking soft. I want to lick up and down every part of this." His finger traveled the slit and flicked the clit at the top for emphasis. "I'm hard just thinking about how good you'll taste." Nerves started to fill my stomach with second thoughts. He didn't know I was a virgin, and I knew even though I was really into him, I wasn't ready to take that kind of step. "Kline," I whispered, my voice too shaky and quiet for him to hear. "Now this is the kind of pussy a guy can get along with," he said, flashing a wink in my direction. And just like that, his playfulness washed my worries out to sea. "Just how good of friends are you?" I asked. He smiled. The bastard. "I know her really well." My eyes narrowed and he smiled harder. "But it's the kind of friendship built on trust and respect. And I never have more than one friend at a time." God, this man. He didn't even know how good he was for me. That's good to hear, because this pussy doesn't have more than one friend at a time either. And she demands respect and trust before letting anyone all the way in. Duly noted. He ran his tongue up the inside of my thigh. "Let the record show, I'm the kind of man who doesn't rush things. I like to take my time and savor every moment, every single inch." He moved to the other leg, repeating the same sexy-as-hell move. "And Georgia." "Yeah?" He slipped a finger inside of me and out again before sliding it into his mouth. He moaned audibly and closed his eyes. "You're going to melt on my tongue." Holy hell! "I think I'm already melting," I whimpered, my head falling back on the bed. "No, baby. You haven't even started to melt yet," he whispered, moving his tongue against me. God, it felt so good, so fucking good. I swallowed my moans, gripping the sheet for support. It was intense. My orgasm was building far quicker and stronger than anything I'd experienced. My legs and hips shook as he sucked my clit into his mouth, his tongue working me into a frenzy. But he didn't let up. He gripped my thighs, keeping me spread wide for his ministrations. My fingers found his hair while my hips moved of their own accord, grinding against his mouth, riding his tongue. This was the hottest round of oral I'd ever received in my life. He repeatedly built me up, only to slow things down when I got too close. He wasn't racing to get me off. No. He was savoring every second. He told me how good I tasted, and how hard he was just from watching me slowly lose control. He told me how sexy I was, and how he never wanted to stop. "Please, Kline. Oh, fuck. Please," I begged. I didn't even know what I was begging for. I wanted him to get me off, badly, yet I never wanted this to end. My greedy girl. He sucked harder and my back bowed off the bed. "Oh, God," I moaned. "Do me a favor, Georgie. When you come, don't hold back. I need to hear your sounds." "Yes, yes, yes," I chanted, too consumed with the orgasm about to pull me under. Hell, he could have asked me to put on a top hat and sing the Star-Spangled Banner when I came. I would have agreed to anything in that moment, though that might have made things a little more awkward. He grabbed my breasts, caressing the pliant flesh possessively, while his mouth pushed me toward the edge. My eyes rolled back, gasping breaths escaping my lungs. "Say it," he demanded. I moaned, moving my hands to his hair and gripping the strands for leverage. My hips had a mind of their own, grinding into this face with reckless abandon. "Fucking say it, sweet girl." The sexy growl to his voice was enough to push me over. "Yes, Kline, I'm coming." My body lost control, legs shaking, lungs gasping for breaths. My pulse roared in my ears. I didn't just melt. I dissolved, and I gave him my sounds. I'm not sure what sounds, but I remember shouting, "This is the best orgasm of my life," at some point. I'm pretty sure I lost consciousness for a moment, only to be stirred when strong hands cradled my body, adjusting me on the bed so my head rested comfortably on the pillows. My eyelids fluttered open to find a smirking Kline staring down at me. He pressed a kiss to my mouth. "Thank you. That was the best orgasm of my life, too," he said softly against my lips. His mouth crested into a wry grin as he stood, adjusting himself in his briefs. He was hard and standing at attention, making his appearance the hottest, most obscene thing I'd ever laid eyes on. "Now, I think it's time for breakfast. Eggs and bacon sound good to you?" I glanced down at his crotch, shocked by the nonchalant tone of his voice. His dick was saluting me, yet he didn't seem the least bit affected by his current situation. "But you're, hard. And I mean fucking hard. That soldier was ready for all-out war." "Seems to be a common occurrence when you're around." He winked and walked toward the doorway only to shout, "Meet me in the kitchen, Benny girl," over his shoulder as he strode out of the bedroom. He did, didn't he? Orgasms never helped my eloquence with words, but Kline Brooks was a giver. Like, whoa. This wasn't the norm. We'd all been with the norm. The guys who would only go down on you because they were expecting some sort of oral exchange. Once you'd gotten your rocks off, they were flashing slanty-eyed glances toward their dicks, waiting for you to return the favor. They'd do everything just short of shoving their crotch in your face. They'd rattle off options like an auctioneer. Blow job, hand job, just hold it for a minute, let me hold your tit while I jerk off. They might as well have had flashing neon arrows pointing to their pants, or, better yet, taken out a piece of paper and drawn a "Here is my dick" treasure map, just in case we might have forgotten where the male member was located. But Kline hadn't done that. He'd straight up licked me into an orgasm and then said thank you. He thanked me for letting him go down on me. I'd never claimed to be a genius, but I was pretty sure Kline Brooks had just wham bam and you can thank me ma'amed me. It was the sexiest fucking thing I'd ever experienced.
Chapter 16. Kline. Uncomfortable was too cushy a word to describe the kind of hell I was in right now. Hard and engorged, my axe was ready to chop some fucking wood, and because of the redistribution of blood flow, my brain was having a hard time explaining why it couldn't. It wasn't that I didn't want to, that was for goddamn sure. But Georgie's overall discomfort was easy enough to read. I knew she'd enjoyed my mouth on her. I doubted as much as I had, but she would have reciprocated out of duty or expectation. And honestly, the first time she sucked my cock, I wanted it to be because she wanted to. Because she couldn't fucking stand not to. Gripping the base tight through my underwear, I fought to stop the pulsing and bring it even a little bit of relief. When the fiery depths of hell felt more like the heat of Death Valley, I rearranged myself into the best position and got to work digging out a skillet to make some omelets. Eggs, turkey bacon, and cheese. I lined the basic ingredients up on the counter and put some cooking spray in the bottom of the skillet. Poised to crack the first egg directly into the waiting heat, I had a flashing memory of George's swollen face last night and panicked. The egg nearly slipped from my hand, a completely graceless juggle the only thing that saved it. I needed to do an allergy rundown with her before I even considered preparing any kind of food products. I rounded the counter to ask her, but stopped abruptly in my tracks when she came sauntering out of my bedroom naked. She was like a new woman, confidence and determination fueling her stride as she ate up the distance between us. My dick backtracked, immediately swelling with the excitement I'd spent the last several minutes trying to calm. "Georgie?" I asked as she bared down on me, wondering what was on her mind while my dick prayed whatever it was would end in some form of attention. She didn't say anything, as she planted a hand on my naked chest and pushed me back until the top of my ass hit the edge of the island counter. The heat of her palm scorched my skin, and the look of her body did the same to my eyes. I couldn't focus on one place, my eyes bouncing and bounding from one glorious part of her to the next. Everything lost focus when she sank to her knees, the room around me blurring so badly I nearly passed out. "Georgie," I called again, hoping she'd give me something to ease my mind. A look, a comment, anything to put my racing thoughts at ease enough that I could do nothing but enjoy whatever she intended to do. I didn't want to be the guy who said the standard, "You don't have to," at the same time that I was thinking, "Oh, yeah, you do," inside, because that was how it worked. But I did want some kind of reassurance that neither of us would regret this. Finally, her eyes met mine, and she licked her lips as she shoved her hands into the waistband of my boxer briefs, sliding them down with her palms flat against my skin the whole way. "Fuck me. She hummed in anticipation, leaning forward and taking the whole head in her mouth. Just like that. Right in her fucking mouth. Gun to my head, that moment, my cock would have been known as the Grinch, because that fucker up and swelled to twice its size in the matter of a heartbeat. "Good God," I breathed, my neck craning back in ecstasy. She hummed at that, the vibration in her throat coating my skin along with the wet and warmth. I put my hands on the counter to stop from gripping her hair. This ride was hers, and I was merely a passenger. So many times women play to what they think a man wants, defaulting to him rather than owning their ability. I'll let you in on the fucking secret. Absolutely nothing I could ask her to do would be as good as letting her surprise me. She slid her mouth down as far as it would go and back, leaving a coat of moisture behind. The chilled air tingled the skin she unsheathed and shot straight to my tightening balls. Her hand must have sensed it or something, shooting out to cup them at the perfect pressure, just between timid and crushing, rolling each of them between her fingers like a goddamn sack expert. My legs started to shake, but I fought it, scared she'd stop to ask if I was okay or if I needed to change positions. A swirl of her tongue at the tip later, she took me inside again, pushing the flat of her tongue against the underside and tapping it in a rapid rhythm. Up and down she worked me, adding her free hand at the base and mesmerizing me with a frenzy-inducing twist. My mind raced and blanked at once, knowing the cum was coming and working overtime to find the faculties to actually tell her. "Baby," I groaned, finally letting my hand shoot out to grip her hair. I pulled it up with a jerk, but took care not to be too rough or startle her. Her eyes fucking destroyed me when they met mine, eating me alive with the same intensity as her mouth. She was swallowing my fucking dick like it was her last meal, and she'd had a goddamn choice of the whole menu. I couldn't hold back anymore. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I'm gonna come. Ah, God. She sucked harder instead of letting go, pushing me to get there faster with the strum of her fingers at my balls. I didn't think I usually came that fast, but the surprise had everything fucked. My stamina, my mind, my ability to form complete sentences, gone. When the last jerk subsided, she soothed me with her tongue, sliding her loose hand up and down the shaft slowly. She moaned again, nearly knocking me on my ass. You taste good, too. I would never, ever be able to look at this woman without remembering this moment. Not for my entire life. I was fucking sure of it. I was equally sure, as one of her greatest fears centered around being able to maintain a professional relationship with me in a work environment, she would not want to hear that. She got to her feet slowly, but I sped up the process, grabbing her by the hips and slamming her naked body directly into mine. My slowly softening cock rested between our bellies, and my lips sought hers. I fought the primal urge to eat her alive, though, teasing her tongue with mine in a sweet dance of thank you instead. I wanted her to feel cherished and fucking appreciated. Her bottom lip swelled in my mouth with the pressure of my suction, so I soothed it with my tongue immediately upon its release. She moaned in my mouth, hard and deep and needy, and I took it as my completely ass-backwards cue to break the kiss. My hands had already found their way to her ass, and I knew if I didn't stop now, I'd end up pushing her into something she really wasn't ready for. Go put on a shirt, baby, I ordered softly, and then offered, take a shower if you want to. The shy girl was just under the surface, clearing the fog of lust, and I knew she'd much rather succumb to it in the privacy of my room or the shower than have to live through it in front of me. I pressed a soft peck to the corner of her lips and inhaled the smell of the skin of her cheek with my nose. Subtly sweet, like a rose surrounded by apples. I'll finish making breakfast, I said into her skin before pulling away. You're not allergic to anything other than lime juice, are you? She smiled slightly before shaking her head. Good. I'll turn the bacon and eggs into omelets then. Kline? She asked, ignoring my rundown and sliding her hand up my neck to the juncture of my jaw. My throat tightened, and my pulse beat double time as her thumb brushed the line of it. Yeah, Benny? Thanks. One soft kiss to my lips later, she turned and retreated to my bedroom, and all I could do was watch as she went, my boxer briefs still twisted around my ankles. I was fucked. Really and truly fucked when it came to Georgia Cummings. Omelet's ready, I called through the closed bathroom door after making a quick stop in my closet to put on a pair of jersey shorts until I showered. I was still sticky with the evidence of Georgia's performance, so I opted to go commando underneath them until I could rectify it. This billionaire's apartment only had one bathroom. I expected her to call something back through the door, but she opened it instead, stepping into the doorway and nearly into me with wet hair, a towel around her body. With a mind of its own, my hand reached out to wipe away the lingering drop of water on the top swell of her breast. She shivered. I felt downright needy for more contact. Hugs, hand-holding, I didn't give a fuck. I just wanted to touch her, and I wanted to do it all day. Spend the day with me, I blurted. Kline, no, I interrupted. Don't say no. She smiled, a tiny laugh coating my skin as she tilted her head to the side just slightly. I wasn't going to. Good, I breathed in relief. But I do need to go home first. I need clothes, preferably ones that fit and don't smell like you. She held up a hand before I got defensive, admitting softly, "It's distracting." "Fine," I agreed easily, countering. "But I'm going with you. Last time I let you arrive separately, you were 45 minutes late." Her face pinched in annoyance. I leaned forward and pressed my lips to hers, smoothing it away just as fast. Without moving back, I spoke my parting words right against her lips. "Any other time I'd be patient, baby, but today, when it comes to spending time with you, I find I'm a little less willing to wait."
Chapter 17. Georgia. Cokes from a vending machine? Hot dogs from a vendor? What's next, Mr. Spontaneity? I nudged him with my shoulder. He shrugged, taking the last bite of his mustard and relish-covered dog. I didn't really have a plan. I just wanted to make sure you spent the day with me. Night was settling over the city, streetlights glittering the pavement with their soft glow. We had spent the day riding the subway and making stops at random. Kline would ask me a question, and my answer was what decided our next stop. Favorite place to relax? A stroll through Central Park. Favorite childhood memory? Feeding ducks at the Brooklyn Zoo. Dinner was outside of MoMA, after we had spent most of the evening browsing Picasso's sculptures and Jackson Pollock's beautiful landscapes. He had kissed me slow and deep, fogging my brain with memories of this morning. Kline waited until he had me good and turned on, then pulled away, nonchalantly asking what sounded good for dinner. The horny side of me quickly responded, "Well, I really enjoyed breakfast this morning." "You want bacon and eggs again?" "No," I answered, standing on my tiptoes and kissing a sensual path along his jaw. Using my teeth to tug at his earlobe, I whispered, "That wasn't my favorite part of breakfast." And that's how we ended up at a street vendor outside of MoMA, ordering hot dogs. The cheeky bastard had made sure to order us footlongs, adding, "Just trying to get the size right." He found a bench, pulling me down into his lap. "Let's eat, Benny girl," he said, kissing my forehead and setting dinner in my hands. I ate my footlong, enjoying every second of being in his company. Pedestrians meandered past us. Taxis sped by in their usual hurry. But the world didn't exist in that moment. I was too busy savoring every soft kiss to my cheek and handsome smile flashed in my direction. This might have been better than breakfast. I took my last bite, moaning. He tickled my ribs with his free hand. "I never pegged you as a liar, Ms. Cummings." "Who said I was lying?" I winked. "You got a little something right here." He wiped a drop of ketchup from the corner of my mouth, sucking it off his finger and waggling his brows. "Always so fucking good." I laughed, shoving his shoulder playfully. "All right, dirty boy. What's next on the agenda?" Helping me to my feet, he grinned. "I've got an idea, but I need to know if you're ready to be a little wild." "How wild?" I questioned, a sassy hand on my hip. He tossed our empty bottles and napkins in the trash. "Crazy, insane kind of wild." His eyes turned serious. He grabbed my hips, guiding me toward a vacant alley and gently pushing my back against a brick wall. "Can you handle getting a little crazy with me?" I nodded, smiling up at him. He pressed a kiss to my mouth. "Are you sure, Benny girl? Because I can't have you chickening out last minute." "Are you calling me out?" "Are you too scared to take the challenge?" I bit his bottom lip, my teeth tugging playfully. "I'll take any challenge you throw my way." "Is that so?" "You bet your tight ass it is. I've got $15 and a striptease that says you'll chicken out." "I'll see your bet and raise you an orgasm." His mouth met mine again, his tongue slipping past my lips. He kissed me passionately, sliding his hands into my hair and taking control. His lips coaxed a moan from my throat, only to leave me disappointed when he pulled away, smirking like the devil. "Game on, baby." He grabbed my hand, leading me back onto the sidewalk. "Oh,
And I want you wearing heels. Sexy fucking heels that'll blow my mind." I giggled, shaking my head. "You better prepare yourself, because I'm demanding Channing Tatum-like dance moves. I'm talking pelvic thrusts and lots of grinding action." We took the subway until Kline ushered us off at Midtown East. 10 minutes later, we were standing in front of 1UN, a prestigious hotel in the business of catering to the rich and famous. "Are we schmoozing with diplomats tonight?" He chuckled. "No, but we're definitely going to get a little wet." I raised a curious brow as he led us through the lobby and to a bank of elevators hidden on the eastern side of the facility. The ride was quick, and once we reached our apparent destination, we hopped off and walked hand in hand past a reception desk. A 20-something-year-old girl glanced up from her laptop offering a simple, "Enjoy your workout," and resumed typing. She didn't question our motives, seemingly oblivious to the fact that we were basically breaking into their facility. I started to get a little nervous as Kline led me through a locker room. He held open a glass door, ushering me toward an indoor pool. The water was enticing, lights still on and glowing beneath the clear water. I asked, glancing around. We were the only ones there, but a white sign with big red letters instructed us why. No one is permitted in the pool area after 9 o'clock. It was 10:30. The sign also stated, "Members-only pool. Police will be contacted in the event this rule is violated." Hefty warning for an indoor pool, right? Yeah, but remember, this hotel wasn't just any hotel. It was adjacent to the United Nations headquarters. When I joked about schmoozing with diplomats, I hadn't been kidding. Kline took off his shoes and socks, setting them on a chair. What are you doing?" "I'm getting ready to hop in the pool," he responded, unbuckling his belt. "You're joining me, right?" "Pretty sure I don't have a bathing suit." I glanced down at my attire: jeans, a cotton tank top, a light cotton sweater, and brown leather flats. "But I thought you said you wanted to be a little wild," he asked, amusement in his voice. "Yeah, but—" I paused when he unzipped his jeans and slid them down his legs. "But what?" He looked up, his eyes filled with a playful edge. "We're not even supposed to be in here," I whispered, even though no one outside of the pool could hear me. "And you want me to what? Go for a dip in my bra and panties?" He shrugged off his shirt. "You could always go without." My jaw dropped. "You want me to skinny dip? In a pool that we're not even supposed to be in?" "Are you getting ready to chicken out?" Kline taunted. His gorgeous body was on full display, only boxers covering his muscular thighs. "No," I retorted. He cocked a brow. "Are you sure? Because it kind of looks like you're ready to jet." I narrowed my eyes. "Get ready to strip, baby." A grin covered his lips. "And don't forget the heels." His smug confidence had me changing my tune. I wasn't usually the type of girl to break rules, but I also wasn't the type of girl to back down from a bet. My stubborn side won the battle for supremacy. I kicked off my flats and moved toward the pool. My jeans, cardigan, and tank top were removed in quick fashion and discarded onto an empty chair. "Get ready to pay up." I strode to the deep end, staring at his amused expression from across the water. I unclasped my bra and shimmied out of my panties, tossing them in his direction. With a sweet, devious little smile, I said, "Remember, I want lots of pelvic thrusting action," and then dove into the pool. After savoring the warmth of the water, I broke the surface, resting my arms on the ledge, and grinned back at Kline. "Put your money where your mouth is, Brooks." He laughed, sliding off his boxer briefs and turning around. He started humming a striptease beat, glancing at me over his shoulder and grinning playfully. Kline proceeded to pelvic thrust, his hands resting behind his head and his grin turning cocky with each punch forward. Not an ounce of embarrassment on his face. He was visibly enjoying himself, loving the growing smile on my lips, and he was crazy adorable yet insanely hot at the same time. I watched his tight ass and muscular thighs flex with each circuit. He kept it up until my giggles turned loud and uncontrolled. He dove into the pool, slicing through the water in succinct maneuvers. He moved toward me, his hands finding my hips and signaling him that he had reached his target. When he broke the surface, his face hovered mere inches from mine. Water dripped from his eyelashes, down his cheeks, and clung to the very tips of his spiky wet hair. "Are you ready to shove $20 bills in my G-string?" Maybe $1 bills? I teased. $1 bills? He asked. "Baby, I recall a lot of pelvic action back there." "Yeah, but," I sighed, "I didn't get the full frontal experience." He laughed, shaking his head. "I'll make note that you're a fan of full frontal." I smiled, my cheeks damn near bursting with amusement. He wrapped his arms around my waist, moving us in the water. It rippled into tiny waves around our bodies. "You know what you're not a fan of?" he asked, brow quirking. "Small wieners?" His chest vibrated against my skin, laughter spilling from his lips. "Besides that, I'm well aware you've got an appetite for nothing smaller than a foot long." I giggled, savoring his teasing smile. "Tell me, Brooks, what am I not a fan of?" "Emergency rooms." I tilted my head to the side, perplexed. "You were really fucking adorable last night, slap-happy and high on Benny, but before you got to that point, I was worried." His forehead touched mine. "I wanted to take you to St. Luke's, but you're pretty damn stubborn." The look in his eyes warmed my stomach. I didn't want to imagine, the kind of shape I had been in last night. I could recall bits and pieces here and there, but for the most part, it seemed like a hazy dream. It had been our first real date. We barely knew each other outside of work, yet Kline hadn't hesitated to take care of me. He hadn't freaked out or gotten embarrassed that his date looked ridiculous, because, let's face it, I'd looked insane, like someone had given me botched plastic surgery kind of crazy. Last night, Kline hadn't been focused on anything but making sure I was okay. And it was apparent he really was worried. Those were not the actions of a man whose intentions were less than genuine. He was different from anyone I had ever met, in the best way. In the span of 48 hours, he had somehow gained a large part of my trust. I wasn't skeptical or scrutinizing his every word. I was merely enjoying feeling safe and cherished in his presence. "My brother is an ER resident at St. Luke's. He just so happened to be working a 24-hour call shift last night," I explained. "Oh," he said, understanding in his voice. "Now it makes sense." "Yeah," I said, shrugging. "He's my older brother, my only sibling, and even though my lips were about to consume my face, no way in hell was I going to give him that kind of ammunition. If I thought Will still bringing up masturbation camp was bad, my arriving in his ER looking like a blowfish would have made that never-ending joke look easy." "Do you have any siblings?" I asked, curious to know more about him. The short amount of time we'd spent together outside of the office had me realizing every preconceived notion I'd had about Kline was dead wrong. Hell, his small, quaint apartment was evidence of that. It truly was not the kind of flashy, extravagant place I'd pictured him living in. Sure, it was nice, but it looked more like a place I would live in, not someone who had grossed nearly $1 billion last year with just Tap Next alone. He shook his head. "Only child." "What are your parents like?" "My mom is a meddler, but she means well. She's actually the reason Walter is at my apartment." "Don't you dare say anything bad about Walter," I teased, pointing my finger at him. "You try living with that asshole for a few weeks and see how it goes." "He is not an asshole. He's a big, fluffy sweetheart." I defended my feline friend, fighting the urge to grin. Kline scoffed. Yeah, he is. He's the world's worst cat. Stop talking about my buddy Walter like that. I'll be more than happy to gift him to you. I can have his shit packed up and ready to go tonight, he challenged. Tell me more about your parents, I laughed, choosing to change the subject before I ended up with a new roommate. My father is an old-school Irish Catholic who loves beer and offers a constant supply of dad jokes. Even though they drive me crazy sometimes, Maureen and Bob are pretty wonderful. There was a soft kindness in his voice that showed how much he adored his folks. What about your parents? My dad is a sweetheart, but he's a total ball-buster. He has to be to keep my crazy mother on her toes. Crazy mother? My mom is a sex therapist. She's just about as quirky as it gets. Sex therapist? He asked, smirking. I did not expect that one. It's not really a common profession. Wait, your mom's last name is Cummings, right? Yes, I nodded, already knowing where he was going with this. Dr. Savannah Cummings is my mother, the sex therapist extraordinaire, as if it wasn't hard enough growing up with Cummings as your last name. No wonder you're so good at blowjobs, he teased. I shoved him away, mouthing, pervert. Only for you. He chuckled, pulling me close again. Our bare chests were pressed against each other. Water droplets slipped down my skin and my nipples hardened instantly. Do you even know how sexy you are? His eyes met the curve of my breasts, peeking above the waterline. Strong hands slid from my hips to my ribs until they moved around my back and caressed my ass. Baby, you drive me fucking insane. My heart tripped. He'd called me baby. Sure, he had said it before, but this time it had just rolled off his tongue with such ease. It was a reflex, instinctive. I felt like we were really trying this. Trying us. I brushed my lips against his. We weren't kissing at first, just teasing, breathing the same air. I could smell the chlorine on his skin, the hint of sugar on his lips from the soda we'd shared earlier. I saw my reflection in his pupils, eyes wanton and needy. I don't think I'll ever get enough of you. He parted his lips, pressing his mouth to mine. I'll never get enough of these perfect cherry lips. He opened his mouth, sucking on my top lip, my tongue. Heat pulsed in my lower belly, my heart racing in anticipation. Kline moved his mouth down my neck to my collarbone and across the curve of my breasts. I felt the shape of him against my hip, hard and prominent. I reached down to take him into my hand, but he was too quick, gripping my ass and lifting me out of the water and onto the edge of the pool. He spread my thighs, gazing up at me with wet lashes and hooded eyes. How many fingers does my wild girl need? His mouth met my hip, sucking with a force that reddened my sensitive skin. I'd never been so turned on in my life. My body thrummed, blood thundering in my veins, getting off on the illicitness of our location. And I ached. God, I ached, desperate for more than just his hands. I wanted his mouth on me again. Or does she need more? Does she need my lips and tongue to give her what she really wants? My head fell back, and I gripped the edge of the pool to hold myself up. Tell me what you need. Your mouth, I moaned, sliding my legs over his shoulders. I need your mouth on me. He licked a path down my belly. Hold on tight, baby. This is going to be fast, and you're going to fucking explode. He ate at my pussy until my body was strung tight with the need to come. I tried to hold out, tried to let the intensity build, but Kline's mouth was too talented, too fucking good at seducing a climax out of me. In the distance, heavy footfalls moved toward us. Keys jingled against a hip. I didn't know where or what or who or how those noises were occurring. My mind stuck somewhere between suck me harder and make me come. Shit, he mumbled, taking that delicious mouth away from where I needed him the most. No. I stuttered out my frustration, but it didn't matter. Kline's hands were wrapped around my waist, yanking me into the water. My head spun, shocked from the sudden change in position. Shh. He quieted me, nodding toward the entrance. My eyes grew wide in horror, realization setting in. The footsteps, the keys, they were coming from the other side of the door. The very doorknob that was being turned. Fuck. I was going to get arrested for not only breaking and entering, but for public indecency, too. The police were going to be called while my body still throbbed between my legs. I got you. He held me tighter. Hold your breath, baby. We're going under, he instructed, just before sliding us toward a darkened corner and submerging us under the water. I shut my eyes, held my breath, and prayed to God we wouldn't be seen. Surely I wasn't going down like this, naked in a pool with my boss's cock pressed against my belly. It really was a fantastic cock, but that was beside the point. Shit was about to hit the fan. Kline's lips found mine, and I felt his smile against my mouth. Devious bastard. Trailing his fingers down my belly, he found the spot where I was still slippery and hot. He didn't waste any time, 2 fingers sliding inside of me while his thumb rubbed my clit. Seriously? How was he even thinking about getting me off at a time like this? But did I stop him? Nope. My heart pounded in my ears, the needy, orgasm-driven side of me too focused on what he was doing. I wrapped my legs around his hips like the true hussy I was. If we were going to be Bonnie and Clyde tonight, I sure as hell was going to enjoy the ride. A few seconds later, he floated us to the top, our heads peaking above the waterline, our lungs dragging in much-needed air. The coast was clear, the mystery person no longer in sight. The lights were off, the doors were shut, and Kline was still finger-fucking me, seemingly unfazed by our almost arrest. Sweet, dirty, wild girl, he whispered in my ear, picking up the pace. Even when we're 30 seconds away from getting arrested, you still let me slip my fingers inside your pussy. You like this, don't you? You love being bad just for me. He licked the water from the curve of my breasts. I moaned, my teeth finding his shoulder and biting down. Yes, just like that. Christ, baby, when you catch fire, you motherfucking burn. Hot damn. Kline Brooks was a certified Class A, deserves the major award dirty talker. His words served their purpose, pushing me straight over the edge and spurring my brilliant response. Holy fuck.
Chapter 18. Kline. Monday night rugby practice was gearing up, but my mind was still on the weekend. Laughter and sexiness and a Benadryl-fueled trip through an allergic reaction. The mixture of all three had me smiling to myself. Georgia Cummings was quickly becoming one of my favorite people. She made me feel high on life and like the world's biggest idiot all at once. Curiosity about Rose's weekend was the only thing that kept me from thinking about how close I'd come to never experiencing what I had for the last week. Because I wouldn't have traded the last 7 days for anything, even if it were to come to an abrupt end tonight. The memories would have been worth it. Take note, friends. Don't close off any one section of your life from possibility. Fate gives us chances, but we're the ones who have to take them. A touch of the icon brought the Tap Next app to life. Realization swallowed me with an unexpected sense of accomplishment. This thing was my baby. I'd nurtured it, grown with it over the years like a close friend. I'd watched it make mistakes, veer off the path to greatness, but I'd pulled it back, and I was proud of what it had become. A place where people could find almost anything. A place where people who were lucky found something worthwhile, like I had. Bad Ruck, 6:15 p.m. Hey, Rose, you busy? I'm just curious how the date went. I didn't get to check in with you over the weekend. I stared at the message window, waiting to see if she would reply. I was just about to give up waiting when the little bubbles popped up on the screen. Taprose next, 6:17 p.m. If avoiding contracting bubonic plague from the passenger next to me can be considered busy, then sure. I'm just on the train on my way back from work. Bad Rock, 6:17 p.m. And the date? Put your phone down, Kay! Everyone is waiting on us, Thatch shouted. I looked up to find the team captains still in the middle of the rugby field, known as a pitch, chatting, but I tossed my phone down anyway. Any amount of dawdling would only be cause for Thatch to publicly bust my balls. As my best friend of more than a decade, he had too much ammunition and a specially made gun for the job. I broke into a jog for extra measure, joining the group of no-good assholes I called my teammates. Sponsorship wasn't necessary for obvious reasons, but we played the league on the straight and narrow, using businesses to sponsor the team like everyone else. I'd volunteered Brooks Media, but with a dating site being one of the main focuses of the company, that had resulted in a resounding veto. Instead, Wes's restaurant, Bad, a fucking joke of a name for all the success he had, was our sponsor and earned our team as a whole the moniker Bad Boys. But because everyone thought they were fucking cute, that wasn't enough, and the trio of Thatch, Wes, and I were forever dubbed the Billionaire Bad Boys. It was there to stay. Trust me, I'd been trying to shake it for years. "We're skins," John announced to the informal huddle when he came back from the captain's meeting. "Fuck," Thatch breathed, rolling his head in distress for some reason. "What's the matter, Thatch?" Wes asked. "Afraid one of the boys is going to pull out your titty ring?" "Blow me, Torrance." "Torrance?" I questioned, feeling a wrinkle form between my eyebrows. "It's a Bring It On reference," John remarked casually as he stretched out his hamstring by pulling his heel to his ass, as though it wasn't weird that he'd know that. When I turned my curiosity from Thatch to him, he piped up again. "What? Kirsten Dunst is in the movie and she's fucking hot." He added, "And I have a younger sister," when the group was slow to buy in. "How is your sister, Johnny?" Thatch asked with a smirk. John's eyes flashed brightly before turning to stone. 18, motherfucker. Thatch turned to me, and I could practically see what was coming. He didn't actually want to bone John's little sister, not even a little. "What's that he said, Kline?" He might have been a man whore, but Thatch fucked women, not girls just starting to make the transition. What he wanted was to poke at one of John's pressure points just enough to make him explode. I trained my face to look serious and held in a laugh. "I think he said she's legal, Thatch." John lunged, and my humor finally broke the surface. I grabbed his shirt with both hands and shoved him away playfully while Thatch busted out in hysterics beside me. "Relax, John," Wes coaxed. "Thatch doesn't need your sister to fill his pussy punch card. He's got all the tramps he'll ever need right here in Manhattan." Thatch tisked. "There's no card, Wes. My dick is not a value club." "It sure fucks in bulk," John threw in, eager to even the score because of some running feud between the two of them. We were all well-off, grown-as-fuck men, but you'd be surprised by how similar we were to a group of teenage girls sometimes. "And how would you know, Johnny? Got a camera in my bedroom?" Thatch snapped back. "All right," I called, babysitting like usual. "Drama club is over, assholes. Let's go play rugby. Focus all of that energy into your attack, for fuck's sake." "You're the one who can't manage to make it past halfway without getting tackled and steamrolled into the ground," Wes pointed out. He laughed as he said it, though, continuing the teasing vibe by wrapping his arm around my shoulders and walking out onto the field with me. "At least I managed to touch the ball every once in a while," I jabbed back, shoving him away and jogging to the other side of the pitch. At this point in the season, practice consisted mostly of scrimmages, dividing into two teams and trying to outplay each other. I was just glad that when we split up, Thatch was usually on my side. He might have acted like a clown from time to time, but the dude was one big motherfucker and had been known to do some permanent damage when he tackled you. I liked to walk without a limp, and if I was going to be told I couldn't have kids one day, I sure as fuck didn't want testicle mutilation to be the reason. I shook out of my daydream when the ball slammed into my chest, a smirk ghosting Wes's lips from the success of his unexpected pass. I took off at a run, dodging a defender and reaching the halfway line. Pain shot through my waist as another defender made hard contact. I tossed the ball underhanded and toward my back, the only direction allowed for a legal pass in rugby, and tucked my arms to my chest to take the impact of the fall without breaking a wrist. "Jesus!" I groaned, shoving Tommy off of me as quickly as I could in order to rejoin play. "Lay off the cookies, Tom!" I shouted as I ran toward the ruck my teammates had going. "Weights!" he yelled back. "I think when you said cookies, you meant weights." And fuck, by the way my spleen throbbed, Tommy just might have been right. I slammed my body into the linked shoulders of Thatch and Wes, pushing them forward over the loose ball and helping the group gain momentum in the fight upstream against the defenders. Thatch fought for control in front of me, and I nearly took an elbow to the face in the process. Rugby was a rough game, and when my organs felt like they might fall out or a limb ached like it might fall off, I wondered why I did it. But then the ball was in my arms again, tossed underhand and over his shoulder by Thatch, and I remembered without question. The adrenaline, the thrill, the all-out expulsion of a week's worth of tension, stress, and aggression. I was convinced a little extracurricular rugby not only kept me in prime physical shape, but it also kept my mind at peace and on an even keel. I could only hope that as my physical health started to subside with age, my need to vent would dwindle along with it. The weight of 3 bodies hit me at once as I was crossing the try line, but Thatch had them off in no time to celebrate the score. I was barely on my feet before the choreography started, Thatch firing off shots from his crotch like a semi-automatic weapon, the men of our team playing into his antics by hitting the ground one by one as he fired off rounds. As the scorer of the try, I was the only one who earned the privilege to stay on my feet. I laughed and high-fived my teammates before jogging back across the pitch to do it all over again. Practice had just started, and now that I'd scored, my body was ready for more abuse. I ran for the train just before it was set to depart, sliding through the doors in just the nick of time. Starving and ready to be home, all I could think about was getting there, showering, and ordering a pizza. As my tired ass met the surface of the seat, I took a moment to be thankful for the lack of pregnant women and elderly. I was worn the hell out, but I wasn't a prick. The rest of these fuckers could fend for themselves. I wiped some of the lingering sweat and mud from my face with my towel and pulled my phone from my bag. A message sat waiting from earlier. Tap rose next, 6:18 p.m. Gah, the date. The date was amazing, and then it was pretty fucking traumatic. Bad Ruck, 7:52 p.m. Traumatic? Am I going to need to hunt this guy down? Tap rose next, 7:54 p.m. No, he's great, I promise. It wasn't traumatic because of him. I don't know, Ruck. I've got this gut feeling that he's some kind of wonderful. The corners of my lips started to curve. Some weird, unconventional but meaningful relationship between us forming and instilling genuine happiness in me. But before the smile cycle could complete, utter disbelief washed over me in a wave of tsunami-like proportions. The conversations we'd had, the things she'd said, work relationships and awkward yet somehow easy conversation. The way Rose, despite my more than infatuation with Georgie, managed to make me feel. None of it made sense, not one single piece of it. Until all at once, it did. No fucking way. The doors of the subway opened, and I didn't even hesitate, shoving my way through the throng of people without apology or remorse. I didn't even know what fucking stop we were on, but I ran for the stairs with single-minded abandon, taking them 2 at a time and reaching the top on a leap. New Yorkers scoffed and jumped out of the way, burning me with their dirty looks and judging eyes. The yellow of a cab shone like a beacon in front of me. I ran for it without thought or pause or respect for my surroundings. The heavy leather of a handbag may have even grazed my shoulder in a glancing blow, but I didn't care. Words thrummed in my head in time with the memory of her heartbeat, building and buzzing around my brain until I almost couldn't stand it. The not knowing, the unlikelihood, it was all too much. "The Winthrop Building, fast as you can go," I demanded abruptly to the cabbie, but he didn't bat an eye at my brusque delivery. Grunts and commands were the nature of more than half of New York City. I dug in my bag for my wallet and fished out the first bill I came to. With a swift thrust, I dropped it through the plexiglass window and jumped out while the last notes of his screeching tires still rung in the air. Pigeons panicked and people swerved as I wove my way through them, and a woman strummed a guitar on the corner. The building was locked after hours, but being the CEO afforded me access to the keyless entry code on the main door. Until today, I could honestly say I'd never broken into my office building before. 16 smashes of the elevator call button, another code, and a fidgety ride later, I stepped off onto the 15th floor in all of my sweaty glory and strode straight for human resources. The lights were dimmed, and once again, the outer door to Cynthia's office door was locked, but nothing could stop me at this point. Not a lock, and certainly not my morals. I ran to my office at a near sprint and around the back of my desk, yanking drawers open one by one in search of my old master key that opened all of the individual office doors. I hadn't had a need for it in years, so it took me several minutes of digging through pounds of junk to find it. Priority for tomorrow. My desk needed to be fucking reorganized. Stat. Mud under my fingernails from practice, I clutched the key tightly and jogged back down the hall. With a turn and a click, I was in, moments away from officially violating half a dozen privacy laws. I breathed a sigh of relief when the drawer of the filing cabinet slid open with ease, laughing maniacally to myself before trailing into words. Of course it's not fucking locked. It's not like she was expecting a fucking psychopath to break into her office and dig through it. Like fluttering wings, my fingers shuffled through the labels, knowing Cynthia followed an unbreakable filing system. Nothing was ever out of order or place, and finding it would be easy enough. Not knowing the actual wording of the label challenged me a little bit, but it wasn't more than 5 minutes before I was pulling it out of its spot and cracking it open. Tracing the lines of the employee names, I ran my finger down the page, muttering through last names until the one I wanted stood out in stark relief. Cummings, Georgia. I slid it across the page in some kind of slow-motion daydream until the other column sealed my fate in undeniable bold text. Tap Rose next. Some kind of wonderful.
Chapter 19, Georgia.
Gary clicked to the next PowerPoint slide, stating something about the cost-effectiveness of blah, blah, blah. Who knows what he was talking about by that point? We'd been in the meeting for over 2 hours, and I was seconds away from losing my cool. My stomach growled its irritation. I glanced at my watch and noted it was 5 minutes past 3, which meant it was 5 minutes past my daily scheduled sugar fix. I ate a Greek yogurt and a leftover piece of cherry cheesecake sitting inside the break room fridge with my name on it. Conclusion? Someone needed to end this, or I was going to end Gary. It was Thursday afternoon, and it had been 5 whole days since I'd had any real private interaction with Kline. We'd texted a lot, snuck a few minutes to chat and say hello here and there, and even had lunch together twice. But he'd been unbelievably swamped with work and activities, and I was still 100% determined to keep a professional relationship in the office. The combination of all that crap had put the kibosh on substantial alone time, and let me tell you, the memory of last weekend had my anticipation riding at an all-time high. Gary plodded over to his laptop, tapping around on the keys. The man moved like a turtle. He was a genius when it came to numbers, but a moron when it came to social cues. While everyone in the room was moments away from falling face first into a coma, he appeared to think we had all the time in the world to discuss more goddamn numbers. I was numbered the fuck out. "And if you'll just give me a minute here," he mouth-breathed, licking his lips and clicking away. I'll put up another spreadsheet that documents how effective we've been in narrowing down our target ratios for the last financial quarter."
Jesus Christ in a peach tree. My stomach roared its impatience. Hunger pains. Crazy, loud hunger pangs. It's a mystery no one else heard it over Gary's droning. The flash of a text notification caught my eye. Kline.
"Was that your stomach, Cummings?"
Okay, obviously someone heard them. The handsome bastard was sitting beside me. Honestly, I had no idea why he was subjecting himself to this meeting. It was solely for my marketing team. I glanced at Kline out of the corner of my eye, scratching the side of my face with my middle finger. His body jerked noticeably with the effort to conceal his laugh. Me. "It's 3:05 p.m., Brooks." Kline.
"Ah, right. Georgie's snack time. What was I thinking?"
Me. "I don't know. But if you don't end this soon, I will murder Gary with my pen." Fighting a smile, he subtly nodded his head in understanding as he set his phone down on the table. My eyes trailed to his forearms, sleeves rolled up, hard muscles and thick veins on display. To quote Uncle Jesse, "Have mercy." If I hadn't been so damn hungry, I'd have happily sat through this tedious meeting just to gawk at those glorious arms. They were a beacon of muscly man delight. Gary chuckled, seemingly entertained by himself. His monotone voice penetrated my daydreams about Kline's forearms, officially popping my big-dicked Brooks fantasy bubble. I tapped my pen against my notepad. "Shut Gary up. Now." Kline knew it was a warning. He flashed a secret grin, eyes crinkling at the corners. God, his eyes. They were this flawless shade of blue. So bright, so vibrant. Montana sky blue. I'd started to make a game out of nicknaming Kline's eyes. Those ever-changing blue retinas could be Montana sky blue one day, or, like today, M&M's blue. But that probably had more to do with the starvation setting in than anything else. M&M's. I'd have devoured a bag of that candy-coated chocolate goodness.
"Fantastic work, Gary," Kline interrupted moments later. "I think we can all agree we've gained valuable information on Brooks Media's projections for the fiscal year."
Everyone in the room nodded, agreeing far too enthusiastically. I knew I wasn't the only one dying a slow death with each PowerPoint good time Gary put on the projection screen. Gary started to respond, but Kline stood up from his chair.
"Go ahead and send the materials out to the rest of the team. That way all departments within Brooks Media can see how they've contributed to another fruitful quarter." "Oh, okay, but really great work, Gary."
Kline patted him on the back, not giving him an inch.
"I think we can officially say, successful meeting adjourned."
My coworkers scattered faster than roaches when light flooded the room. I followed their lead when I realized Kline would be tied up with Gary for a few more minutes. My stomach couldn't wait. I damn near sprinted to the break room, all kinds of ready to dig into my snacks. Would I start with my yogurt and then move on to the cheesecake? Or would I just go for it and dig into the cherry cheesecake first? The world was my oyster, baby. "Uh-oh," Dean announced, walking out of the break room. "It's 3:15 and Georgia isn't eating?" he teased, making a show of glancing between my face and his watch. "Yeah, good time Gary gave a go at murder by numbers in our quarterly marketing meeting. If Kline hadn't cut it short, I think I would have staged a riot." "Well, I'm sorry to tell you, Cupcake, but inside there isn't any better. Ivana Swallow is on her selfie break, and she has blow regard for anyone but the spoon she's currently sucking yogurt off of for Instagram's sake." I groaned. "Head down, don't make eye contact, and you should be fine." He grinned, slapping my ass as he walked past me and down the hall. Leslie was sitting at one of the break room tables, doing exactly what Dean said she was doing, taking a selfie of a spoon in her mouth. She could probably describe her life in a series of hashtags.
Hashtag my spoon is so sexy. Hashtag my lips bring all the boys to the yard. Hashtag my life's goal is to be a walking boner time. Hey, Leslie, I tossed over my shoulder as I headed for the most important thing in the room, the fridge. O-M-G. You're, never going to believe how adorable people are. My phone buzzed in my hand. Thinking it might be Kline begging for a rescue, I let my heart overpower my stomach and paused to look. No message from Kline, but the tap next icon was aglow with a message from Ruck. He'd been messaging me in a steady stream ever since Monday night, and I had to admit, he never failed to amuse me. Bad Ruck, 3:11 p.m. Lizards or birds? Lizards or fucking birds? Jesus. The sadistic bastard had talked me into this little game by starting it with normal choices. Pillows or blankets, candy or pizza. He'd been getting a real kick out of asking me which thing I'd rather have in bed with me. You can only have one, he'd say. With this kind of choice, the decision was a struggle for a different reason. Tap rose next, 3:11 p.m. Neither, you lunatic. My stomach growled, reminding me that I didn't have time for Ruck and his random get-to-know-you choices right now. Opening the fridge, I started searching for my snack time loot. I didn't respond to Leslie, knowing full well she'd just prattle on. If Gary was the prime example of not understanding social cues, Leslie was the girl who didn't care about those cues. In her hashtag and selfie-driven mind, everyone wanted to know what she had to say. For fuck's sake, where is my food? Seriously, she called, completely oblivious that I'd left a 2-minute pause for a reason. People are, so cute. I just ate a turkey sandwich named Gary, and now I'm eating a yogurt named Georgia. I stopped mid-rummage and slowly stood, glowering at Leslie over the fridge door. Her answering grin told me that my eyes weren't actually shooting out death rays. How cute is that? She held up the half-eaten cup of yogurt. My half-eaten cup of yogurt. People are naming the food in the break room. I just can't even. It's totes adorbs. She went back to wrapping her crazy huge lips around the spoon that was feeding her my fucking yogurt. It had to be severely unhealthy to want to kill 2 of your coworkers in the same day. I took a deep breath, counting to 10 in my head. 1, don't kill Leslie. 2, don't kill Leslie. 3, don't kill Leslie. By the time I reached 10, my hands felt less stabby. Hey, Leslie? I asked through gritted teeth. Uh-huh, she responded, mouthful of yogurt. So, that turkey sandwich named Gary was actually just Gary's turkey sandwich. He wrote his name on it so no one else would eat it. She cocked her head to the side like a confused puppy. But what about the yogurt named Georgia? I fought the urge to shout, inhaling and exhaling another cleansing breath. The yogurt wasn't named Georgia. I wrote my name on that yogurt because I brought it in. It's my yogurt, and I planned on eating it today. She stared back at me, her pea-sized brain visibly processing my words. The wheels were turning. Slowly but surely, they were turning. Oh, my bad. She held out the half-eaten yogurt container. Here, you can have the rest of it. I'm already so full from eating that turkey sandwich and piece of cherry cheesecake. Wait a minute. Piece of cherry cheesecake? I glared the fuck out of the food-snatching idiot for a good minute before turning for the door. So, I'm just going to eat the rest of it. Okay, Georgia? Was the last thing I heard as I stormed out of the break room and straight for Kline's office. Since he had hired her, I figured it would be a nice gesture to let him know housekeeping was going to need to branch out into crime scene remediation. His door bounced off the wall with a bang. Kline raised an eyebrow, his expression confused, yet curious behind the large mahogany desk. "Everything okay?" "Nope!" The door slammed shut, courtesy of my stiletto-adorned foot. "Everything is not fucking okay!" I strode around his desk and planted my ass on the edge, forcing him to push his chair back to allow room for me and all of my bristling glory. "I need housekeeping's number. They're going to need to bring a body bag tonight. Figured it'd be nice to give them a heads up." "A body bag?" I nodded. "For Leslie." He crinkled his forehead, but I guess apprehension did that to a person. "Come again?" "She's fine," I reassured. "Well, right now. She won't be fine later." He tilted his head. "What's happening later?" "I'm going to kill her." "Any particular reason you're plotting her murder?" "She's eating everyone's food, including mine. She ate my cheesecake and my goddamn yogurt." I gestured wildly, flinging my hands into the air. "Do you know why she's doing this?" Kline shook his head. The hint of a smile kissed the corners of his lips. I pointed my finger at him. "Don't even think about smiling right now." He held up both hands. "I wouldn't dream of it. I'm taking this very seriously." He forced his mouth to the side, trying to hide another smirk, and his voice turned almost offensively diplomatic. "Why is Leslie eating everyone's food?" "She thought people were being totes adorbs and naming the food." Blue eyes lit up with amusement. "Leslie didn't realize the names on food meant it belonged to someone?" "Today she enjoyed a turkey sandwich named Gary, and a yogurt and piece of motherfucking cheesecake named Georgia. She thought it was like the cutest thing ever how her co-workers were naming food. She's too dumb to live. Literally." I saw the second he couldn't hold back laughter. A grin had cracked the secret code and covered his entire face. His eyes, lips, and cheeks were all lit up with hilarity. Like a boiling pot, it worked its way up his throat and spilled right over, coating me with its vibration. If I hadn't been so pissed, I might have acknowledged its ability to turn me on. "This isn't funny. Your intern is a dumbass. All she does is take selfies and eat my food. Why haven't you fired her?" "Baby," he cooed condescendingly. "She's just an intern. How picky can I be? She's not costing the company anything." "Not costing anything!" I very nearly shrieked. "She just cost me my goddamn cheesecake!" Kline shook his head with a smile and started to turn his leather chair in the other direction, away from my glaring eyes, but I was too quick, damn near jumping on top of him. "Don't even think about it." His strong hands gripped my hips and finished the job. In an instant, his laughter was gone, a look of pure, unadulterated longing taking its place. For 2 days, we'd practically crawled all the way inside each other. We'd had so much physical contact, but it had been a long time since then. For a few moments, all we did was stare at each other. I was straddling Kline's lap, his muscular thighs forcing my legs to spread that perfect amount. Only a few measly inches kept me from finding out if he was as turned on as I was, and judging by the look on his face, if I pressed my hips to his, I'd hit the cock landmine. "Dessert named Georgia?" He caressed the sliver of skin that was exposed above the waistline of my skirt. His lips were near my ear. "I'm certain this is something I wouldn't be able to stop myself from devouring." Oh my. His hands disappeared under my flowy skirt and gripped my ass, pulling at the cheeks to open me farther to him. Only a minuscule piece of lace was separating his fingers from touching my bare skin. Kline's hips ground into mine, and I had to swallow the moan threatening to spill from my lips. He wanted this as much as I did. The evidence was hard and ready between my thighs. My breathing turned ragged, heart pounding inside my chest. I loved seeing this side of him, the all-business, Armani-suited CEO getting messy and wild. with me. His reserved side morphing into a man possessed by passion and desire. I felt possessive, wanting to be the only woman who could affect him this way. I should have been freaked out over the idea that someone could walk into his office and find us in this precarious position, but all I could think about was wanting him to push himself against me, harder, rougher. Good God, I wanted more, so much more. His lips moved from my ear to my jaw to the sensitive toe-curling spot on my neck, his teeth just barely scraping at the pulsing vein, and a shiver rolled down my spine. If he kept this up, I'd end up doing something I shouldn't, like unzip his pants and offer up my V-card as tribute. Get it together, Georgia. Kline? Don't worry, he whispered against my skin. I won't let this get out of hand. But he didn't disentangle us. No, he did the complete opposite. He kissed me hard, delving deep enough to brand me, while our tongues tangled in an inferno of want and need and crazy desire. Sliding a hand up my blouse and underneath my bra, Kline brushed his thumb across my nipple. I moaned into his mouth, biting at his bottom lip. Fuck, he breathed, still cupping my breast. I sucked at his tongue as my hips circled his, savoring the feel of his cock pressed against my pussy. Even though we were both fully clothed, I could practically feel every inch of him, and hot damn, there were a lot of inches. He pulsed upward and my pussy clenched in an empty agony. Oh, yes, yes, Kline, yes, I whispered, my head falling back. Our ragged, wanton breaths were the only sounds filling the four walls of his office. You're driving me wild. His hand covered mine, moving it down to cup him through his slacks. I want you so fucking bad. Self-control was nowhere in sight as I went for his belt, fingers sliding against the cold metal of his buckle. The only thing that mattered was touching him, more of him, all of him. I wanted Kline hard and ready and bared in my needy hands. Mr. Brooks, your 4 o'clock is here. Should I send him back? Pam's voice echoed from the intercom. We froze, startled by the interruption. Christ, Kline muttered, his eyes clenched and forehead pressing against mine. My cheeks turned a terrifying shade of red once realization set in. I should probably leave, I stuttered, attempting to unplaster myself from him. Hold on. He gripped my hips, stopping my momentum. He leaned forward, one finger pressing the intercom to respond. Just give me a minute, Pam. I'm just finishing up signing some contracts for Georgia. I was thankful he still had enough brain power to think of an excuse for me to be in here. Telling Pam that he needed a minute to remove his director of marketing from his dick wasn't the best scenario for either of us. Hey, he whispered, cupping my cheeks. Don't freak out. I'm not freaking out. Are you sure? He smirked. Because that deer-in-headlights look you've got going on says otherwise. I glared. That's not the look I'm giving you. He mimicked my wide-eyed stare before his face morphed into a teasing grin. Excuse me for being a little freaked out that someone could have walked in and found us going at each other like a couple of horny teenagers. Speaking of which, you should probably let me up. He massaged my ass. Only if you promise to let me finish dessert later. Dear God, what was he trying to do to me? I couldn't hide my smile. You're trouble. Big, fat, fucking trouble. I shoved at his chest and proceeded to remove myself from his lap. Straightening my clothes, I glanced down at his disheveled attire. And you look ridiculous, like some woman was in here mauling you with red lipstick. My crimson lips were branded across his face and neck. It was absurd, but mostly just fuck hot. He stood, flashing that sexy smirk of his, while I removed my lipstick smudges with my fingers. I adjusted his tie and patted him on the chest. Don't work too hard, Mr. Brooks. As I turned for the door, he spanked my ass, earning a small squeal of approval from my traitorous lips. Don't worry, I'll save up my energy for later, Ms. Cummings. Outrageously sexy bastard. I was certain he'd be the death of me. Wait. He grabbed me before I could take another step, pulling me toward him, my back against his chest. His breath was warm on my neck. I'm not letting you out of this office until you agree to another date. A weekend date. Like a whole weekend? In the Hamptons. With me. You have a place in the Hamptons? I asked, then realized what a stupid question that was. Kline wasn't a flashy kind of man, but he had made more money from one business deal than most people make in a lifetime. Hell, he could quit working today and would be set for the rest of his life. Yeah, baby. He kissed my neck, teasing the sensitive skin with his lips. So, you'll go? I turned in his arms, gazing up at him. He was business Kline, laced with a little messy wildness from our earlier tryst behind his desk. The adorable grin cresting his mouth had me smiling in return. What do I get out of it? I teased. His grin grew wider. You want terms and conditions for a weekend getaway I'm asking you to join me on? I nodded. Sounds about right? You're like a little shark when it comes to business. He pressed a kiss to my forehead, chuckling against my skin. I'll make sure you have a good time. So good. You'll be doing a reenactment of my bedroom and the pool. Who knows? Maybe it'll be like both combined. Draft the contract, Brooks. But remember, I'm holding you to these terms. Wonderful doing business with you, Cummings.
Chapter 20. Kline. When the GPS told me I was 2 blocks away from George's apartment on Friday night, I pulled over and put the car in park. My phone had just buzzed in the cup holder with a message, and I knew I wouldn't be able to answer it once I picked her up. Ignoring the blinding red light on my mail icon, I swung my thumb directly over it before landing on the Tap Next app. Tap rose next, 7:04 p.m. He's going to be here any minute, for Christ's sake. Calm me down before he takes one look at me and runs in the other direction. A smile overwhelmed me as my chuckles bounced around the echoey interior of an otherwise empty car. She was so fucking cute, I could hardly stand it. Bad Ruck, 7:06 p.m. Calm down, sweetheart. Let's start slowly by eliminating the shouty capitals. Tap rose next, 7:07 p.m. Fucking fuckers! Okay, fuck! Okay, I think I'm good now. Move on to step 2, the coddling. I bit my lip and shook my head, smiling like a crazy person. Bad Ruck, 7:08 p.m. Good job. Also, creative swearing. Tap rose next, 7:08 p.m. The calm is wearing off, Ruck. Bad Ruck, 7:09 p.m. Okay, coddling. Got it. This guy is still talking to you after spending all that time with you last weekend and invited you on a weekend away, right? He sounds smart enough to appreciate a little nervous energy. Everything is going to be fine. Okay, guys, I know. I can feel you judging me, but let's talk this over. I knew not telling her that I knew she was Rose and that I was Ruck was bad form. I did. Really. It had been a few days since I found out, and I should have told her immediately. But God, as twisted as it was, I was having too much fun. Georgia was different with me online. No pretense or fear of saying something to her boss that he couldn't unhear, the safety net of anonymity weaving the protective web that it did for a lot of people. As easy as it was to be someone else online, it was equally easy to be yourself. No expectations or trepidation blinding the true artwork underneath. Knowing Georgia in both places, without her knowing that I knew, was one of the most remarkable experiences of my life. She was the same, yet different. Honest and open and unafraid of recrimination. She wasn't afraid to send me messages about freaking the fuck out. She was just her. And I liked getting to be on the receiving end of twice the interaction. She was still scared to wear out her welcome with Kline Brooks, I couldn't fucking welcome her enough. This gave us the best of both worlds. I even found myself sending her more goddamn messages as Ruck, just to be able to enjoy what she might say. I pushed the envelope, trying to get her even more comfortable with me, even knowing that, in her mind, she was splitting her affection between two men. It was fucked, but I knew if she could forgive me, her actions wouldn't be an issue in the slightest. Love, lust, and attraction were base instincts. They were simple and finite, and somehow still infinitely complicated. She liked Ruck because he was another dimension of me. So, as much as it didn't make sense rationally, it made heart sense. Call me a hopeless romantic, or maybe a fool, but to me, that was all that mattered. Stowing my phone in the console, I put the car back into drive and pulled away from the curb. Cute brick-front brownstone buildings with iron-railed stairs lined the sides of each street, mature trees casting their shadows every 50 feet. Dusk threatened as the sun made its descent, already hiding behind buildings despite its place just above the horizon. And my heart? Well, it just about beat right out of my chest. Georgia sat on the stoop of her building with her arms crossed on her knees and her suitcase at her feet as I pulled up. Her hair was wild and unkempt, curling just enough that I knew she'd probably showered and left it to dry on its own. Clothed in jeans and a simple sweatshirt with just barely a trace of makeup on her face, she was still the most beautiful thing I'd seen in just about forever. Eager to put her racing mind at ease, I pushed the gear shift into park, turned the key to off, and jumped out to round the car before she even made it to her feet. Adorable and wondering at my hurry, her teeth dug into the skin of her lip and her head tilted just slightly to the side. I watched her as she watched me, a fire lighting her gorgeous blue eyes just as I pulled her directly into my arms and sealed my lips to hers. She moaned, melting into my frame and wrapping hers around my shoulders. I licked at her tongue and her lips, sucking the taste of her into me as I slowly released. "Kline," she whispered, overwhelmed. My eyes shut on their own and my forehead met hers, and I breathed her in until my lungs burned only a little. "I missed you." She smiled and pushed her nose deeper along the side of mine. Her voice was barely audible. "You saw me today at work." I shook our heads together, lips and noses and foreheads touching the whole time. "Not like this." "No," she agreed softly, placing one simple kiss to the corner of my mouth before pulling away. "You're right. It wasn't like this." I took a step down to grab her suitcase, but kept a squeezing hand on her hip. "You ready?" Her face was alive and at ease, excitement lining the corners of every angle as she nodded. I couldn't help but return the sentiment. "Mount up." She raised a brow, but I just winked, moving to the back of the SUV and lifting the hatch to load her bag. Looking it over from back to front, she seemed to notice the car for the very first time. "This is your car?" I looked at her in question. She rolled her eyes at my implication, since I was very much accessing said car and the likelihood that I had stolen it was remarkably low. "This is my rental car. I don't own a car." "You don't own a car?" She was incredulous. "Baby," I laughed, biting my lip to summon my patience. "I live in Manhattan. For business, I have a driver because you're not the only one with the ability to be late. For everything else, I walk, take a taxi, or ride the subway. If I need to go anywhere outside of the city, I rent one. Simple as that." "But this is a Ford Edge," she pushed stubbornly, still not getting it. "I know," I joked. "I sprung for the SUV since I've yet to get a handle on your luggage habits." I jerked my head to the back and slammed the hatch. "Just the one bag. I'll stick to midsize from now on." "Kline." Rounding the rear, I walked back to her, leaned my back into the car, grabbed her hips, and pulled her body into mine. "Baby, I can see you're struggling to get this, but I swear it'd make sense if you met Bob." "Bob? Of Bob and Maureen?" I nodded. The one and only. Bob Brooks, my dad, and the biggest influence on my life. Wrinkles formed on her nose as she grinned, so I kissed it. Pushing the wild blonde hair back from her face, I trailed one finger along her jaw and then dropped it. Let go of who you thought I was, who you think I'm supposed to be. Be here with me now. I grabbed her hand and pushed it to my chest. Feel me. Her free hand shot to my jaw and stroked it, eyes bright in reaction to my so obviously messy emotion. I promise this is who I am, and if you let go of what you thought you knew, you'll get it. You'll get me. I know it. I sounded desperate because I was. Desperate for her to be the woman I thought she could be. Desperate for her to let go of the billionaire experience and just be with Kline. Okay. She sealed her lips to mine, and the tip of her tongue ventured into my mouth briefly. An answering tingle ran down the length of my spine. I'll let go of it all. She pecked me on the mouth once more. Promise. Good, I said before slamming my mouth to hers again. A slow groan rumbled in my chest a second later at the feel of her soft tongue. With effort, I forced myself to extract my mouth from hers. Plus, nothing humbles a man more than cleaning Walter's litter box. I swear the little fuck flicks shit outside of it on purpose. She shook her head with a dreamy smile and bit her lip to stop herself from making fun of me. It didn't matter what I did. She'd forever be on Walter's side of this war. Now get your ass in the Ford Edge and let's get out of here. I'm ready to have you all to myself for the weekend. Yes, sir, she joked with a salute before reaching for the door. I wrapped an arm around her waist at the last second, swooping her off her feet and swinging her around to put me between her and the car. She bristled, but the icy edges of her attitude melted as soon as I winked and popped open the handle myself. What kind of a man would I be if I didn't open the door for you? The kind that fill the streets of Manhattan. I just shook my head and smiled, waiting patiently for her to climb in. Right. You're not those guys. Ah, I teased. Now she's getting it. She grabbed the inside handle of the door and pulled it closed as she spoke. Get in the car, Kline. The door slammed in my face, and I laughed. Yes, ma'am, I mouthed through the window, rounding the hood and climbing in. To the Hamptons, she shouted. I shook my head, fired up the engine, and pulled away from the curb with an enormous smile on my face. An hour and a half or so into the drive, she started to fidget. And I don't mean a little movement here or there. I'm talking for a few seconds, I feared she was having a seizure. What's up, Benny? What? Her gaze jerked toward me in surprise. I glanced from the road to her and back again. You literally look like your skin is in the process of attacking you. What's up? I have to tell you something. Her tone was serious, and her nerves were beginning to eat her alive. I didn't want to be presumptuous, but I had a feeling I knew what was coming. Our intimacy had been on a steady advance from the moment we'd collided, melding together and racing for the finish line like one entity. We were on our way to a weekend alone, and the relevance of her sexual inexperience had to be beating her over the head with a bat at this point. So tell me, baby, I coaxed gently, trying to walk the line of someone who didn't know what was coming and someone who absolutely did, having heard it twice already, and was prepared to answer in a calm, respectful manner. If it hadn't been for the blunt conversation Ruck had had with Rose, Kline would have never realized that Georgie had already told him in a Benadryl-fueled rant. Christopher Columbus, her pussy prideland. God, I'd laughed so hard about that when I realized how brilliant it had been. I'm like, incoherent mumbling. Virgin? I bit my lip and considered her words. I knew what she was trying to say, but a little figurative ice-breaking never hurt anyone. Literal ice-breaking, well, that hurt a lot of people. You want to listen to Madonna? I reached for my phone like I was going to search for the song. "No," she huffed, adorably frustrated at having to gather the nerve to say it again. I didn't blame her. This was the 4th time in about twice as many days that she was admitting it to someone, that I knew of anyway. Turning in her seat, she forced herself to face me head-on. Her eyes sought mine, and I hated that because I was driving, I couldn't fully give them to her. I had no right to it, but that didn't stop me from being proud of her confidence. When I found a straight stretch of road and glanced her way for more than a quick passing beat, she spoke. "I'm a virgin." Crisp and calm, her voice managed to be matter-of-fact and silky all at once. Did I mention I was proud of her? Was that fucked up? I didn't mean for it to be. I was just happy to see her owning it, being proud of herself and her own choices instead of feeling like she had to answer for them. I wanted to yell out some kind of cry for all of the empowered females, but I thought that might seem suspicious. So I went with the only other thing I could think of. "Okay, cool. Eloquent, right?" "Okay," she repeated, adorably confused by my non-response. "Cool." I'm sure she'd been expecting the usual questions. "How'd you manage that?" Or, "Are you like super religious?" Or, "What the hell are you waiting for?" As her lover, I had a right to know she'd never taken a sexual encounter to that level before. A warning of sorts, to make sure I didn't make an assumption that affected both of us. But really, the rest of it was her business and hers alone. Sharing was a staple of every healthy relationship, but she got to be the creator of the terms and conditions under which said sharing happened. "Kline?" she called, pulling out of my thoughts. "Yeah, baby?" "You don't have any questions? Or, I don't know, you're so quiet." I was being quiet. Obviously, it was doing nothing but torturing her. "I'm sorry, sweetheart, but it's not what you think." "What do I think?" She raised a brow, and I laughed. "Okay, fair enough. I don't know what you're thinking. But I'm thinking you're a fucking brilliant, beautiful woman with the most delicious pussy I've ever tasted. I'll be lucky as fuck if you decide you want to share more of it with me. But I don't fucking expect it. And I've done nothing to earn it. I'm guessing none of the other fuckers in New York ever did, and I don't mind one fucking bit." "That was a lot of fucks, Mr. Brooks." I laughed and forced the tension in my shoulders to release. "I know. You got me all worked up. Thatch is usually the only one that can get me to utilize that many fucks in one thought process." Her laughter rolled through me like a wave. "God, Thatch. I hear all sorts of lore about that guy, but the only actual interaction I've had with him was when you called me on the plane." "There's Thatch lore?" I asked, mystified and horrified all at once. "Oh, yeah," she laughed. "But most of it is from Dean, so I've taken any and all information with a very large grain of salt." I laughed. "Like rock salt." I shook my head, knowing Dean usually had a pretty good bead on the reality of things despite his juicy delivery. You can probably stick to the regular iodized kind. Thatch is a crazy asshole. Fun, though, and occasionally a good friend." "Is he really that crazy?" she asked, insistent in the belief that he couldn't be as rowdy as people described. As always with Thatch, examples of his depravity were plentiful, but one stood out above the rest. "You know the scar on my abdomen?" I asked. "Lower right side?" I glanced over in time to see her nod, eyes brimming with biblical knowledge. "It's completely plausible I've noticed it." A smile arrested my features. "Well, I owe its existence to Thatch and one of his half-baked ideas." Waiting for an explanation, she settled farther into her seat. "One night during our freshman year of college, he got this idea that stair surfing on our mattresses on the icy courtyard steps could be the next big campus activity. 3 broken fingers, 1 bloody nose, and a tree branch impaled abdominal muscle later, I decided I didn't want to be part of the sales pitch. "You could have said no from the beginning," she suggested, and I shrugged. What fun would that have been? I flipped on my blinker and turned into the long gravel drive of the Hamptons' house. This had been the quickest drive of my life, with Georgia keeping me company, and the salty sea air clung to my skin as I rolled my window down to put in the code for the gate. The stars were brighter now that we left the city behind, and when I turned to look at Georgie, I found her head hanging out of her window with her face to the sky like she'd noticed. "Georgie?" I called, fighting back a grin. "This place is outrageous!" she all but shouted. "Have you seen the fucking sky? And the length of this driveway?" I shook my head and laughed some more, pulling forward cautiously so she could stay in her happy place, half in, half out of the car. "I might have noticed it a time or two." She sank back into the seat and shook her hair out of her smiling face. "You should notice more. Like, a lot more. Every weekend or so. And if you just happen to want some company," she said, feigning nonchalance. "I could probably fit it into my schedule. I'd be willing to check." "I'll make note." "Holy hell, look at that house! It's adorable." I followed her eyes through the windshield, smiling so much my cheeks started to ache. The little bungalow wasn't ostentatious, but it didn't lack space either, and the wood shank shingle siding had seen better days. The inside pretty much matched, but I was working on fixing it. Slowly but surely. "I'm glad you like it." She bounced in her seat. "But you probably shouldn't like it too much. I'm fixing it up to give it to my parents, and I'll start to feel bad if you get too attached." "Really? You're doing the work yourself?" If she had been a dog, I imagined her ears would have perked up. I smiled and nodded. "Really? I had an electrician work on the wiring, and Thatch and Wes have helped me a couple of times with the heavy lifting, but I've done most of it myself." She slammed an open hand down on my thigh and squeezed, her expression deadpan. "I think I just orgasmed." I shoved the gear shift into park and reached for her neck at the same time. I rubbed my nose with hers and smiled before touching my lips to hers just once. "Please, Benny, for the love of all that's holy, hold on to that thought. And the easy trigger." Bags inside the house, a quick dinner of sandwiches I'd picked up from Tony's Deli and packed to bring along consumed, and wine in hand, Georgia